I'm Julie Ryder. I'm at Evergreen Dolmen with Dr. Sam from Bosnia. Dr. Sam travels the world looking at the energy rate in dolmens, ancient megalithic sites. He's the one that discovered the Bosnian pyramids. So we came here to Evergreen Dolmen. Evergreen Dolmen is 83 feet above ground level. It's half the size of Thunderbolt above it, which is exactly 166 feet above ground level. This is half of that. This whole dolmen is set into a cradle. The outside is a perfect curved cradle, so it doesn't tip and fall over during an earthquake. It's covered with geopolymer concrete, which is sloughing off. You can see pieces of it that have come off the two walls between it. Up here, there's a circular cylinder stacked on a tipped rectangular block. Perfect cylinder that looks like it's been propped up, like wedged, to keep the dolmen intact, perhaps during a former catastrophic event where the dolmen was not stable. So Spiral Mountain behind you is actually an island in an ancient riverbed. The geoscans show that that's a river, an island in a riverbed, but on the other side of it is a huge complex with a step pyramid, with ramps and chambers that we believe had to do with water flow. Water flow between and down into these ramps into the riverbed. Giant's Playground, as most of the rivers, as most of the megaliths here, are built on tributaries to the Missouri River. This is all the headwaters of the Missouri River. The unique thing about Evergreen Dolmen, it's by far the tallest in the world. We're just seeing the very top of it. It's set on platforms, circular platforms all the way down, just like Starfire Duolith. Set the same way, and the largest standing stone block in the world, 5,300 tons. It's like double it. Set into a cradle, comes up, another story on top. It's over by Montana City. So this is part of the very, very, very ancient construction. The unique part about Giant's Playground is that it forms almost a rectangle with high walls supporting it. You have corridors, make 90-degree angles. You have it set up on a grid. I believe, my personal belief system at this moment, subject to change if we find something different, is that these structures are much older than the Beno bird, the Buddha, Tartessia. They were added later because they're on the outside and they're a totally different type of concrete. So when what we call religion came into the fourth world, those were added to an already ancient site, which is very typical. One site builds on top of the next, on top of the next, because they're set on continuity, discontinuity lines. Where those lines cross are high vortex energy, and that's where these sites are built. If you draw in Angkor Wat, Cambodia, across the top of the world, to Nazca, Peru, this is exactly on that line. So it's on an Earth energy grid line. So, Dr. Sam, what do you think about all this?
First of all, I like the way you named them. Giant's Playground. Certainly looks like the giants were here, playing with those huge stones, megaliths. Now, today we are visiting the tunnel, the tower, and Giant's Playground. This is the first place where I did measure an anomaly in magnetic field. The magnetic field that I measure is in microtesla, and normal average values are anywhere from 25 to about 65 microtesla. Everything that is within this range is normal. If it is below, not good. If it is above, not good again. Usually when you have some technical radiations, for example, CT or all other instruments in hospitals, it goes up to 200, 300, 400. It's very harmful for us. In the cities, usually it's rather pleasant. Villages, 35, 40, 45. And when you measure it in most places, you have only maybe 2 units of measurements different. For example, 43 to 45, 37 to 39. But I did notice when I go to some active, energetical, megalithic sites, that this magnetic field has a much bigger numbers. For example, what we have here is from 21 microtesla to 55. So it is magnetic anomaly. What does that mean? Well, maybe it has something to do with the name of the structure, and that would be dolmen. Dolmen, according to some, is the gate. Of course, over the time, the real purpose vanished. But if you go back to the time, gate. What gate? Energy gate, cosmic gate, gate between dimensions. It is possible. What we have here today, besides the magnetic anomaly, we have the choice of material. Granite. We could see pieces of red or pink granite. And really, red, gray, black, these are usual types of granites. Now, besides the fact that they are very hard and their duration is extremely long, meaning if you build something, you can count that thousands and thousands of years later, the structure will be there. Besides that property is the presence of the quartz crystal. If you have just a regular natural granite, it's about 15%, which is very high percentage. Even if it is 4%, just the mere presence of quartz crystal is enough to activate certain energy features. 15%, it's excellent, and you can rely on those energy properties. You did mention that the content of quartz crystal here is even higher than that. Quartz crystal has the ability to amplify the energy. And the second one is to transform the energy through the piezoelectrical effect. For example, if you have electromagnetism, and you have it basically everywhere, an electromagnetic field hits the quartz crystal through the piezoelectrical effect, you are getting ultrasound. And with certain frequencies, like in Bosnia, 28 kilohertz, which is healing frequency, then you can get to those specific frequencies which you can use for your benefits. Another example of the piezoelectric effect are barbecues that we have at homes, gas barbecues. So what you do, you turn it on, so you have gas coming, you press the black button, you can see electricity coming out, and then you got the fire. What did you actually press? You pressed the piece of the quartz crystal. So you applied the force, the mechanical waves, and mechanical waves transformed to the electricity, to the electrical field. And that's why you got the fire, piezoelectrical effect. So obviously those who are moving those huge boulders, they're counting that by pressing those blocks, they're gonna have this energetical effect. Why am I saying that somebody was moving the blocks? Well, the one that I'm sitting on, the one across, this is not their normal position. They used to be like here. They are also the product of the sedimentary process, which lasted millions and millions of years. So this is 90 degrees rotating. If it is rotated, it means somebody moved it to this position. This guy here, that guy there. Now, the one on the top, of course, laying horizontally. And there's the reason why it makes it dolmen. Definition of dolmen is the combination of the upright megaliths, at least 2 of them, sometimes 3, sometimes 5, 7, 10, and so on. Usually, if you have 2 or 3 of them, they are in Western France or Southern England, dolmens. Sometimes you have 5, 8, 10 of them, vertical, 2, 3, horizontal. That's the case in Sardinia, where they call them giant tombs, and Siberia. They look more like little houses because they are covered. So the one on the top looks like a roof. So they combine upright megaliths with a tabletop. Sometimes this tabletop is much bigger than those who are base uprights. In this particular case, it's not. But still, if we count mass, and let's do it right now, it's about 6 meters long, 2 meters high, 2 meters thick, 6 times 2, 12 times 2, 24 times 3, 72 tons. They're on the top, 72 tons. But what's most amazing is really the biggest one, the one right over here. So if you count this one, you have about 9 meters. The height is 9 times 7 is 63. The average thickness is 2.5. 63 times 2.5, about 160 times 3, it's 480 tons. 400, it's almost 500 tons. How did they move it? Like I said, somebody moved it for about 90 degrees. And that opens up another question. Who were they? what's the architecture look like? Why would they build dolmens? Why would they build towers as you call it, or tunnels? Well, when we think about civilizations before our time or beyond the time, we make a common mistake that we want to apply our concept of architecture to what was before. And in our architecture, we have our cities, towns, villages, we have our houses, we have our homes with the windows and doors and roofs. Let's forget that. If you go to Machu Picchu in eastern Peru, you can see four distinctive civilizations. Science is saying about the Incas using that as a royal retreat. Incas came the latest. The first civilization, they had block of 275 tons, which they moved from the nearby Bolivia. Even today, that would be a nightmare. So, 275 tons. And we can see that those biggest blocks, they form rows of megaliths, and that's it. So, we don't have chambers, we don't have roofs. Why would they do something like that? Archaeologists for that site and another one in Peru, they call them unfinished rows of blocks. Well, they are finished to them, but not to original builders. Probably they were following some underground energy lines, they were relying on them, or they are simply using the mechanical pressure, stone on top of each other, producing certain types of the energies. And of course, at one point, our planet was much healthier, our planetary energy sources were much stronger. So once you count for that, piezoelectrical and the Schumann resonance, 7.83 hertz, probably they were producing certain energy effects that they needed for their common activities. So I would say this is an amazing site. I want to congratulate you, Julie. I think that you are doing an amazing job, and I hope the names will stay in the future, because those names are telling us that yes, they are product of the intelligent hands. Who were they? During my short meditation, again, the first message was extremely old, much older than the mound builders on the US soil. The second one, the physical properties that they had, being, you always think about physical, that was not the major question, meaning they were probably somewhere between dimensions, spiritual and the physical. Also, I saw much bigger beings than us. So I would say that it remains to research, to open our minds, and to be open for different solutions, because they might surprise us.
Not in the next structure right there. That next structure right there. What would be the odds of that? An X structure. An X structure right there. X structure.
I'm here with Dr. Sam from Bosnia, and I'm showing him the star-fire duolith. Duolith is my word. It means two monolithic stones that identically match with a horizontal line, equal distance all the way from the top to the bottom. We're finding these all over the world. There's some underground at Yonaguni. I said that wrong.
Yonaguni
Thank you.
monuments.
They're under the water. So here we have an area where you have a duolith that has a rounded bottom perfectly set into a cradle. The cradle keeps it from tipping over. So if it happens, it rocks but doesn't fall over. In front of it, there is a geopolymer, different type of concrete. We call it an accordion because it's split like this, and so it absorbs the shock of an earthquake horizontally. On this left side, you'll see a split, a diagonal split, all the way down that goes all the way to the rock. That rock is freestanding, balanced on a piece of concrete about this big. When the Rinpoche was here, he talked about being trained as a Buddhist, and the training was, they called it flying rocks. They would balance rocks in these unusual shapes all the way to the top, and that's one of the trainings they went through to become a Rinpoche, a Buddha. And they would talk about the long sounds they would make to actually elevate and balance the rocks. So this is Star-Fire Duolith. We're at Giant's Playground in the Montana Megaliths. And Dr. Sam, what do you think?
I think the granite is amazing material. It takes a long time for granite to form, but at least we know how it forms. So it looks like a sedimentation process. When you go to the sites where they used granite as the construction material, for example, Great Zimbabwe, this is the place where they have conical towers and hundreds of thousands of tons of granite. But they are cutting the granite in a smaller plates, like tiles. How could they do that? Well, they knew that the granite which was on the top, exposed to the weather, was softer. So they were able to break it. The one which is below was much tougher, stronger. So basically, when they were using this tile type of construction, they are only using the surface granite. However, if you can find in the structure the harder parts and softer parts mixed together, that's a perfect sign that somebody was able to shape even very strong granite and that they were actually building something. But then places like Zimbabwe or South Africa or stone circles there that are extremely old, it's very tough to distinct between archaeology and geology. And unfortunately, we have the same problem here. This is extremely old site. It is not like it was originally shaped. Why am I saying shaped? Look at this block. One possibility, it was one block which broke. Another one, what you just explained. Two pieces, almost exactly the same, one next to each other. However, what's more important for me is that they've been moved for 90 degrees. Because you see the layers on sides, layers are coming off like this. Originally, they should be coming off horizontally. Meaning that all these blocks, when you can see the layers coming off at 90 degrees, it means that they've been moved and rotated for 90 degrees. Each of the blocks is about 550 tons, together more than 1,100 tons. Now that's an amazing feat to move this. These are not the only ones which have been moved. We could see many of them moved. And not only that, by building dolmens that are showing extreme skills, but then by making balancing rocks, it's even more skillful. In order to make balancing rock, some places what they do, they placed one tabletop block and then basically it's touching 2 or 3 places, just the tips of other blocks. So instead of going easier way to put it on the side, so it has a solid support, they're playing that way that they wanted to show how skillful they were. But that was not the main reason, though. The main reason was probably they were putting the major pressure on just one point, which in return would produce some energy effects. They would know which one. Now, going through those Montana megaliths today, I have concluded that besides the extreme age, these sites were going through several global catastrophes. One of them, of course, 3,000 something years back, that was the time that due to the solar flares that were burning the surface of the planet, they were destroying almost everything, which was of organic origin. The stone would withstand the fire, but what could not withstand was the water. The end of the last ice age, no matter which date we accept, 13,600, 12,500, 11,700, we are talking about roughly 12,000 years back. It means that those structures were here before then, and during that global catastrophe, huge tidal waves. I mean, we are talking about tsunamis of unimaginable power. You know, December 24, 2004, Indonesia, there was a tsunami there, which was about 25 meters, which is about 80 feet in height, 80 feet. It killed 225,000 people, 80 feet. Now, for sure, that some of those ice layers, which were 3,000 meters or almost 10,000 feet thick, when the water would melt, then you would have such a powerful flood wave. They were reaching not 1,000 feet, but 3,000, even 5,000 feet. Can you imagine the power of 1,000 or 5,000 feet above us, the water coming at us? No escape for more than 99% of the people, but also almost none of the structures that existed remain in its original shape. And that would explain such a level of destruction that we are witnessing nowadays. So the original architecture is gone forever. What we see are just the remnants. So some of the dolmens, some of the balancing rocks, but we don't see the general design, the project that they had when they started building this. We don't see the houses the way we build them today with the roofs, but we do see huge rocks standing sometimes on very straight lines, the walls. Why would they do that? It had to be energetically connected. So it has always been about the energy, just the ancients were finding different ways how to produce or amplify the energies.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Hello everyone. I'm going to continue reading parts of my ebook, Mythos and Cosmogony. This part is going to be about Berosus, a high priest of Marduk who lived around 320 BC, same time as Alexander the Great. I'm also going to touch upon the deluge, the difference between lunar years and solar years of the ancients, and the Saros. We're also going to take a quick look at the electric universe and the capture of Earth into the solar system. But first, I want to mention that these figures of stylized men or women with either serpent or lizard heads, they're from the Ubaid period, around 5,000 years ago, from Ur or Iraq. And they must depict, as far as I know, the lineage of Ea or Enki, who was represented as a serpent or as a dragon. And those half circles or dots that you see on the shoulders could also be planets, representing the planets that were affecting Earth at the time, embodying the gods. Here's another example. This human queen, goddess, her name was Tanit. She lived around 600 BC. She also represented or was embodied by the planet Venus, who came close by. But look at this. She was also depicted as a woman with the head of a lion. And you would think, why does she have a head of a lion? Is she some kind of chimera? What was going on? No, she is of the lineage of Inanna. And Inanna's symbol was the lion. That's why also Gilgamesh, who is a descendant of Inanna, also is shown with lions. Here's another example. This is Saint Christopher. This is on the 17th century, a depiction of Saint Stephen and Saint Christopher with the head of a dog. The guy on the right, and it's like, why does he have a head of a dog? He was canonized, by the way. And he was a canonized giant. You could call him a Nephilim if he was born to the progeny of the intermarriages of the lines of Seth and Cain, who legend says that he would help people cross the river by carrying them on his back, and including Jesus. The Orthodox icon of Saint Christopher shows him as a warrior cynocephalic, or a dog-headed man from Lycia. And even though there were mutations and strange things happening, as we will see in the Rose's story of the creation of the world, and there was also people being depicted, just like the Egyptians had all these animal heads with bodies of gods, they also symbolize bloodlines. Just like coats of arms have all these animals that depict bloodlines. That's what they refer to. All right, so now let's go and listen to my ebook, Mythos and Cosmogony. Berosus, in the first book of his history of Babylonia, informs us that he lived in the age of Alexander, the son of Philip, and he mentioned that Babylon with the greatest care, comprehending a period of above 15 myriads of years, and that these writings contain histories of the heaven and of the sea, of the birth of mankind and of the kings. And in the first place, he describes Babylonia as a country situated between the Tigris and the Euphrates, that is abounded with wheat and barley and ochros and sesame, and that in the lakes were produced the roots called gongre, which are fit for food, and in respect to nutriment similar to barley. That there were also palm trees and apples, a variety of fruits, fish also and birds, both those which are merely of flight and those which frequent the lakes. He adds that those parts of the country which border upon Arabia were without water and barren, but that the parts which lay on the other side were both hilly and fertile. At Babylon there was, in these times, a great resort of people of various nations, who inhabited Chaldea, and lived in a lawless manner like the beasts of the field. In the first year there appeared from that part of the Erythraean Sea, which borders of Babylonia, an animal by name Oannes, whose whole body, according to the account of Apollodorus, was that of a fish. It was wearing some kind of suit. that under the fish head he had another head, with feet also below, similar to those of a man, subjoined to the fish tail. His voice too, and language was articulate and human, and a representation of him is preserved even to this day. So he was a man. This being was accustomed to pass the day among men, but took no food at the season, and he gave them an insight into letters and sciences and arts of every kind. He taught them to construct cities, to found temples, to compile laws, and explain to them the principles of geometrical knowledge, and show them how to collect the fruits. In short, he instructed them in everything which could tend to soften the manners and humanize their lives. From that time, nothing material has been added by way of improvement to his instructions. And when the sun had set, this being oneness retired again into the sea, and passed the night in the deep, for he was amphibious. After these there appeared other creatures like oneness, of which Berosus proposes to give an account when he comes to the history of the kings. Moreover, oneness wrote concerning the generation of mankind, and of the civil polity, and when following its purport of what he said, quote, there was a time in which there existed nothing but darkness and an abyss of waters, wherein resided most hideous beings, which were produced of a twofold principle. There appeared men, some of whom were furnished with 2 wings, others with 4 and 2 faces. They had one body but 2 heads, one of a man, another one of a woman, and likewise in their several organs both male and female. Other human figures went to be seen with legs and horns of goats. Some had horses' feet, while others united in hindquarters of a horse with the body of a man, resembling the shape of a hippocentaur. Bulls likewise were bred there with the heads of men, and dogs with 4-fold bodies, terminated in their extremities with the tails of fish. Horses also with the heads of dogs, men too, and other animals, with these heads and bodies of horses and the tails of fish. In short, there were creatures in which were combined the limbs of every species of animals. In addition to these fish, reptiles, serpents, with other monstrous animals, which assumed each other's shape and countenance, of all which we preserve delineations in the temple of Belus in Babylon. This sounds to me like major mutations of DNA or the depictions of the plasma discharges, as usually called animals, serpents, bulls, etc., or a combination of both. A woman named Omoroka presided over them, which in the Chaldean language is Talath, in Greek Thalassa, the sea, but which might equally be interpreted as the moon. All things being in this situation, Belus came, sounds like Nibiru, and cut the woman asunder, sounds like Tiamat, and one of her half formed the earth, and the other half the heavens. Sounds like he removed the plasma sheath of the red dwarf, and at the time destroyed the animals within her. All this, he says, was an allegorical description of nature. Yes, the creation of the solar system. For the whole universe consisting of moisture and animals being continually generated therein, the deity above mentioned took off his own head, upon which the other gods mixed the blood as it gushed out with the earth, and from thence were formed men. On this account it is that they are rational, and partake of divine knowledge. This Belus, with whom they signified Jupiter, interesting, divided the and returned the universe to order. So here is Jupiter, but not Saturn, the one who is in charge of separating Uranus from Gaia. Interesting. But the animals, not being able to bear the prevalence of light, died. Sounds like a nova and the new sun after coming out from the plasma sheath. Belus, upon this, seeing a vast space unoccupied, though by nature fruitful, commanded one of the gods to take off his head and mix the blood with the earth, and from thence form other men and animals, which should be capable of bearing the air and the new atmospheric conditions. Belus, or Jupiter, formed also the stars and the sun and the moon, and the 5 planets, such according to Polyhistor Alexander, is the account which Berossos gives of the first book. The second book contained the history of the 10 kings of the Chaldeans, reaching to the time of the deluge, and their periods of each reign, which consisted collectively of 120 saroi. Saroi, translated as shars, is singular for saros. 1 saroi, or shar, is half a saros, measured by suidas, where 1 saros equaled 222 lunar months, or 18.5 years. Talking about the Metonic cycle, or the Saros lunar cycle, L.A. Marsuli is coming out with a new book that basically says that there's a new finding that all the ancient mound sites, like American Stonehenge in New Hampshire, the Octagon Mound in Newark, New York, the Great Serpent Mound, Karnak, France, Stonehenge, UK, which were built around from between 5500 BC until 198 BC, they used the moon to track time, just like I have said before. So they didn't have the sun, they had the lunar year, because we were not orbiting the sun yet. So it is called Saros in Mesopotamia and Chaldea, and it's called the Metonic cycle to the Greeks. And there is something called the Antikythera, which contains all these different years, counting of the Metonic lunar cycles of the ancients. And I also mentioned before that obelisks in sets of 2 were also used to track the moon and the observation of the stars and the solstices, the entrance of solstices as well. For Alexander, enumerating the kings from...
I'll throw this in here for future reference. What if those stone builders of today, the Freemasons, know about that in our day, and you see all these obelisks in cemeteries, are they put in specific places to do just that, what you just said, to track the moon cycle, the solar cycle, and star cycles? And I wonder if certain times of the year, because of that, you might have maybe higher spiritual activity going on. I have no idea. I'm just throwing that up.
From the writings of the Chaldeans, after the 9th Ardates proceeds to the 10th, who is called by them Zizurtos, in this manner. After the death of Ardates, his son Zizurtos reigned 18 Sari.
Hey, Ozzy Sue,
In his time happened a great deluge, the history of which is thus described. The deity Cronus appeared to him in a vision and warned him that upon the 15th day of the month Daisius there would be a flood, by which mankind would be destroyed. He therefore enjoined him to write a history of the beginning, procedure and conclusion of all things, and to bury it in the city of the sun at Sippara, and to build a vessel and take with him into it his family and relations, and to convey on board everything necessary to sustain life, together with all the different animals, both birds and quadrupeds, and trust himself fearlessly to the deep. Having asked the deity whither he was to sail, he answered, to the gods, upon which he offered up a prayer. He then obeyed the divine mission and built a vessel 5 stadia in length and 2 in breadth. Into this he put everything which he had prepared, and last of all his wife, his children, and his friends. The immortal lords, upon coming down from on high, earth was called Ki, were called Anunnaki. They arrived around 8,000 years ago. Adam was...
I didn't realize that. Anunnaki. Ki. Earth used to be called Ki, Anunnaki, the gods of Earth.
Born 1,656 years
Hey,
before the
Judy.
deluge, about 4000 BC.
You back?
Uranus, destabilized by Saturn or Jupiter while entering the solar system, could have gone nova and caused the flood of Earth during Enoch's time, 669 years before the deluge. About 200 Igigi landed on Baalbek, Lebanon. They were the watchers of the Book of Enoch. These are the angels and fallen angels the Bible talks about, who had children with the daughters of the gods of the Elohim, plural for El, which probably stems from the word Helios, original, the first star, which was the first sun to be seen briefly before the deluges, but millennia later than the Canaanites supplanted Uranus, Anu, or Enlil for Saturn, who represented Enki. Helios was the second ruler to rule Egypt, before Cronus. The working class rebelled and a Dapa was created in Eridu by Ea, Enki, to do the hard labor and serve the Anunnaks. Ea, Enki, mated with the female mortals and created the bloodline or lineage of Adapa. Enki grants him wisdom and knowledge, but not long life, because after the deluge, lifespans were reduced due to the atmospheric changes. He is the Bible equivalent of Adam. This would be the creation of Adam in the year 01, according to the Bible's timeline. Adam is given weapons and some scientific knowledge, especially astronomical, in order to survive the cataclysms. Cain and then Seth are born. Seth marries Asura. In the Bible, 120 years after the creation of Adam. Enosh or Enshi was born 130 years after Adam's birth. He marries his sister Noam. This is when humans began idolatry, calling the...
Is this a little better? I plugged it in a little bit better. Hopefully that's better. You might hear my fan too. It's kind of warm.
Anunna lords, or Baal, and Bel. Enosh was ordained to the priesthood at age 134, and Adam gave him the final blessing, the secret astronomical and scientific knowledge to be passed down only to the initiated bloodline of the high priest. The ignorant humans are made to believe that the scientifically advanced lords are gods and are immortal and shape-shift into the planets after their death, the stars and the forces of nature, and therefore control the solar system and the fate of humans, punishing them for disobedience or for serving and worshipping the other Anunna lords, who were their adversaries. This is where the concept of Satan or Satan comes from, which means adversary. Kenan or Cunin, born in 325 years after Adam's birth, marries Mualit. Mahalalel Malalu was born 395 years after Adam's birth. He married Duna. At 100 Sar, Yered or Irid was born, or 460 years after Adam's birth. He married Baraka. He was son of Enki. Enkime or Enoch was born 622 years after Adam's birth. He married Edini. Adam ordained Enoch to the highest priesthood, now called the Melchizedek, after the great king and high priest. Methuselah was born 687 years after Adam's birth. 74 years after Adam's birth. This is the year the Gigi or fallen angels or the Watchers arrive on Mount Hermon, Lebanon, possibly from Mars, with their chief Marduk, due to Mars' atmosphere dwindling as a result of Uranus and Saturn's electric instabilities and flaring. Marduk married Sarpanit, daughter of Enoch or Enosh. These are the fallen angels of the Bible, whose chief was Shem-Hasai, who landed on Mount Hermon, Baalbek, Lebanon. Conditions worsened on Mars and Earth as Uranus flares and possibly gets ready to go nova. According to Velikovsky, in the beginning, several planets also being captured by Saturn in the form of comets add to the catastrophes and cataclysms of the deluge. Adam dies at the age of 930 years old, as per the Bible's timeline. The catastrophe and flood caused by Uranus takes place, and Enoch dies in the year 987 after Adam's birth. Or he goes to heaven, according to the book of Enoch. Seth dies in the year 2 after Adam's birth. Noah, possibly Utnapishtim, was born 1056 years after Adam's birth. He was Enki's son by Noah's wife. Enoch dies at the age 905 in the year 1140 after Adam's birth. Kenan dies at the age 910 in the year 1235 after Adam's birth. Mahalalel dies at age 969 in the year 1656 after Adam's birth, which is the day of the deluge, or the year of the deluge. The deluge takes place and Noah is 600 years old. A high priest of Marduk, Berosus, asserts 120 sorrows passed between the arrival of the Anuna until the deluge, about 4,000.
I know one thing. Let's take a little pause here. You're not going to learn this in Sunday school in Aria. And it's a shame there's only two of us, or two of you. Hey, by the way, Sean's supposed to join me 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern time here. I'm gonna interview Sean. We're gonna find out about Sean, our beloved Sean Graham, who I have. I love the man. He gave me the opportunity to have my story heard when nobody else would. And so, but you hear about what's going on here, and if you go back and listen to this later, of course these things get recorded, right? And I'm going to tell you, you're not going to find this video on YouTube. You're not going to find it on YouTube until now, until they take it down. So if you want to understand a little bit more clearly about our past and what we're dealing with today, sometimes I wonder if a lot of these entities, these spirits that we deal with, that are part of the underworld. Cool. Yeah, I know. That should be a good. A lot of these entities in the underworld that materialize through the trees and through the ground and all that, right? That look like Bigfoot and Dogmen and all sorts of stuff. I wonder if these were the captured souls. Some people call them, of course, what they call them the Nephilim, and it's it's as a reference point to use. But I wonder if there's even more going on here, and these things are trapped due to this cataclysmic events of the flood, what caused the flood, and everything else. And what really, if you guys missed it, but if you go back, I don't know, about 25 minutes into this recording, it talks about what happened about the time of Noah, give or take 1,000 years, whatever. It really doesn't matter at that point. But the fact of the matter is, what happened, and if the possibility of having a tidal wave, a tsunami. He talks about what happened in Indonesia a few years ago when they had a tsunami. There was a wall, an 80-foot high wall that ended up killing 200,000 people. Now imagine if that wall was 1,000 feet high, 2,000 feet high, a half a mile to a mile high. And it talks about the Bible. It talks about how the heavens were opened, right? Anyways, something to think about. Let's listen more of this. It's all relative. I'm looking for understanding what we're looking into instead of just scary stories. You know what I mean?
1000 BC. So this is a about 1500 years long. The Nippurian calendar began in 3760 BC. This was the year zero to the Jewish calendar. That's it for today. I send you much love as always, and I will talk to you soon.
So this wonderful gal, which I plan on interviewing, I've sent out some requests to other people. It'll take a while. And I used to have thousands of subs. Now they censor me so bad, but I'm kind of stuck. If I go back and stay on Odyssey, which eventually I'm going to go back to Odyssey and put the stuff on Odyssey and on BitChute and all that. But also know there's a lot of people are still, in YouTube, and it's like somebody's got to share the information. So, anyways, and since I'm not the greatest of communicators, but there are other people that are much better at it. And this gal, Tess Clark, which hardly anybody knows of. I mean, I'm not just saying, there's, 500,000 people, or, she's been on coast to coast or whatever. I mean, hardly anybody knows her. That's usually the case when it comes to the truth. Isn't it? It's always the case, isn't it? It's just shocking how, but again, most people don't find the truth enjoyable, fun. I think it's maybe because we have to think too hard, because we have to work during the day, and we got family problems, and we got all personal problems. And then you're going to ask me, Mike, to think about what happened 2,000 years ago, or 3,000 years ago, or 12,000 years ago, or whenever it actually happened, or how many times it happened. Yeah, but it's all part of the story, right? And what's interesting is that once one broadens the horizons and realize, I mean, like present day Iraq is where Ur was, and who came from Ur? Well, Abraham. Yeah, he came from that place, and these Eastern or these cultures from the East, from the Middle East, Asia Minor, and Asia, share similar stories. Now, one of the problems is somebody like me who's calls himself a believer in Jesus, and then be labeled as a Christian. We're not allowed to read all these other stories. You don't read the other stories. They have strong correlations between and actually support each other. Don't read that. Don't read that. Why? Is it really to take away our faith in God? Or is it because they're afraid we might realize there's something greater about ourselves? And that we don't need these false priests and pastors and leaders who pretend that they are representing Heavenly Father, the Lord of all spirits. That they want to keep us in their little paradigm so they can manipulate us and control us and build the infrastructures and the buildings and the tunnels and the underground cities and stuff. So then the next cataclysmic event happens, they can come and rise up out of the ashes like a phoenix. Just something to think about. It's just something to think about. Let's read something. Let's watch some more stuff. She's a new discovery of mine, and she's fascinating. I mean, just listen to what she does. And she's also a great demonstration of a person who doesn't have to have a PhD and still find the truth. If you just have the passion to find the truth. She's an artist. I know. I mean, it's like, it's weird, like, what? But let's see. My mom was Rh negative, and I suffer from Rh negative disease. Sometimes I wonder if that has influenced me. Why I'm not quite wired like everybody else. You ever feel that way? I think most of us do anyways. We feel like we don't quite fit in. Because we don't fit in. Okay, let's see what we should look at. Why is the serpent goddess wearing man's coat piece? That's an interesting question. The Jupiter, Venus, Earth 575-year cycle. Do you guys know about this? I don't know anything about it. Do you guys know anything about this, like astrology. I know hardly anything about it. I know they demonized it and told us to stay away from it, but the more and more I study this stuff, the more I realize we do have to study. I mean, I studied some cosmology and the heliocentric model and the geocentric model and even the flat Earth and the hollow Earth and others. But it's like I haven't really studied the planets that much. I know that there's astrotheology texts, including the New Testament and New Old Testament. And naturally, it would be so because the stars influenced our lives on a moment-to-moment basis. Signs, right? For times and seasons and years and all that stuff. Let's see which one should I get? UFOs and French coins, and is there a better explanation? Coincidence. G1 storm. I do want to listen to know her things because I think she's just fascinating. I want to interview this woman. She got some great insights. How about dating the sinking of Atlantis and the end of the Ice Age? Evidence revealed. You want to listen to that? Anybody want to listen to that? Say yay or nay. Of course, there's the solar flares, occultation of Mars, G1 storm. Dante's Inferno, timeline of planetary and historic events from 2000 BC to 33 AD. That'd be interesting. What do you think? Let's go for it. Or should we go for it? Is it too technical? Oh, what the heck. Oh, is that a video? Oh, that's a collection of views. We'll go back to there. It's going to take me a while to figure out her Odyssey channel. She got off of YouTube completely because she's afraid of censorship. Nephilim Giants documentary. Everyone's heard that before. Do you want to hear it again? Genealogy of the royal bloodlines, Nephilim Giants, and Purple Dawn. Well, that sounds really interesting. Let's go for there. I'll make sure to share a link to her Odyssey channel so you can go find her. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing this too, is that the people can find these people, these resources. So,
Hey everyone, this is a continuation and an excerpt from my book Mythos and Cosmogony about the genealogies of the gods. And there are many other genealogies according to other mythologies like the Hindus and the Egyptians. But right now we're going to focus on the Sumerian gods and their hybrid bloodlines, which became known as the patriarchs of the Hebrew Bible. And that will include the Watchers, fallen angels, and the...
Oh, can you hear this?
The 12 ranks, or hierarchy, or sacred number of the 12 Olympians, the genealogies of the gods. And there are many other genealogies according to other mythologies like the Hindus and the Egyptians. But right now we're going to focus on the Sumerian gods and their hybrid bloodlines, which became known as the patriarchs of the Hebrew Bible. And that will include the Watchers, fallen angels, and the Nephilim. The 12 ranks, or hierarchy, or sacred number of the 12 Olympians. The highest rank is 60, and that is An, or Anu. It equals Uranus, sky heaven god, heavenly father, Caelus, or heaven, Hephaestus, or heavenly fire, and Helios, which is the first stars that the earthlings might have seen. Prajapati, Sweta, Brahma, Ahura Mazda, which was a cult of Ankh or Anju. This is per Sir Lawrence Gardner. And later Saturn replaced the role of Anu. Rank 55, Antu, An's wife, and she is the same as Gaia
Awesome to hear.
or Gaia, Earth. Later on was Rhea, or was supplanted by the wife of Kronos. Rank 50, Enlil, equals Saturn, Kronos, the Most High, Yahweh, Jehovah, Yahu, Ilu, Kudal, El Shaddai, El Elyon, Bull of Heaven, and Baal. Ninurta also had the same rank as his father, Elil. Was known also as Adad, Hadad, Jupiter, Zeus or Zeus, Deus, Dios, which is equivalent to the word God. Ninjitsu, Baal, Baal Zebu, Supreme Hunter, born in Nibiru or Nibiru, mentor of Cain or Cain and Cunin. Rank 45, Ninlil, who is Enlil's wife, known also as Ashtoreth, Asherah, Atirat, and Elat. Rank 40, Enki, Ea, who is also known as Neptune, around 4000 BC, Poseidon, Saturn, starting from 2000 BC, Satan, Shiva, Goat, Serpent, Great Shepherd, Samael, El, Yam, Dagon, Oannes, Ptah. Rank 35, Minki, Damkina, who is Enki's wife. Rank 30, Nanar Sin, also known as Nana, Suen, and Moon. Rank 25, Ningal. Rank 20, Utu, also known as the sun, Shamash, or Puzur. Rank 15, Inanna, also known as Venus, Ishtar, Anat, Astarte, Pallas Athena, Artemis, Minerva. The latest ones could have also been her descendants, who represented Venus as well. Rank 10, Ishkur, Mars, Ares, storm god. Rank 5, Ninhushar, also known as Ninma, Ninti, Hera, Juno, Tiamat, enemy of Marduk. Anu, also known as An, with wife Antu, and consort Ninmul. An is the supreme ruler of all the gods. His symbol is the horned cap, the asterisk, or 8-pointed star, and the 4-pointed star with waves. The more horns on the cap denotes higher hierarchy. He was known as the Heavenly Father, or the God who inhabits the heaven. He was also depicted as a golden horned bull. He was called Kishru, and he was in charge of the bull of heaven, controlling the planets and comets, which can be sent to Earth to avenge the gods and cause death and destruction on Earth. Mesopotamian myths tell the story of how the Earth, Ki, and Uranus, An, were together, and Earth was separated or carried away from heaven by Enlil at the beginning of time. Anu became distant or went out of sight. This story could tell the events when Earth was orbiting the red dwarf Uranus, and Uranus went nova and Earth was captured temporarily by Saturn, and Enlil was Saturn. Uranus sounds just like Ur plus Anu, like the Sumerian god Anu. The Roman god Janus fits the exact same description as the Sumerian god Anu. Anu was the equivalent of Prajapati and Sueta, the Brahma of the Hindus, Ahura Mazda of Zoroastrians, Hephaestus and Helios combined. The Sumerian astronomers knew of the planets Uranus, known as Anshar or An, Neptune, called Ea, and Pluto, called Gaga. Enlil and wife Ninhushard, with consort Ninlil, Sud. His human form is represented like his father Am, wearing a horned cap. His home and temple, the Ekur, and the mountain house, which could mean pyramid or ziggurat, or also a mountain, was located in Nippur. He controls the MEs, or the Nis, which are the tablets of destinies. This could actually mean the orbits of the planets and stars. He also embodied Saturn, as per Hittite texts. He is El Elyon, El Shaddai. Dear Shiva, the Well of Seven was Abraham's abode. Elite's secret number and Earth's number was 7. He was also symbolized by a 7-pointed star. El Elyon became Jehovah around 800 BC during the Mars catastrophic event. Eli's wife is Ninhushard, known as Namu or Ninma. Tiamat, Chaos in Marduk's Enuma Elish. Asherah, Astoret. Elil was called Baal, and Ashtoreth were worshipped by Israel until the year 1060 BC. Their son is Ninurta, the young Baal, which means the Lord, Hadad, Hadad for the Canaanites, Yahweh, Yahu, Jehovah, Zeus for the Greeks, Jupiter for the Romans, the archer or hunter, but later was replaced by Nabu or Nebo, son of Marduk. Marduk. Around 1500 BC, during Hammurabi's reign, Marduk became the ruler and lord of Babylon. He was known as Bel, meaning the Lord, also known as Belus, who reigned in Babel or Babili. And the Tower of Babel, which was a ziggurat, was destroyed during the events of Mercury. The Phoenicians are the Babylonians who worship Jezebel, the king of Tyre. Marduk is depicted as a bearded man wearing a tunic, and in his tunic he has all the symbols of the stars and planets that he vanquished or ruled over, holding a scepter and a ring of kingship and dominion, and the Mushushu snake dragon sits by his side. Marduk, Ashur, Enlil, and Nabu all rode on a Mushushu dragon. This is the equivalent of a charged planet with plasma discharges resembling dragons. Marduk rewrote the original epic of creation, and he called it Enuma Elish. In this version, he killed the planet Tiamat, who could have been Neptune or Antu. Marduk became known as Jupiter or Amun-Ra. He killed her and is crowned as the supreme god, replacing Enlil and Ninurta in Babylon as the main god and hero in the creation stories. Also in the Enuma Elish, Marduk replaced the role of Enlil as Saturn, so Enki began to represent Saturn. Marduk became a dictator, and he took on the name of all of the other Anunnaki gods around 1000 BC. Called Bel in Babylon, Nabu Nebo is the younger Bel, lord of the Chaldeans, son of Marduk, the older Bel or Merodach, who reigns in Babel or Babili. The Babylonians call all demons Baal and Balim. And demon didn't mean evil, it just meant a lower or a lesser god or ruler. And these demons or Rulers, also called Daevas by the Zoroastrians, referred to as evil later on, were the enemies of the Assyrian Enlilites, or tribes of Enlil. Enki, Ea, and wife Damkina, Ninki. Ea is depicted as a bearded man surrounded by flowing water with a horned hat. Is god of the fresh waters or Apsu, and god of wisdom, farming, building, magic, or science, and arts and crafts. Ea symbols are the goldfish and scepter with a ram's head. He is Neptune, Poseidon, the planet Ea, Dagon, Oannes, Nudimud, Ptah, Ahriman, Shiva, Satan, Yam, Samael, snake of the Garden of Eden, the great shepherd, ancestor to the dragon lineages. He became known for Saturn thousands of years later, around 2000 BC, when Marduk, his son, was ruler. His wife, Dankina, daughter of Alalu, who was a ruler of the Igigi on Mars. Later, Marduk becomes the ruler. Shiva means seven in Hebrew, similar to the name Shiva of the Hindu gods. Lineage of the Anunas according to the Sumerian tablets. The lineage of Enlil is represented by the eagle, and Enki's lineage is represented by dragons or serpents. Symbols still found in today's royal bloodlines. The following charts are of known kings and rulers, but they also had many other children by the Anunas, some half, some three-quarter human or demigods. In Babylon, the Enlilites, Enlil, and Ishtar were enemies of Enki and his lineage, including Marduk and Nergal, his sons. The worshippers of Mitra in Iran were in conflict with the worshippers of Mazda and Ahura Mazda. And in Palestine, the worshippers of El, Saturn, were in conflict with the worshippers of Jupiter and of Venus, Astarte, and so on. In their place of origin, the fifth ruler was Anshar. Kishar was Anshar's wife. Anshargal was the father of Anshar. Anshar's son was An, or Anu. Anshar's wife was Ninshar.
Hey, what's up, man?
Uranus' son by wife and half-sister Antu, who was Gaia, Ki, or Earth, was Enlil. Enlil's children, with wife Sud, or Ninlil, was Ishkur. Enlil's firstborn, son by wife and half-sister Ninhushard, known as Ninma and Ninhashard, was Ninurta. Ninurta's daughter, with wife Baugula, was the goddess Ninsun. Ishkur and his wife Shala. Name is Nanarsin, the moon god. Nanarsin, with wife Ningal or Nikal, had twin children, Utu and Inanna. Another daughter was Ereshkigal. Ereshkigal's daughter by husband Nergal, son of Marduk, seeing his lineage, was Lilith. Lilith and Enki's child is Cain of the Bible. Utu's wife was Aya. Inanna's child with Sargon, a half-human Canaanite king, son of Ham, was Lugalbanda, the first demigod king. Lugalbanda and his wife, the goddess Ninsun, daughter of Ninurta and Baugula, of the line of Enlil, with wife Ninhushard, son was Gilgamesh, known as Ninus, Nimrod B, king of Uruk, for 126 years, from 2500 to 2275 BC. He ruled right before the Jupiter catastrophes. Gilgamesh's son was King Ur-Lugal. Lugalbanda's daughter was Nin Puabi, Nin Igula, or Nin Banda. Nin Puabi's children by husband Ne Sane Pada was Ne Skanlamdug. Nin Puabi died circa 2500 BC. Her remains were unearthed by archaeologist Sir Leonard Woolley, who also found the inscriptions of Gilgamesh, who was a real king. Ninsun's sons were King Ur-Nammu and King Dumuzi, possibly fathered by his grandfather Ninurta, or of his bloodline, and known as Dionysius by the Greeks and Osiris by the Egyptians, as well as Tammuz, protege of Inanna. Dumuzi ruled Uruk, or Ur, 100 years before Gilgamesh. Amphael, possibly Gilgamesh, or also known as Hercules, and there has been different Hercules throughout time, was enemy of Abraham during 2300 to 2100 BC, or prior and during the Jupiter catastrophes of the time. Nimrod B ruled Shinar. Gilgamesh kingdom of Uruk, or Erech, was destroyed by the Bull of Heaven, possibly by Jupiter or a comet accompanying Jupiter's events. Utnapishtim, possibly Noah, was the ruler of Shuruppak before the Great Deluge. An's son by consort Ninmul was Enki. Enki's firstborn son by wife Damkina was Marduk, born in Hebrew. Damkina, or Nimki, was the daughter of Alalu, the ruler of the Igigi on Mars, or Shemhashai. Marduk, also known as Bel, Moloch, Ra of Egypt, and Amun-Ra, hidden Ramin, when in Egypt. Marduk's sons were Zatu and Asar, by wife Sarit, daughter of Amy, wife of Enoch. They were the Egyptian Osiris, Asar, and Setu, or Satu. They both died before the Great Deluge. Asar's wife was Asta, or Isis, daughter of Asar, leader of the Egyptian Mars. They are rescued on Mars, caused by Uranus, means the Buddhists. Shemhashai comes to Egypt to live with Satu, known as Typhon, and his wife Nebat. It's interesting that the Likovsky and the Sumerian tablets mention that the Anunnaki left their planet due to Uranus causing catastrophes. The Likovsky calls them ancient space travelers. Marduk's other son was Nabu, also known as Nebo. Nabak, young Bel. Nabu's wife was Teshmentum. Saturn was attributed to Alalu when it deposed Uranus, An's half-brother according to the Hittite story of creation. Enki's son by consort were Nergal, known as Gibil, Ningal, Ningisida, and Kestiana. Ningisida might be the Egyptian Thoth. Nergal's wife was Ereshkigal, goddess of the underworld, or South Africa. Their daughter was Lilith. Gibil was master of Quetzalcoatl of the Americas. Kenawag of Mexico, and keeper of knowledge of medicine and science, building architecture and calendar around the world. Just everything's became some of the high priests, queens, and kings that ruled the earth on behalf of Enki's lineage. Non's child Adapa, equivalent to Adam, the entity to his kingdom in Edeni, equivalent to Eden, in Mesopotamia, and civilizes or gives them knowledge. Enki's sister Nehushtar
Okay, so
assisted
see
in
you
the
later.
creation of black-headed people. In the Mesopotamian creation epics, she attempted to get pregnant by the native males at the very beginning, but was unable to because of the blood types. Rh-negative females cannot get pregnant by an Rh-positive male. So the first hybrids would have to be created by Enki. And then when there was a hybrid male with Rh-negative from the blood of Enki, then the female goddesses could get impregnated and have children. Enki's son was Irid, or Yared, by the human Batanash. Enki's son by half-demigoddess, Lumak, Lamech's wife, was Noah, from the flood. According to the dragon tradition, see Lawrence Gardner's Bloodline of the Holy Grail and Genesis of the Grail Kings. Enki's daughter by his granddaughter, the Anuna goddess Lilith, was called Luluwa Lilith. And the importance of Cain, or Cain, was that he was directly produced by Enki, or Satan, and Abba, or Eve. So his blood was 3/4 Anuna. Where his half-brothers Hevel and Satanael, better known as Abel and Seth, were less than half Anuna, being the offspring of Ataeba and Abba, or Adam and Eve. Cain and Luluwa-Lilith are the predecessors of the bloodlines of the Jews and the line of the Malkut, the sovereign of the dragons. This is the reason the female line is so important, and probably the reason why the Roman Catholic Church, which according to the genealogies of the Old Testament and Lawrence Gardner, descends from the line of Esau, diminished or erased the importance of the goddess and women of this bloodline and attributed them evil connotations, calling them evil serpents, evil fairies, evil seductive mermaids, turned Mary Magdalene into a whore, called medicine women witches, who were blamed for the pestilences, sickness, or death brought on by the viruses and bacteria, radiation or poisonous gases that enter the atmosphere during the passing of comets. The link between which burning, pestilence, and comets. Please look at the dates of the plagues and the passing comets compiled by Noah Webster's book to see the correlation. According to Lawrence Gardner's book In the Realm of the Ring Lords, when God dispersed the northern tribes for the wickedness due to the Venus events circa 1000 BC, the tribe of Dan migrated to Greece and later to France, and then the British Isles, where they established pagan priesthoods and royal dynasties of the demonic bloodline. The Tuatha De Danann, or Dragon Lords of Anu, were the Black Sea princes of Scythia, now Ukraine, before settling in Ireland from about 800 BC. Like the original dynastic pharaohs, they traced their descent from the great Pendragons of Mesopotamia. From them sprang the kingly lines of the Irish Rhythnic and the Picts of Scotland's Caledonia. In Wales they founded the royal house of Gwynedd, while in Cornwall, in the southwest of England, they were the sacred gentry known as the Pictidae. Sir Lawrence Gardner and Nicholas de Vere were convinced that earthly kingship was created by the advanced race of the Anuna, and that the world's mythologies are historical records. The information contained in the Legends of the Jews by Ginsberg also contains information that strongly points to this possibility. These beings created the human race by means of interbreeding and teaching scientific knowledge, and also interbred with a portion of blood and key taste. which until this day still maintains control over the world through religions, states, and monarchs. These are the creatures that have been symbolized or identified with shape-shifting dragons, elves, fairies, gnomes, leprechauns, sprites, nymphs, pixies, angels, demons, devils, witches, giants, vampires, mermaids, werewolves, and called gods and goddesses by the Greeks. Melusine descended from Enki and Lilith. She is a mermaid, lady of the ocean.
Stop there for a little second. I told you, Mr. Know-It-All, Mr. Know-It-All, I told you that all this has a connection. Everything we just listened to, as tedious as it was, and it was tedious, just put it in the back of your head there, and remember this connection with dragons, elves, fairies, gnomes, leprechauns, sprites, nymphs, pixies, angels, demons, devils, witches, giants, vampires, mermaids, werewolves, Bigfoot, etc. They all have a connection with what we just listened to. Carry on.
Or waters. She lived during the 8th century in 1733 AD. The Orthodox Church, through the donation of Constantine implemented in 751 AD, considered them evil, vampiric, shape-shifting dragons, malevolent fairies, elf queen. In Albany, Scotland, Northumberland, the story is that a beautiful woman singing by a fountain called Prasine married the king Elinas. They had 3 daughters, of which the eldest was Melusine, whose punishment was to have her legs transformed into a serpent's tail every Saturday. Melusine moved to France and married Raymond, son of the Earl of Forez. She built Chateau Lusignan. She shape-shifted into a dragon and flew away. This story is based on plasma formations that were seen in the skies resembling a dragon during her life or at the time of her death, so this story was created. She was of the line of Ereshkigal, descendant of Enlil, sister of Inanna, and mother of Lilith. Tiamat, down to Behemoth, down to Prasine. She was the lady of the lake. Elinas, king of Alba, North Argyle, married Pixie queen Bruithina. She was the Prasine of the legend. According to Ginsberg's Legends of the Jews, the 10 patriarchs of the Old Testament and other descendants were Adam, Seth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalel, Yared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah. Even Samael, Satan or Enki, had a son, Cain. Adam, with partner Lilith, called a female spirit, gave birth to demons, who were the gods with hybrid human Adam, of various kinds. The firstborn was Agrimus, who was endowed with peculiar powers or gifts. Adam, with partner Eve, had 2 sons, Haba or Abel and Seth. Seth was the ancestor of the Messiah, and he did not need circumcision, just like the Anuna. Men resembled centaurs and apes. Mutations due to radiation happened to humans, animals, and plants after Uranus's nova. When paradise was lost for Adam, Uranus event, the Shekinah remained behind enthroned above a cherub, star or planet, under the tree of life. Does this mean that the red dwarf Uranus or the red plasma sheath could not be fully seen as it was either partially covered by Saturn or became distant and weaker in radiance due to the heliosphere? Adam and his descendants used to sit under the splendor of the Shekinah, who was 64,000 times more radiant than the splendor of the current sun. This light's brightness drives away disease, similar to infrared light. It was during the time of Enosh when men began to gather gold, silver, precious gems, and pearls from the earth, brought about with the incoming debris by Uranus's nova. The use of magic arts was a scientific astronomical knowledge of the heavenly bodies was taught by the angels Usa and Azazel to the earthlings. It was during this time, and that of Jared, circa 700 years before Noah's flood, that 200 angels, the Igigi, probably from Mars, descended in Mount Hermon, where Baalbek, Lebanon, is now located, or very close by. The angels took women for wives. They were compatible and had giants with them. There was a famine during Lamech's time, the second of 10 great famines. Seth's son was Enosh. During Enosh's generation, God caused the sea to transgress its bounds, and a portion of the earth was flooded. Uranus goes nova and was dethroned by Saturn. The removal of paradise occurred. The mountains became rocks, and the bodies the light of the Shekinah, which inhibited the growth of viruses and bacteria, disappeared. I'm sure this refers to the red plasma sheath of Uranus. Man lost his likeness and image to God. Does this mean that it lost its gigantic stature that resembled the royal lords, just like the Adam, Seth, and Enosh did? They were still giant compared to our current size, but lost a big portion of its size. Most dinosaur-sized mammals, like beasts called behemoth, and the other huge air and sea creatures perished due to the flood and the changed atmospheric conditions, and the bodies were not able to move. Their bones were instantly fossilized due to the electrical discharges and other phenomena. The woolly mammoth, the saber-toothed tiger, and others alike survived until the catastrophes of the Venus events, circa 1450 BC. That's only 3,600 years ago. And that's why we can see dinosaur pictographs next to humans, and skeletons of humans are found next to the remains of prehistoric beasts. Enoch was the seventh generation, and during his lifetime's catastrophe and flood, all the patriarchs except Lamech were swallowed and killed by an earthquake. Lamech was killed by Cain. Lamech and wife Ada had two sons, Jabal and Jubal. Lamech and his wife Zillah had a son, Tubal-Cain, and a daughter, Naamah. Tubal-Cain was a keeper of the knowledge of metallurgy of iron and copper and for making weapons of war. In Iberia, they say that Tubal-Cain founded Tarragona a few centuries after Noah's deluge of circa 4000 BC. Sem-Hasai, with the mortal earthling woman, had two sons, Himwa and Hiya. Naamah, with the angel Shamdon, had a son called Asmodeus, a devil, son of Enki. Naamah was a Canaanite, a descendant of Cain. The Cainite women, with various angels, who were probably the giants or the Igigi, birthed the Emim, Rephaim, Giborim, Samsumim, Anakim, and the Evim. Seth's family resided on the mountains by paradise. Cain resided in Damascus, where Abel was killed. After Methuselah and Adam's death, Seth and Cain's families intermarried and birthed the Nephilim, claiming noble descent from Seth. The Nephilim were enemies of the royal Anunnaki because they were disputing power and fighting for control over the earth. When Methuselah died, the laws of nature changed. The sun rose in the west and set in the east. Was this due to earth-changing current sheaths within the Birkeland current of the heliosphere? The deluge began. The angel Raziel gave Noah the holy book called the Torah, where celestial or astronomical knowledge and science were recorded and had previously been given to Adam. It also contained instructions on how to build a waterproof ark. The book had been hidden in a cave until it was revealed to Enoch again. He studied and learned the information and hid the book once more. The book was made of sapphires, and it was enclosed in a golden casket. Could this be the Ark of the Covenant the Templars were digging and looking after under the Temple of Solomon? It served as a timepiece to distinguish night from day, and Noah gave it to Shem, and Shem gave it to Abraham, and Abraham gave it to Jacob. Jacob gave it to Levi. Levi gave it to Moses. Moses gave it to Joshua, and Joshua finally gave it to Solomon. This is probably the birthright or blessing that Esau gave his younger brother Jacob in exchange for a pot of lentils due to extreme famine and other catastrophes during the Jupiter events of circa 2100 BC. And the reason discord and enmity has existed for thousands of years until the present between these bloodlines. When the deluge began, the sun was darkened. There were earthquakes, lightning bolts, and thunder. The rain was boiling hot. Noah's wife, Naamah, was the daughter of Enosh, and their 3 sons and wives survived after the flood. The water from above came in through the space left when God removed 2 stars from the Pleiades and gave them to the Bear constellation. This was due to the axis or orbit of Earth changing. Other changes to celestial planets, the spheres, happened during the year of the flood, such as the sun and the moon shed no light. The ark was illuminated by a precious stone that shone with light, brighter during the nighttime. The flood lasted a whole year, a full sun year of 12 months and 11 days. During 150 days, the water covered most of the earth, 15 ells above ground. Cain perished, while Shem received a special garment called talit. Was probably some kind of armor or protective gear. Japheth got a simple toga. Noah explained that the Shekinah would only dwell in the first temple built by Solomon, a descendant from firstborn son Shem, and not on the second temple built by Cyrus, a descendant from Japheth. In the year 1569 after the creation of the world, Noah divided the earth in the presence of an angel. The south fell to the lot of Ham, and the north became the inheritance of Japheth. The land of Ham is hot, Japheth's land is cold, but Shem's land is neither hot nor cold. Its temperature is hot and cold mixed. Shem's territory contained the Holy of Holies in the temple, Mount Sinai and Mount Zion. 104 lands and 99 islands were divided among 72 nations, each with its language. Note that the lands of Jacob were given provisionally to Canaan. Raphael gave Noah the art of healing with plants. When Abraham lived, earthquakes and fire, electric discharges from Jupiter, Zeus, thunderbolts, killed thousands. It was not until Abraham's time, circa 2100 BC, during the Jupiter events, that men did not outwardly age. When Abraham died, the Lord sent the angel Michael, possibly the planet Jupiter or a comet. And when he saw Abraham, he cried, and his tears became precious stones. This was either fallout from Jupiter or Saturn's nova, carried by the comet's tail. There are findings that diamonds rain inside Uranus and Neptune's atmospheres. When the angels took Abraham's body up to heaven in a cherubim's chariot, this was probably comets or plasma discharges that people saw. Abraham saw evil on earth and asked Michael to send fire to consume them. The fireballs and electrical discharges from Jupiter most likely, although there were also comets, meteor showers, and volcanoes affecting the earth at the time. So the angel did, and also said, "Let the earth open up and swallow them alive." So the Jordan Rift opened up and the Dead Sea was created. God also sent death the night Abraham was supposed to die, and death revealed 2 heads. These were comets with comet tails. One had the face of a serpent, a plasma discharge. The other head was like a sword, another plasma discharge. All the servants of Abraham, looking at the fierce mean comets, died, probably of radiation. The Jews proclaimed a day of prayer and fasting to supplicate God to turn aside the sword. This is the plasma formation in the shape of a lance or of a sword suspended above them. The exiled satellites were followers of Kronos, Saturn, Typhoon, the Canaanite Baal of the ancient Israelites. The star of your gods, Gvad, Elohim, Kiun, is Saturn. In Persia, Kevan, Kaivar, Kaiwan is Saturn. For the Scythian tribe, Mando is Saturn or Menashe. For the Egyptians, Kronos was Thoth. For Phoenicians, Kronos was Israel or Il, and his son was Yehud, Yehud. In Acadia, Kaimanu, meaning constant and enduring, is Saturn. These were worshippers of Enki and his bloodline. This division of earth took place in the time of Peleg, the name given to him by his father Eber, who being a prophet knew that the division of the earth, which were cataclysms causing geological changes, would take place in the time of his son's life. The brother of Peleg was called Yoktan. Because the duration of the lifespan of man was shortened in his time, probably during the Tower of Babylon Mercury events as well, after Saturn's nova and exiting this orbit, first being captured by Jupiter and then moving towards orbiting a new star, the Sun. New species and mutations of animals and plants due to the atmospheric composition, lower oxygen levels, Earth's axis changes, orbital and place in the universe constantly changing for thousands of years, caused all these mutations. How confusing and frightening it has been for the inhabitants of Earth and the solar system. I wonder if the Sun had other planets besides Jupiter when the triple star system was captured by the Sun. The lineages below are according to the Bible. Continuing from the patriarchs mentioned above, Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japhet. From the line of Shem descend the Semites, which according to Velikovsky's research found in peoples of the sea are the dolichocephalic or elongated skulls with red hair, except for the Periset. The Periset are the round-skulled Persians. Shem had 5 sons who ruled Mesopotamia after the deluge. The first was Elam, ruler of Persians, known as the Periset. The second, Ashur, was the ruler of the Assyrians. The third, Arphaxad, was the ruler of the Chaldeans. The fourth, Aram, was ruler of the Syrians. The fifth, Laud, ruler of Lydians. Amalek, Pharis, Georgian, and Tazan. From Arphaxad of the Chaldeans descends his son Cainan. From Cainan's daughter On, her son Nahor, father of Terah. He was from Ur, the ancient Mesopotamia, land of the Sumerians, and was a high priest of Marduk, from the house of Ram. To observe Jupiter, probably the same tower as Babel or Babili, which was partially destroyed about 200 years after Saturn's deluge within the Mercury events. Jupiter caused the catastrophes of 2040 BC, blamed on the Elohim. King Shulgi rules Ur at this time. Terah's sons are Haran, Nahor, and Abraham. Haran's sons are Isca and Lot. Lot has intercourse with his 2 daughters, and the descendants are Moab, the Moabites, and Ammon, the Ammonites. Nahor's son with wife Milcah was Bethuel. The children are Laban and Rebekah. Laban's daughters are Leah and Rachel. Abram has 2 wives, Hagar and Sarah. His son with Hagar is Ishmael. He became the rulers of the Arabs and Iran. Ishmael's daughter is Mahalet. Abram's son with Sarah was Isaac. Isaac's sons with Rebekah. His firstborn was Esau and Jacob. Esau's children with Mahalet were the Amalek, the Ephraim, the Persians, who became the founders of Rome, Germany, Sparta, ruler Alexander the Great, Russia, China, and Venice, Italy. Jacob had children by 4 women: Leah, Balaam a servant, Zilpah a servant, and Rachel. The 12 tribes of Israel are known as the Aryans, and Aryans means noble people or noble descent. The children of Jacob and Leah are Reuben, Judah, Simeon, Issachar, Zebulun, and Dinah. The children of Jacob and Balu are Dan and Naphtali. Jacob's children by Zilpah are Gad and Asher. Jacob's children by Rachel are Joseph and Benjamin. Joseph's sons are Ephraim, which is America, and Manasseh, who are the Magi. The 12 tribes are Reuben, Judah, Simeon, Issachar, Zebulun, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Benjamin, Ephraim, and Manasseh. Judah's kings and approximate reigns as follows: David, 1048 BC, Solomon, 1015 BC, Rehoboam, 975 BC, Abijah, 957 BC, Asa, 911 BC, Jehoshaphat, 873 BC, Jehoram, 849 BC, Ahaziah, 840 BC, Queen Athaliah, 842 BC, Joash, 837 BC, Amaziah, somewhere in the 800s BC, Uzziah, 811 BC, Jotham, 759 BC, Ahaz, 742 BC, Hezekiah, 724 BC, Manasseh, 697 BC, Ammon, 642 BC, Joshua, 640 BC, Jehoahaz, somewhere in the 600s BC, Jehoiakim, 609 BC, Jeconiah, 596 BC, Zedekiah, Satiel, Pedena, Zerubbabel. The Perised are the round-skulled Persians as per Velikovsky, peoples of the sea. According to Velikovsky, see his archives, some of the lost tribes migrated to Russia's Scythian plain during the 7th and the 6th century BC due to the catastrophes caused by Venus and Mars. Other tribes went to Iran, Turkestan or Turan, and the Colchis in the southeastern coast of the Black Sea. The Scythian in Ukraine area worshipped El or Saturn. The Khazar dominated south and eastern Russia since the 3rd century AD, especially the 10th and 11th centuries AD, occupying as far as Bulgaria and Ukraine. The Khazars followed the Hebrew religion of Yahweh, spoke Hebrew, read Velikovsky's essay in archive under the Lost Tribes of Israel for more information. On the Ashkenazi, many genealogies, Japheth, the son of Noah. His children were Gomer, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Cain, Meshach, and Tiras. Gomer had 3 sons: Ashkenaz, Riphath, and Togarmah. The Ashkenaz is a medieval term for Germany, and the Ashkenazi dwelled mostly in Armenia and then moved to Central Asia. They occupied the coast around the Black Sea as well during the Bronze Age. The Ashkenazi went to Germany, Poland, Romania, and Central Europe. Lawrence Gardner states that the Scythian tribe, the Greeks, the Celts, the Franks. During Jesus' time, when the Romans expelled the tribe of Judah, including Levi, they went to Spain and became known as the Sephardim, or the Sephardic Jews, of Languedoc, Septimania, in medieval Spain and France. They were transported with help of the Phoenicians to Catalonia, now Spain and southern France. They used to be Catalonia, by the way. The Jewish kingdom of Septimania formed in Languedoc under Guilhem de Golon, a Merovingian scion, hermit of Saint Michael. The Arthurian legend began in Catalonia and southern France, but later was ascribed to England. Later migration spread along the Pyrenees and into Catalonia. Esau became known as Edom, was the twin brother of Jacob from the 12 tribes of Israel. They became adversaries, most likely due to starvation during the Jupiter catastrophes, because, as we mentioned, Esau sold his birthright, because he was the eldest son and firstborn, to his twin brother Jacob, the younger one, in exchange for food, a bowl of lentils, according to the texts. His birthright or blessing was most likely scientific astronomical knowledge and other scientific knowledge, and metallurgy, weapon technology, passed down since Adam to Noah to Abraham and down to him. There is a prophecy that in the end times there will be a war between their descendants. Esau's descendants are predominantly German, or in Germany. Due to the dispersion of the tribes of Israel, Joseph's descendants became the English-speaking nations. Germans worship Esau and Odin, and Hitler was an alleged descendant of Odin. Enlil, also known as Kos, god of the Idumeans of the Middle East. The 12 tribes of Israel descended from Jacob's 12 sons. At the time of death of King Solomon circa 1000 BC, the tribes divided into 2 kingdoms. The kingdom of Israel at the north was formed by 9 tribes except the tribes of Yehuda, Benjamin and Simeon, Levi among them. The kingdom of Yehuda, Benjamin and Simeon ruled under King David and called themselves the kingdom of Judah. The 9 tribes of Israel went on exile by Assyria, becoming the lost tribes of Israel. The Romans expelled the remaining tribes of the south of Judah at the time of Jesus Christ, over 2,000 years ago. Some were transported with the help of the Phoenicians to Spain and south of France and were called Sephardim or Sephardic Jews, who became wealthy because they integrated better with the Spaniards. The ones established in Central Europe, Prussia, Hungary, Romania, Poland, etc., and Caucasus mountains were called the Ashkenazi. Both Sephardic and Ashkenazi Jews descend mainly from the tribes of Yehuda or Judah, with the exception of the Kohanim, the Kohen priest line, who descended from Levi. From the line of Ham descended the Hamites, the black people too, Cush, Kish, Cush, naming the city of Kish. Ethiopia and Egypt. Ham is known as Nimrod in the Bible. Ham's youngest is the cursed Canaan, the Canaanites, and Canaan's second son with the ruler of the Hittites. According to Lawrence Gardner, Jesus, Messiah, and Merovingian Scion, in 1099 the Canaanites, the German House of Hanover and Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, and the Church of Rome are the enemies of the Hebrews, including the House of the Stuarts of Scotland, who are of the line of David, who are represented by a white unicorn, down through Jesus and Mary Magdalene. Cush subdued the tribe of Japheth, the third son of Noah, because Cush's father Ham had stolen the garments given to Adam after the catastrophes caused by Uranus, known as expulsion from the Garden of Eden, and then given to Noah before the deluge of circa 4000 BC. Noah's third son is Japheth. Japheth's fifth son, Tubal-Cain, colonized the Iberic Peninsula and founded Tarragona, after Cush fights him, about 142 years or 200 years after the deluge, according to the Basque people.
There it is.
All right, so this is the end of that excerpt. As you can see from all of the above, everything that we've heard and studied, the Game of Thrones is very real up to this date. And it has been since the beginning of our civilization. They could have arrived from another planet. Maybe yes, maybe not. But they colonized the earth. As you can see, they divided the earth amongst themselves, considering all nature, natural resources, and humanity as property and chattel. They rule by fear, telling humans, their subjects, that they control all the planets and all the natural phenomena and catastrophes that the earthlings were being afflicted by. They make them feel guilty and wicked. They were told that they were the cause of all the catastrophes if they were disobeying. And doesn't it seem like the same thing is still going on, where humanity is being blamed for what is going on with the natural phenomena on the planet? And they are extremely intelligent, not moral, but they are very intelligent. They know exactly how the human mind works and the weaknesses of humanity, and they have used these against us, keeping us divided and fighting their wars just for their benefit, not for anyone else's benefit. And unfortunately, most of humanity is being kept under their spell and doing their bidding like the order followers.
That's right.
They have kept the masses ignorant since the very beginning of our civilization of the real science and the workings of the universe and the electric plasma nature of all life. They have made us their pawns, and we could be very well at the verge of another mass genocide or democide through wars. I have a hunch and a feeling that they could be working together to bring about the new human 2.0 on their great experiment. And of course, it's not going to last because the blueprint of life will revert back to its original design in the beginning of the next adventure. So we have hope. Do not despair. I send you much love, and I'll talk to you soon.
Well, she's really smart. I'm so glad I found her. Anybody hears this, you can get through all that. My hat's off to you for even willing to think. That was awesome. Very great. Wonderful. Bravo. Bravo. It's nice to see. Man, I learned a lot from women. Once I stopped listening to all this sexist nonsense, I learned a lot from women. There's a lot of great women researchers out there. It's hard for the male ego to accept, but it's the truth. So, world and cosmic events. Well, I think I want to take a little. We'll carry on with learning, but I want to take a little break for anybody that's interested in learning. Who do I want to focus on next? What's the next great teacher to share with you? I'm thinking. I'm thinking I am thinking, where are you, buddy? I have a lot of channels that I don't know. There are a lot of channels that you're like, you don't know. But you know what? They always have that one moment, a nugget of truth. But what I want is 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 I'm not looking at it, not seeing them. Give me a chance. Coast to coast, I don't even know why I have that there. I guess it's to remind me of how far I've gone in my journey. There's a lot of people that I've moved on from. Not that I'm better than them or anything. You just kind of learn and you move on. Everyone has their teachers and their moment with those teachers, and then you have to decide. Do you stay stuck in there or you move forward? Who is it that I want to look at? A lot of these people. I don't know. Oh, well, you know, there's the fake moon landing. We can focus on that, but I don't want to do that. I know who it is. I know who it is, but I can't find. Oh, it's Pierre. Pierre. No wonder I'm looking at the wrong. It starts with a P. Pierre Sebec. Where are you, Pierre? Pierre Sebec. And we're going to learn a little bit about boats, flying ships, UFOs, embedded in ancient texts. And there's holographic culture. Where are you, buddy? Touch me. I am not afraid. What was that promise that you made? Don't mention reptilians. Is that the one I want? That's not what I want. See, serpent in the Bible. That might be it. Secret knowledge of the serpent. That might be it. Let's do this entities. He's yeah, let's do that one. Yeah, Zach.
This is End of Days Radio. And I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of that beautiful Pacific Northwest. Today's guest, Pierre Sebek, pretty interesting individual indeed. He is somebody that David Icke has actually referenced. Big fan of David Icke. So Pierre Sebek first became interested in the subject of UFOs when as a child he saw a landed rocket in a field while playing outside. From this moment onwards, he has had a deep and profound interest in flying saucers. Sebek has lectured extensively on... I'm going to have to get the correct pronunciation of his last name. Sebek has lectured extensively on the subject of angelic sailors and has been featured in numerous publications, including David Icke's The Lion Sleeps No More and Nexus Magazine. A world-leading expert in the field of Illuminatics, he has also served as an advisor to Ridley Scott Associates. If you want to know more about his background, go over to his website because he's got probably one of the best websites that I've seen for an author. Let's see here. Oh, go to the website, endofdaysradio.com. That's where you can get an updated guest list for everything End of Days Radio. Also, if you wouldn't mind donating to the show, I do appreciate that. This show is 100% completely free for you and me, so I will never charge for it. But one thing that really helps out is if you donate from time to time, donate $3, $5, $10. Really helps me out, gives me some major motivation to keep on trucking. Helps me, make ends meet and keep the lights on. So I really appreciate anybody that's donating to the show. I'll be sure to keep doing the show no matter what. I'm kind of dedicated for life. It's almost like I'm under contract. But I do enjoy spreading truth. I do enjoy talking about these subjects. So I really doubt that I'm going to stop anytime soon. I really doubt it. I am going to go ahead and call our guest. Hello.
Hi. It's nice to speak to you. How are you doing?
Doing great. Can you help me with the pronunciation of your name real quick? Is it Pierre Sebek?
Sebek.
Sebek. Pierre Sebek. Okay, excellent. I appreciate that.
Correct.
Well, yeah. Pierre, I'm super excited to talk to you. You are very well known in your field, so I've been looking forward to this all day yesterday, despite the craziness in the world. How are you doing with all the nuttiness, by the way?
Oh, there's a lot of nuttiness around, isn't there? Yeah, I'm doing absolutely fine. I'm trying to keep focused. I'm trying to sleep well. I'm doing my Tai Chi. I'm trying to meditate, work hard, keep focused, and also just trying to have some fun with the children as well. So, yeah, just trying to do everything as normal, really. What about yourself?
Oh,
Are you getting this?
I'm a little bit, this is End of Days Radio. And this is the first time in my life where I can say that, well, I live in Washington State here on the west coast of the U.S.
Yeah.
We don't get attacked by other countries. We don't have those types of disasters. So it's really shocking for us. My reality bubble is completely popped.
Well, exactly, because everything's stopping. The post, air flights to different countries. So, yeah, it's affecting everything, and it's massive. And again, there are so many different variables and so many different strands. So it's very difficult to deconstruct this. I mean, particularly even the understanding what is occurring and what the angle on this will be. I think it's like what happened. What is it going to be after this? However you want to frame it, will it be and will we create it? So, yeah, I think these are all pertinent questions. I've got something my screen close out. So, yeah, I mean, you find yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I am unfortunately, and I've chosen to quarantine myself a little bit with my cough. So
Okay.
it can always be normal flu, cold, content stuff. I should probably stay home. Things like that. So.
This is it, really. I mean, we're not in the circle of knowledge. It could be far worse. It could be, or it may be anything. Who knows? But we're not in the circle of knowledge. So yes, by all means, cautious for what the government says or about what the government says, but at the end of the day, it does know I'm sensible and just take precautions. That's how I look at it. So I'm doing the same thing. I'm just trying to keep a low profile. For now, I'm trying to do what I do, which is focus upon my work and just, remain as positive about it as possible, really.
Do you feel that this is the same guys that are behind this that you will touch upon? Is there a hand in hand pushing this virus out there towards us?
Yeah, I mean, there's always been a hidden hand, right, since the inception of human history. So again, it's what are these variables? But again, I don't feel that I'm in the position of knowledge to actually know. So anything that I say on the subject is meaningless. So, but yeah, I mean, I always think that these players are always there. I mean, I describe in my book, Holographic Culture, I describe them as a parallel society because they work alongside and in conjunction with the government leaders, etc. And we also have documented evidence of this in terms of leaders speaking to extraterrestrials as well, both anecdotal sources, but also in the holographic culture as well. I mentioned that there is a Russian, well, he was from one of the Russian Confederate states, and he was abducted, and this was witnessed by a senior minister and also his driver. So yeah, in the evidence there that we are existing within a parallel society. And so things such as mass viruses, starvation, these are all things which are can be effectuated by what's going off in the background, by the hidden hand, by unseen forces. And I know in many respects it sounds terribly conspiratorial, and indeed it actually is conspiratorial. But when you get down to the nitty gritty and when you get down to languages and begin to deconstruct languages, then you understand really what the Illuminati believe. And they themselves believe they are descended from a boat, or that they are born of a boat, the Ben Sira. So that's something that we could talk about.
Yeah, could you go into that in a little bit more detail, who they believe that they are descended from and why that's important to them?
Right, okay. Are we kind of officially recording now? Just
Oh, my apologies. I meant to say that we began as soon as I called you.
okay, that's fine. Okay, I'll give you a little bit. Sira are the sons of a boat. Now, the sons of a boat actually refer to the angels or this angelic class. So therefore, the word Malak and angel is polymorphic, of Malak a sailor. Now, Malak a sailor is related to Melek, which is king. So the descendants of kings are related to angels, and the angels are described as sailors. And therefore, in English, we would describe this analogy as kingship. Kingship is one who is born of a boat. Again, this is found in many different languages, and we find this within polyglottal symbolism, which is wordplays which repeat in many languages. So, for example, in the Greek, Archon is an angel or a ruler, and is related to Drakon, which is a dragon, which is the seraphim. So, but again, the word Archon, which is an angel or a ruler, is cognate with the Arabic etymology Akim, which is a sovereign, and Akim is coming from Akan, which is a seraph, which is an old Babylonian word, and again is related to Ak, which is to shine. So the bloodline of the king and the monarchs and the noble bloodline, the word noble, nobilis, which is highborn but is related to no, and is also noble is also related to naval. There's a morphological switch between the B and the V, which is referring to the classical tradition. Classis is a naval fleet, but again, classis, the naval tradition, which is classical or classified, again is going back to the angelic tradition. Malak and angel is Malak a sailor. So essentially, the bloodline of the nobles are born from a boat, and they are correlated with this angelic lineage. And so this is why they are deemed as special or different. And again, you also find the connotation within English with the English word highness. Highness is referring to the Ben Elohim, the sons of the gods, the sons of the high ones. The word Elohim, a god, is polymorphic. It also means one who is high. So yeah, this is this special lineage, which really traces its inception back to the Illuminati. The Illuminati is a symbol of Sirius. So we could go into that. So, for example, going back to the analogy of the Ben Sira, son of a boat, Sira is a diptych paranamasia. It's a special wordplay. So Sira in Arabic is Sirius, but in Hebrew, Sira means a boat. So the Ben Sira, son of a boat, is cognate with Ben Sira, which is a son of Sirius. Now, the sons of Sirius refer to the Illuminati. They also refer to the lineage of the Seraphim. So the Seraphim are described with fire signifiers, which denote Sirius. So the etymology of Sirius is related to Sarah, which is a spark. And this is why with the Seraphim's etymology goes back to Sarepha, which is fire. Fire is used as a signifier to refer to the Seraphim, which are born or which are affiliated to the star system Sirius. It's also the same with the jinn as well. The jinn themselves are said to originate from Sirius because there is a strong correlation with the idea that the jinn is born from fire and that they are a fiery species, which again is astrotheological of Sirius. And again, the Elohim themselves are described as the shining ones, and we find this correspondence with the Watchers. So, for example, you see that there's a correspondence with the etymology of the Elohim. They are the gods or the high ones, and the Erin. The Erin is a watcher or a shining one. Now, the watcher or the shining one is the Seraphim, because Sopheth, a watcher, is related to Seraph, a serpent, and Serapha, which is fire. And we know that the Erin are likened to serpents or vipers because in the Testament of Amram, now the name Amram means high nation, but is also used to denote Moses' father. He described the Erin as having a face or a visage like a viper. So there is this cognate between the Elohim, the high ones, and the paranamasia or wordplay on Erin, which is a watcher or a shining one. The same wordplay is polyglottal. In other words, we find this correspondence in Greek also between theos, God, theros, the watcher, and phos, which is light. And again, even if we wanted to take this back into modern ufology, we would find the same wordplay again between gaze, which is to watch, and glaze, which is a luster. So again, we're finding these same analogies playing out within multiple languages. And I describe this as the artifact. And the artifact is really the alien code within human language. It points to the inception of this parallel culture, or this parallel society, as I describe it within holographic culture. So that's basically, if you like, a little bit of a rundown of the Illuminati. We could, if you want, have a look at the tripartite now, the three branches of the Illuminati, but I think I'll pause there and I'll let you just interject and see if you've got any questions.
Sure. This is fascinating, but one thing that I kind of want to know to start off with is we're talking about the Anunnaki, right? When we talk about, the
okay,
angels.
well, let's
go ahead.
Right. Okay, well, the Anunnaki is really a variation on what is found in the book of Numbers, which are the sons of Anak, where you get the Hebrew word Anaki, which means gigantic. Now, gigantic is another word for the Nephilim, play on the giants and the fallen ones. So the Nephilim are this progeny between the Ben Elohim, the sons of the high ones, and the sons of Adam. Now, the Nephilim are related, astrologically at least, to Nephilia, which is Orion. And this is why they are sometimes referred to as heroes in the Semitic, the Gibborim. But the Gibborim, again, is cognate in the Arabic and in the Hebrew with Gibbor, which is Orion. So again, the Anunnaki is really a corruption on the original word Anaki, which would mean gigantic, which would be the Titans or the fallen angels. The Titans in the Greek, again, is played with the Old Greek etymology Titan, which is used to refer to the Shaitan or Satan, which is this fallen host. We can, we can also say in many respects, and I mean the fallen angels can really be understood to be mutineering angels. So they broke away from the Elohim or the command structure of the Elohim. And we see certainly within the etymologies of government, again, gubernatio is to steer a boat, which is coming from the Greek root, kubinao, which is to steer a vessel. So the governments, or should we say the ship of states, really refers to this hierarchy, which is mirrored within heaven. And this is where the Illuminati trace their inception. And again, the political cabinets are related to a cabin, and we have the dock of law and the civil courts, which we have the we have upper government and lower government, which are all representation of the Elohim and the commoners. But going back into the etymology in terms of governments, I think that this is very interesting when you look at the ancient words for government. So, for example, in the Hebrew word for government is shilton, and shilton is related to Satan, which originally was a political adversary or an opponent of a political party. And again, it's related to the word sultan, which is the royal progenitors of the Shaitan, and sultan is related to Tanim, which is a dragon. So yeah, this is the bloodline of the dragon, which can be construed to be the seraphim or Sarif or Sarif, which is the noble bloodline.
Do the dragons have anything to do with the ancient dragon Tiamat?
Well, to be honest, that's not really my specialism. I haven't really studied the ancient Akkadian and the Sumerian language. I did touch upon some of these etymologies within the Murder of Reality, but increasingly I've moved away from this because it's just something that I can't verify. And certainly when I did some research into the hieroglyphics, I quickly realized that the hieroglyphs are compromised in terms of that they're falsified and that the hieroglyphs are incorrect. Now, I know that this is a very strong allegation to say that the hieroglyphs are falsified, but the fact of the matter is that the glyphs are working on word plays, and so they're highly contrived, and so this is actually showing a very clever deception. So I'm very cautious when reviewing Sumerian and Akkadian etymologies, and I go back into the Arabic, into the Hebrew, into the Latin, into the Greek, back to the dictionaries that I have access to and that can be checked. So I'm more at the modern rendition of the words, but many of these words go back into the ancient languages.
So basically, just like they do nowadays, they were editing and rewriting and using mind control on the population even back then.
Absolutely. I think that this is occurring now, and I think that you're also seeing it within the New Age, and in terms of, shall we say, the modern mythology about Tiamat. It's working as a type of myth or an allegory. Now, the wording allegory, allosagoria, means other speaking or another speaking, and this is really referring to alias, which is a sailor, which again is going back to allos, which is other or another, and this is this angelic bloodline, which is represented by allos, which is an halo. The halo is referring to the Illuminati, but they also use symbols of circles, which denote their vessels, which are the Ophanim wheels. So there is this, the terminology Ophanim was used to denote a flying saucer. So, for example, there's a correspondence between the root word of Ophan, where you get the word pana, which is to turn. So this is a turning or spinning wheel, and Ophir, which is the old root meaning gold, which is denoting this shining, turning wheel, which is equated to an angelic carrier or an angelic vessel. And so there is this relationship between Malak, an angel, and Mekha, which is a vessel. Now, the terminology vessel is working very much as in English because it's connoting this angelic carrier. And you would certainly find that within the Greek as well, between the correspondence of archon and olkas, which is a large carrier vessel, which appears in the Latin contraction ark, which is a large carrier vessel. It's an ark in the Latin is both a vessel, but is also a large boat. But again, ark has a connotation of something which is curved, so this is a round vessel. And in ancient manuscripts, in monastic manuscripts, you actually see that Noah's Ark is represented as this circular or round vessel, which is very similar to a flying saucer. And so when you're dealing with the seraphim and the seraphic host, which is this non-human army, they are understood to be crew members of vessels. For example, if you go back to Yahweh Sabaoth is the Lord of the host. Now, the terminology Sabaoth is related to Saba, which is an army, Seba, which is a crew. But again, Saba and army is related to Sepa, which is a seraph. So this Yahweh Sabaoth is the Lord of this naval host, but this naval host are understood to be seraphic, and they are represented by the opening wheels, which are these angelic carriers. And again, when you actually look at the symbolism of, let's say, the throne chariot, which typically is depicted with a deity sitting on the throne chariot, you will often see a wheel which is combined with the serpent, and this is denoting the seraphic host. And so there is this relationship in the Semitic language between a seraph and Safina, which is a ship, which is equated with the seraphic host.
One thing that really fascinates me when people like yourself go in and talk about etymology and trace things back, it almost seems to me like in the ancient times, a lot of these different cultures kind of had this almost worldwide unified sort of belief system. Maybe it's the truth for all I know. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that evidence for this is found within the artifact, which is this code within your human language, and it works upon polyglottal symbolism. Now, polyglottal symbolism is wordplays which repeat throughout multiple languages. So, for example, the Old Semitic word Nua, which is a boy, is related to now, which is sunlight. In English, we say sun and sun. Sun being a descendant of an individual. So again, but all of this has connotations of the Illuminati and this idea of a planted bloodline. Now, this planted bloodline is really the second creation, because there are, if you like, two creations. You have the first creation, which is the manifest, the creation by the absolutes of the universe, and the Elohim and the Anthropos, which is a human being, but the Anthropos is also used generically to refer to any sentient species which is self-aware. So the Anthropos would also be used in the ancient languages to denote the seraphim. They were created with the first creation, but the second creation was the corruption of the Anthropos and the replanting of the human seed upon the earth. So this is the second creation. And it's certainly found again with the etymologies of the Ben Sira, son of a boat, because Sira, boat, and Sira, which is Sirius, is related to Yetzirah, which is creation, and Yetzer, which is a creature. So again, the boat iconography is appearing, and when you look at the opening wheels, typically the opening wheels are often represented also as baskets, because the basket can be understood to be a vessel, but importantly it's understood to be a seed receptacle. So the opening wheels were also linked in the fertility cult with the seed receptacles, which is equated with the planting of the earth. In the Greek traditions, panspermia. In the Quranic tradition, this second creation. But again, second creation is also found within Genesis chapter 2, which talks about the descendants of the heaven and earth. So this is found universally throughout all scriptures. The artifact, which is this code within human language, is found within all scriptures. But I argue that the artifact is an insertion. This insertion has been by another species, and this insertion has been done on a purpose to if you like, to encode their existence, but also to control how we think, and therefore language controls. There is a pictorial relationship between imagery and spoken word, as there is also with the phonetic relationship of the word as well, and therefore there is a psychic inference drawn between words which are morphologically similar, and this is borne out within word plays, and therefore symbols speaks to the subliminal mind. It tends to work on polyglottal symbols which repeat in multiple languages. So there is this universal language which is found within symbolism, and it is this universal symbolism, and it points to the artifact. But again, because language is so closely aligned to behavior, the reason why these beings intercepted human language was to control the mind. And if you control the mind, then you control behavior. So
rather than create us from scratch, it does sound like they indeed took some natively born apes in this world and printed genetic code on them to make them more cognizant or more spiritual and actually more like them, like the ancient records say.
Well, I would perhaps look at it as a different way. I would look at it in terms of the ancient eyes, in terms of the Anthropos, that there was no proto-human, if you like. This was the ideal human or the model man, which was then, shall we say, genetically altered. Again, this would have included DNA from species which are associated with planet Earth, such as apes, in order to make us viable for this planet. I mean, the evidence, and again, within the Quranic tradition, Allah is described as the Lord of all of the worlds, and this is referring to the fact that the Elohim are a holographic species. And by this, I mean that they have deconstructed the mechanics. So Elohim, or the high ones, or the gods, are typically described in paradoxical language. So they are referred to as the Elokei, a high creature, but also they can dematerialize. So they're referred to as the Ruach Elohim, the high spirits. The high spirits can also be understood to be a type of jinn. Now, the etymology of jinn comes from the wording jana, to hide or to conceal, and jen, which is a serpent. And this is why the jinn typically is translated in the Hebrew as the seraphim. So the Arabic word jinn, which was coming from the Aramaic, is typically translated as the seraphim. So there is this correspondence again. This would show that the jinn, although Arabic commentators would argue that the jinn are separate from the Elohim and are separate from the seraphim, I think that the etymological evidence would point otherwise, that the jinn are considered to be a fallen angels, but they are initially connected with the seraphim. In particular, the jinn, which can be translated in the Greek as a daemon, again coming from the etymology of ammon, which is to hide or to conceal, diamon, that which is hidden or concealed, through that which is hidden or concealed. But the daemons typically were deemed to be demigods, which would then sanction bloodline, which would make them essentially a Nephilim.
How do they? Well, I was going to ask, how does the infamous Lucifer Morningstar fit into this?
Well, Lucifer is typically described as signifiers of light, which would denote that he's a seraphim. But again, there's a word play on Lucifer, which is to tell. And again, the angels are described, or the seraphim in particular, are described as talkers. So in the Zulu tradition, for example, the Chitahore, or the children of the python, are typically described as the talkers. And again, as I mentioned earlier, with the Akim, which is a sovereign, which is related to Akan, which is a seraph, the terminology Akan, a seraph, is related to Aka, which is to speak or to talk. But again, the seraph is related to Safa, which is language within the Hebrew. And again, the Hebrew language, Ivrit, which is the Hebrew language, is a paranamasia on Ifrit, which is a malevolent type of jinn. So it's polyglottal. It's found in all languages. In Japanese, you have the Tengu. Tengu is the head, which is this reptile. It's shown with a large nose. They're shown with a large nose because the serpent has an excellent sense of smell, so it denotes the serpent. And the Tengu is a wordplay on tango, which is a word. And again, within the Arabic, taban, a snake, to relate to taba, which is an edition of a book. So all these wordplays are found repeated through multiple languages.
How about the idea that these beings originally come from Nibiru? Would you agree with that, or perhaps are they from another planet or hidden dimension even?
Well, again, we're going back into the Zachariah Sitchin material, and I think when you deal with Zachariah Sitchin, and I'm no expert on the Akkadian, as I've said, as I've studied the original Semitic, the Greek, and the Latin, and I particularly, when you compare the languages, I've stayed clear from these type of interpretations. I see Zachariah Sitchin's work as a modern mythology. It's a modern allegory. It's written in highly elliptical, highly codified language, and so I wouldn't really take too literally what Sitchin is writing about. I would see that he's part of the priesthood. Now, I refer to the priesthood as the Disciparati, the deceivers, and so I'm naturally very cautious about, shall we say, some of the modern interpretations within the New Age, and I think that this has been done purpose to try and obscure the real teachings and the real symbolism behind the ancient insignias. And again, I think it's to discredit this subject within academia, because academia controls the discourse, it controls what people think, it steers the debate. And if academics are not prepared to actually look at, let's say, the ancient alien hypotheses and look at the symbols and how the fallen gods relate to alien entities, then it's not going to be taken seriously within popular culture. At the best, it's only going to be taken to 10 minutes. So I see that there is actually a psychological operation. And again, and I know this may be very unpopular with many of your viewers, but let's say the flat people who believe flat Earth, I think again that this has been done on a purpose to try and discredit genuine academic discourse within this discipline, so that people, when you start talking about aliens, instantly they're conditioned to think, oh, you're a flat earther, this is somebody who's non-scientific, who can't think straight. So that's my take on it, and I think that this is very, they are desperate to keep academia away from this subject. The reason why they are desperate is because this subject is real. It has so many different impacts and implications. I mean, what I talk about within my work has connotations for ancient mythology, for rewriting religion, but also there's scientific correlations. It would impact, again, the study of the Pythagorean monochord would have massive implications for the study of physics and science. And again, this idea that the Pythagorean monochord is a string, has informed string theory. And this idea of relativity comes from the ancient Hebrew. It's not a new idea. They understood that time was relative. So this is not a new idea, and I think it's very important that academics need to they need to start waking up, and they need to start looking at this discipline, because this is a very important discipline. Now, I refer to this discipline, or the discipline that I study, as scaphology, which is the study of angelic boats within the religious and the mythological tradition. It's very much equated with ufology, but the ufological tradition, and again, I describe this as new ufology, which is the study of occult symbolism within ufology. And then this is important because ufology didn't come about in the 1940s. I mean, they were referring to these vessels as flying saucers. Indeed, in the ancient Semitic, Sira boat is related. The hieroglyph is shown as a wheel. It's a circle within a circle. So you've got a large circle with a small circle in the center, which is used to denote Sirius. But this is a wheel, and the wheel is also found within the votive dishes. So the votive dish repeats this pattern of a wheel with a circle in the middle, which is Sirius, but is used to denote an opening wheel. And this is because they worship these boats. And so there is this correspondence in the Arabic between Sabaoth, the host, and Sabbath, to praise or glorify. It's a polyglottal symbol. We find that in English with the word worship, because you are venerating an angelic vessel. An angelic vessel which was shown as a votive dish, which would collect the offering or the sacrifice to the gods. And again, the nave of the church is related to navis, which is a boat. Again, in the ancient Greek, naos, the temple sanctuary, would be related to nos, which is a boat. So again, these are all polyformal signifiers or polyglottal signifiers which point to the veneration of angelic vessels or boats. Again, even if you want to go back into the Japanese tradition, I mean, this is actually universal. It's endemic throughout the world. You see that in the Japanese tradition, they venerated the Utsu no Fune, which is a hollow tree or hollow vessel. The hollow vessel in the Edo prints was shown typically as a flying saucer. Now, in the Edo temples, because it's a polymorphic symbol, the word Utsu no Fune means a hollow tree, but also means a hollow ship, which is shown as a flying saucer. They would hollow trees around the parameters of the temple sanctuary to signify that the temple itself was a type of, was denoting the veneration of these vessels or boats, which they equated with the monarchical bloodline, or the imperial blood.
Okay, and skipping ahead a little bit, at what point do we go from sort of this overt face-to-face interaction with these beings to them slipping behind the scenes?
Well, there's always been an interface between the two, between overt contact and covert contact, but you also have to understand that this secret is no secret. We have had disclosure. Believe it or not, we've had disclosure for thousands of years. But it's been a limited disclosure. It's been an open secret, and it's encoded within our governments, gubernatio, to steer a vessel, the ship of state, the angels, Malach an angel, Malach a sailor, the classical tradition of mythology. Classis is a naval fleet, which is a classified tradition because it relates to the naval tradition, which is the noble tradition, which goes back to the veneration of these entities, worship. religion, religare, the etymology of religion, religare, to more a vessel. So this has been known about. It's found in all the symbols around them. So there's always been interaction with these entities, and particularly there's been interaction at a secret level, this covert level, and particularly between, let's say, the heads of state, because the heads of state are the arbitrators, if you like, between heaven and earth. And again, you're finding such conversations also with the etymology of the saints as well, because the saints go back to this hidden bloodline as well. So Hagios, the saint, is related to Aegis, which is a shield. Now, the shield is another signifier used to denote a boat. So, for example, in the Greek symbolism, Oplon, a shield, is related to Oplite, which is a soldier. Now, in symbolism, this could also denote the angelic host. But again, Oplon, a shield, is related to Pleon, which is a boat. So the shields were adorned on the outside of a boat, but they were also used as a type of missile. So they would stick large shields in catapults, and they would fill them typically full of hot sand and excrement, and then they would fling them as a flying missile. And so they would be like a giant frisbee, and they would be used to destroy fortifications and sink ships. So when they referred to a flying shield, it was used at one level to connote a boat, but at another level to connote a flying missile, which was equated with a military host. And these flying shields are therefore endemic within symbolism. And it goes back to the bloodline of the Illuminati, who represents themselves with a shield. So, for example, in the Roman world, many of the proconsuls would be carved inside of a circular shield, which would indicate that they were a descendant of a boat, by inference a descendant of heaven.
And when we're talking about the Illuminati, well, I find it funny considering what you were saying earlier about Sitchin. I was really massively into Sitchin probably about 10 years ago, so I read every single thing that he wrote down. But
I read a lot of Sitchin.
Yeah. One thing he never does is he never ties this to any sort of Illuminati or secret societies or anything like that. There's even that famous story of David Icke approaching him and asking him about serpent cults. And I don't know if it's true or not, but supposedly Sitchin told him to not go there. So it really begs a question. You know, maybe you're right. Maybe he is. I've heard that he's a Freemason, things like that. Perhaps he is part of the Brotherhood.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, we can only speculate about that. Yeah, I just think it's very difficult to translate the Sumerian text, because the only way, allegedly, the Sumerian texts have been deciphered through the Akkadian dictionaries, which is basically Old Arabic. But again, the Sumerian language is not related to any Indo-European language, and I haven't really seen much evidence that these dictionaries exist archaeologically. So I keep an open mind. And again, what is the Sumerian language? It's not supposed to be an Indo-European language. The Hittite language was what was essentially Turkish, and the Hittite language was broken by German scholars, and they used Old High German because of the similarity between Turkish and Old High German. But again, there are so many differences between Old High German and Old Turkish that the translations must have been at the best extremely problematic. You know, essentially what you need are Turkish scholars doing this type of research into the Hittite language. So possibly Sumerian could have been the Hittite language. But again, you're also getting some of the oldest Gospels and some of the oldest Apocrypha texts go back into the Eastern European languages. So again, the Sumerian language could be one of the Eastern European languages. As I said, I don't know. This is one of the mysteries, and therefore we have to be very careful about its translations. The work that I do is all based upon modern Semitic, but as I said, many of these words are very ancient, so they do go back into the Aramaic. So yeah, I'm not going to. I won't go as far as to cast dispersions upon Sitchin's work, because obviously I'm not in the circle of knowledge. All I'm saying is that I've studied ancient languages, and I think it's very problematic in terms of translating the old Semitic texts, and in particular the Sumerian texts. I don't know how he did it, and so and I'm not satisfied with the transliteration of the Egyptian hieroglyphs. So we've come to a dead end there, I'm afraid. And that doesn't mean that the hieroglyphs cannot be decoded. Maybe if I had 10 years, I could probably decode quite a few of the hieroglyphs. But, you know, that would take out, it would probably take me a lifetime to figure it out. And there are just other books that I want to write and I want to focus on.
This is End of Days Radio. And I am your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of that beautiful Pacific Northwest. Sure, and let's go ahead and move forward in the timeline a little bit then. You did want to get into the Illuminati a little bit. You said something about there being 3 factions. That sounds supremely interesting.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there are 3 orders of the Illuminati. I refer to them as the tripartite Illuminati. And essentially, you've got the human order, which is found in the symbolism in the Hebrew between Ish, man, Esh, which is fire. You've got the seraphic element, which are these non-human angels, which are referred to collectively as the seraphim. So you've got Seraph, which is a serpent, Serapha, which is fire. And then you've got the neophytes, which connotes this grafted lineage. And again, the grafted lineage is typically symbolized with a family tree. And again, rose iconography is often used to denote grafted lineage because roses are very easily grafted, as is also ivy. So these are all symbols of this grafted lineage. But you see that there's a correspondence between neo-photos, which are the newly planted, photon, which is a plant, and phot, which is light. So again, the 3 orders of the Illuminati are human, non-human, and grafted. And the grafted element is really this synthesis between heaven and earth. But essentially, within the angelic host or within the angelic orders, you see what is essentially the seraphim-cherubim dialectic. The seraphim-cherubim dialectic is this, shall we say, division between the cherubim, which are human angels, which are represented with a sword, cherub, which is a sword, and then the seraphic angel, which is represented as a serpent, which is non-human. The seraphim and the cherubim typically appear together within biblical and apocryphal exegesis, and so they are working together, and they are part of what I describe intersect symbolically or astrotheologically with Orion. Orion is an interesting place because Orion is the star constellation in which the Adamic human was created, and also the grafted or the Nephilim were created. The abomination, which really was this unsanctioned lineage. So there are the 3 orders of the Illuminati. Again, if you wanted to take the 3 orders of the Illuminati into the classical world, you can take this into classical philosophy with the Pythagorean Euclidean dialectic. So Pythagoras would refer to Protagoras, the speaker of the serpent, and then you would have Euclid. Euclid is a diptych paranemesis, so it's a special type of wordplay from the Greek into the Hebrew, so into the Arabic, sorry. So Euclid is coming from the Arabic root, Euclid, which is to copy or to ape, because sacred geometry or mathematics. He wrote the treatise on sacred geometry, the elements of geometry. So Euclid is to copy or to ape, and Kurd is an ape. And the ape is used as a signifier of the human genome. It's used as to signify this human tradition. So if you like, the secret societies, they partition themselves as two orders. In this respect, this would be the humanist tradition. The humanist tradition refers to the cherubim, which is the Euclidean tradition, and then you've got the Pythagorean tradition, which is the serpent tradition, which is this non-human knowledge. And this is represented by two pillars of Freemasonry. But if you like, the hidden pillar, which is the third pillar, which is not seen but is always connoted, is this synthesized, this grafted, or this stitched bloodline. Again, grafting and stitched is referred to within the ancient etymologies. So in English, for example, an imp would refer to a devil, but again, it's coming from the Greek etymology emphuin, which is to graft, and so the imp can be understood to relate to a scion. A scion is a polymorphic word because it means not only a noble family, but is also used to denote the act of grafting as well. So a scion refers to a graft. So it's there, it's encoded within our language. You would find the same encodings within the Chinese language, the Japanese language, any language you choose to look at, because it's working on polyglottal symbolism. Polyglottal symbols are these parallel thought formations, which is universal grammar. This universal grammar is this insertion, which is the artifact, which is this code within human language, which is extraneous to human language and has been inserted into human language, both in terms to effectuate subliminal thought, but also it works at a symbolic level. So there is this control through the subconscious mind. In the ancient Greek, this would be the irrational, and the irrational mind is the subconscious mind, and the rational mind is the conscious mind. And this then goes back into psychoanalytical theory. So yeah, I'll just take a little pause there. I'll let you gather your thoughts. And
well, my next question would be modern aliens. I've always, reading Sitchin, I've always thought to myself, okay, Sitchin's telling me that these beings came from other planets, but every story that I hear about alien abductions, I hear about little creepy little gray aliens with big eyes, little slit mouths, and stuff like that. Are these seraphim, or are they the reptilians that command the gray aliens?
All right, I mean, this is a really good question. And I think, and again, there's two entry points into this. There is the etymological entry point, and then there is also the anecdotal entry point, and then you have to try and balance the two together. My understanding of this is that seraphim is a much larger reptilian race. The seraphim are identified with Sirius, but they also seem to be connected to the grey alien. And so, for example, with the Watchers or the Shining Ones, they communicate telepathically, and therefore, when a person receives a telepathic communication, typically they see light, and this is often confused with the being turning into a being of light. I don't actually think that this is the case. I actually think that what's happening is that they're communicating telepathically, and they communicate using light, and therefore they're registered as Shining Ones, but the Shining Ones is also used to denote their home or the astrotheological symbolism, which they're equated with, which is Sirius. Sirius is the shining one, the sparkling one. Sarah, spark, as said. Seraph is related to Serapha, which is fire, as are the jinn. The jinn are born from fire. So the grey alien and the seraphim are separate, but in the anecdotal traditions, they are certainly typically represented together. So you will often see larger reptilian entities working in conjunction with these grey entities, and both of these types of entities can communicate using telepathy, which is using some type of photon in order to read the mind of the subject. So, and I think also when you actually bring this back to modern abduction, I think what's actually very fascinating is that when you look at, let's say, Yahweh Sabaoth, the Lord of the Host, Sabaoth is related to the old etymology salb, which is abduction. Again, in the Roman mysteries, this would be the nympholeptos. The nympholeptos is to be stolen by the nymphs. And again, nymph, which is a nymph, means a bride. So there is this idea of sexual, shall we say, molestation, and the nymph is closely concordant in the Roman mysteries with the Nubagina, the offspring of and the Nubagina, the offspring of a cloud, again is related to Nubia, which is to marry. So there is this idea of abduction, which is connected to sexual intercourse. But you're also finding this within the Greek traditions and also the traditions of the seraphim. So as I said before, Sabaoth is the angelic host, is related to Sal, which is abduction. But with the seraphim as well, Shover, Seraph and Shover, and it's working on morphological permutations of the word seraph. Shover is a captor. But again, the seraphim in the Greek traditions are the harpy. And so the etymology of harpy, which is shown in the Greek symbolism, typically as a woman, an avian woman, or a half woman, half bird. Typically, the harpies are shown with shields, and again, the shield is used to denote the opening wheel or denote these flying vessels or shields. But again, Apui as an abductor is related to apto, which is to radiate, opolite, erpaton, a reptile. So apto to radiate, and erpaton, a reptile, is seraph, and serapha, which is fire, which is shover, a captor, which is a harpy, which is Apui, an abductor. And as we said before, is related to both Pleon, a boat, and Oplon, a shield. And the shield, as I mentioned before, is the signifier of this angelic boat or a vessel, which is the flying host. But again, when you go back into the Aramaic, and this is very interesting when you're looking at certainly the Greek symbolism of deities, because you'll typically find within Greek symbolism, you'll see a goddess with a shield, and the shield represents the boat object with a serpent inside hidden in the shield. And this is working on the old Aramaic. So, for example, Jana is to hide or to conceal, which is related to Juna, which is a shield because it conceals or guards one, and is related to Jinn, which is a type of supernatural being, Jen, which is a serpent or a worm. And again, this is denotational of the seraphic host. As we said before, Sabaoth is the angelic host, which is related to Saba, host or army, Sepheth, which is a seraph, which is the seraphic host. So again, and again, it's denoting these non-human entities.
Would that apply to the deity from Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl, as well?
Yeah, the symbolism is uniformal. I'm not going to talk about the Mesoamerican traditions because that's not my expertise. I did in my initial research years ago. I looked into the Mesoamerican traditions, and I'm convinced that they're using the same symbolism and they're talking about the same thing. But that is not my expertise. But it's there. It can be found within those languages.
And
so.
Would you, now, a lot of people, when we talk about these sort of subjects, conspiracy in general, the Illuminati, they'll talk about the synagogue of Satan or the false Hebrews, things of that nature. Would you say that there's truth to that, or is that completely false and anti-Semitic? Any thoughts on that at all?
That's not really an area of expertise that I've read into. You see, I think sometimes, and again, when I do talk to different YouTubers and different individuals, there's often a tendency to think that I'm very well read up on, shall we say, modern conspiracy theories or what's happening in terms of current thinking. But I'm so immersed in my own academic deconstruction and my own research that it's all pervasive and so time consuming that I really have very little time to look into other people's work. I mean, I do obviously, I've read the Dead Sea Scrolls and I've read the scriptures and I've deconstructed the language and I've understood that, but that is immensely time consuming. If you want to explain a little bit more about that and tell me a little bit about the symbolism, then I'm quite happy to comment on that and give you my viewpoint.
Well, there's a particular family name that comes to play anytime we talk about Illuminati, the Rothschild family that uses the Star of David as their symbol.
Yep.
It's my understanding this comes from sometime around the 1500s, and obviously they're very active in the world stage with their political manipulation and fundings of various research, and also Israel itself. Israel seems to be a very large part of some sort of goal that these hidden ones have, this Illuminati. It seems to matter to them for some reason. I'm not going to pretend like I know why, but as a person who is raised Christian, I am familiar with the book of Revelations, and I know that Israel plays a big role in that. I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on that, or if you had heard anything that might be interesting.
Well, I do see that this phenomenon, what we're speaking about, is actually universal. So what's relevant for a European audience may not be so relevant for a Chinese audience. These are all systems of control. When we actually look at the descendants of the Hebrews, they were considered to be born from the Elohim, and that they were related to this special bloodline. So again, I think that this is where the symbolism is coming from, but this is also the same of the Illuminati as well. I think when you're looking at this symbolism, it is very complex, and again, there's lots of different competing agendas. Some of these agendas are, shall we say, conspiratorial, some are political, some may be anti-Semitic, and some may be very humanistic as well. So it's very difficult to actually to simplify this. It's a very complex subject. You know, in a sense, I am very optimistic. I'm optimistic because I think a lot of this information is now coming out, and I think it's not so more about trying to educate ourselves, to improve the human race and make ourselves better and work towards common goals and to work towards commonalities. I think the problem is that because this has been secret, then there's been a lot which has been perpetrated through secrecy, and this has led invariably to warfare, crime, and a lot of this crime, shall we say, has gone unaccounted for, and this is now beginning to open up. I think with the internet, you're beginning to see that there is much more of a, shall we say, level playing field. That doesn't mean that we don't have to be cautious. It doesn't mean that we have to dispel all logic, but in some respects, we have to be a little bit more cautious because there's more information and there's certainly more disinformation. Because if you like, the disciperati, the deceivers, and the word disciperati in the Latin relates to the word disciple because the disciple was actively deceived. But the disciperati, they control this knowledge and they know that this knowledge is leaking out. So how do you stop the knowledge leaking out? Well, you can't really stop it leaking out, but what you can do is saturate the internet with disinformation. And I think that that's what they're doing. They're taking information which is coming out and they're diluting it. And they're diluting it by a lot of rubbish. And this is what we're actually seeing. So in some respects, in terms of, let's say, studying scapology, which is the study of these angelic boats or vessels within the religious and mythological tradition, which I describe as new ufology, some of the problems is that academia is not taking, shall we say, the alternative field very seriously because there is so much disinformation there. And so we have to be very rigorous and we have to be very scientific and we also have to be very critical in our thinking. You know, I think we really need to tighten up, and we need to also start looking at some of the symbolism in, let's say, the Nibiru traditions as being allegorical, that this is being put out by the modern priesthood and it's being put out in order to veil the truth. And usually when they veil the truth, they tell you the truth, but they also veil it within a lie, or they wrap the truth with a lie, and so it becomes very convoluted and very difficult to unravel and to deconstruct the truth.
Good job.
Yeah, that is fascinating to say the least, especially, well, one thing that comes to mind obviously would be the Bible. There are a lot of accusations that the Bible was heavily edited, obviously a lot of proof out there as well. Would you say that the Bible has been so edited that it doesn't have as much value, or would you say it's still good to sit down and read the Bible sometimes? What are your thoughts on the Bible in general?
Yeah, I think it's very complicated. I think you can find beautiful spiritual truths within the Bible, and you also find lies. It's a book. It was written over many centuries, and there are many different angles. In particular, you've got the Catholic Church, and you've got the editing of, shall we say, a Roman slant towards the mysteries of Jesus, which points to the Gnostic traditions, and which goes back into a lot of very interesting research and many interesting ideas. I think a useful analogy for us to look at the scriptures is actually if we look at the Quranic discourse, because there is something within Quranic exegesis known as Wuju al-Quran. Now, Wuju al-Quran literally means the forgotten Quran. It can also mean a facet of the Quran, and it's really the interpretive aspect of the Quran. Now, Wuju al-Quran, it's polymorphic. It has this additional meaning. So the hidden Quran has this additional meaning of a polymorphic word. This is a word with multiple forms. And this is because the Quranic discourse is written in polymorphic language. It's highly elliptical, it's highly codified, And it's this codified discourse which is based upon levels of initiation, levels of understanding. As we said before, the disciple, the Latin word disciple, is related to the root disciperati, which are the deceivers. And so the disciple is actively deceived. And it's the same with the Quranic discourse, that the Quran is written at many different levels. And it's a very sophisticated book, but it's a book of occult symbolism. It's a book of initiation. And this is how the scriptures are. The scriptures work in exactly the same way. You know, as we said before, Ivrit, which is the Hebrew language, is related to Ifrit, which is a type of jinn. And again, Shaitan is related to Shatir, which is to be clever. The serpent, Sapient, which is to be clever. So these are all word plays which are pointing to the corruption of language, which is the artifact. So this correspondence between Seraph and Safa, which is language, which relates to Sefer, which is a book. As we said also in Arabic, you've got Taban, which is a snake, which is related to Taba, which is an edition of a book. So the books and the scriptural tradition have been informed through the Pythagorean, through the serpent tradition, but in the classical tradition, this would be the Pythagorean tradition, which is one who is a speaker of the serpent, which is this non-human elements which are found within the angelic host.
Wow.
Take that.
So
There you go. Take that.
Fascinating. Another concept that you mentioned in one of your books is the white priesthood of Israel. Would you mind explaining that a little bit?
yeah, I think that was in the Murder of Reality, and I wrote that a long time ago, but essentially, when you're looking at the Levitical priesthood, you see that there's a correlation between Levite and Lev, which is heart, and Lavi, which is lion. So the Levites represent themselves as lion heart. The lion heart are the heart goes back to the Levites. Now, the etymology of Levite, again, is related, as I said before, Lev, which is heart, which in the Greek would denote the cardinals. Cardia is heart. So the cardinals of the Roman Catholic Church at least trace their inception or their lineage back to the Levitical tradition. But I think what's very interesting when you look at the Leviticus priesthood, which is represented by the lion connotes Orion. But when you look at the Leviticus priesthood, you see that there's a relationship between Lev, which is a heart, and but it's a claylectical symbol, and the claylectical symbol is where you switch the word for another word of the same meaning, where it opens up the symbol. And so, for example, Lev, which is heart, which is the notational of the Levitical priesthood in Roman Catholicism, Jesus is shown with the heart, which would denote cardia or cardinal, the Leviticus priesthood. But Lever heart, when you render it into Arabic, is kalb, which is heart, and is related to kalb, which is a dog. The dog is al-kalb, which is the dog star. So the heart is used, and it's a flaming heart, so it's used to denote the dog star. The idea is loving the dog star, which has this connotation of worshipping the dog star being the home of the seraphim or the seraphic host.
Something just came to mind. You mentioned that the Orion is represented by a lion. Could that have something to do with the Gnostic portrayal of Yaldabaoth, the head of the archons?
Oh, good.
Yes, that's right. This is the demiurge. So Demiurgos, which is the creator of the material world, which is essentially the corruption of the anthropos, which is the genetic engineering of mankind. Well, Demiurgos means public craftsman. And the public craftsman is the craftsman who created the public, which is the genetic engineer, which goes back in the Greek traditions to panspermia, which in the Quranic tradition is the second creation. So, yes, essentially, we're dealing with it. But the lion is used to denote, again, it's like the monkey, it's used to denote the humanist tradition or the human element. And it's often combined with a serpent, which would indicate a grafted bloodline. Now, the reason why a cat is used is because, with the exception of great apes, the cat is the closest genetic ancestor to humans. The cat genetically is almost, but not quite as close, genetically related to a human being as what a chimpanzee is. So the cat again denotes the human element. Yeah. And again, the lion is feeding into the symbols of the watchers, but this again would be what I refer to as duplex symbolism, so this kind of reversal of symbology. So Sophia watch is related to Seraph, which is a serpent, but again, you got the idea of the lion, which is a hunter, or is a predatorial, which watches. And so it's the playing with the symbology. And you're seeing this inversion within symbology all the time. And the symbol is context dependent. And again, it's often locked. And you have what are known really as, well, I describe them as switching signifiers. So the symbol can switch, and it's usually well, it's context dependent. So, for example, could be dependent upon astrotheology, numerical symbolism, gematria. It becomes very complex. But we can really understand the symbol as an encyclopedic, as almost like an encyclopedia. In the symbol, it combines multiple ideas and is context dependent. And so unlocking language is the key to unlocking symbolism. So if you want to study symbolism, there's no point getting a book out on symbolism, because most books on symbolism have not studied language. So you're only going to get the outer meaning. Inner meaning is encoded within the word place and the language. So for example, if you wanted to study symbolism, you would have to study Greek, Hebrew, and Arabic, because many of the word plays are working in multiple languages.
When we have these famous pop stars like Lady Gaga, Miley Cyrus, women like this going up on Super Bowl halftime performing, is this the language you're talking about, this symbolism? Is this coming from them when we see the goat symbolism and the wings and stuff of that nature?
Again, to and the base was hot, and the hot is used Colin and Karen, which is hot and so destruction, yeah. And also go to which is denotation in on the fallen angels. Essentially, which is originated in the Pleiades is linked or aligned this proto-human lineage was described by the Karen angels.
Is it true that the Catholics have collaborated with fallen angels?
I think all the conclusions are what you define as a fallen angel. It gets very complicated. It's very factional. So it's like, so for example, you know, in human terms, who do you describe as the good guys? Would you describe the Americans as the good guys or Chinese as the good guys? I think there are more than Americans than the Chinese as the good guys. Or maybe not, maybe think less play, but maybe actually they're not the good guys. You know, it's so complicated.
I was having a trouble with myself because when I was privately trying to study some of this stuff, I was looking back at the history, and I'm like, okay, this god is bad, this faction is good, but
is that, and I made reference to this in the middle of reality as well, is that the good and bad guys actually human. So again, how do you define this, and again, so the humans can be good and bad guys, you know, you can reverse that. It's not that easy, and I think when you look in the world, I'm very optimistic. I mean, I see that humanity generally, and most people who are, shall we say, psychotic are bad are for two basic reasons. There's a biological reason, because they've been hit on the head and they've got brain damage. Yeah, they're not wired up correctly. And the other reason is because they have been hurt in some way, projecting that hurt onto another individual. And the third reason is ignorance. And this really is the biggest reason. You know, in the Second World War, the soldiers fighting on all sides were ignorant. They were not being told the truth, and they displayed the absolute worst of what humanity is capable of. And they also displayed the most kind and the most noblest of human traits. So in the war, there was no really such thing as the good and the bad guys, because the people were, if you like, responding to the situation on the ground. Some people were responding in a very noble way, whether they German, Japanese, English, and some people weren't. Some people were responding in a very negative way. But most of the people who were responding in a negative way were responding through ignorance. And I think that this is so important, because if we can clear up the ignorance, and in the ancient Greek etymology, ignorance is related to death. So if we can sort out ignorance, then we can actually begin to create life, create abundance. And this is so important. So this is where we're at the moment. This is the crossroads of humanity, because the internet is the year dot. We're standing on something which is very special, and which, if utilized properly, could bring a lot of balance to the world. And so it is a question of how we bring this knowledge to the world and how we bring balance to the world. We need to bring equilibrium to the world.
This one's a little bit out of left field, so it's a little bit of a different question, but I'm dying to know your thoughts on it. Any thoughts on the concept of demonic beings, demons, and possession?
Yeah, I think that's it's pretty easy when you go back into the ancient Semitic languages. So, for example, in the Arabic, you've got Karin, which is a type of jinn. Karin is related to Kayin, which is an entity.
Okay, we got to stop right there. We got to remind you what he just said. Because, oh yeah, do you remember, anybody that hears this, do you remember the past 2.5 years, that phrase over and over again? Karen, don't be a Karen. Look, oh, she's such a Karen, he's such a Karen. And the type of demonic entity? You think it wasn't a spell that was cast on us? Oh yeah, sorcery is really, it's real. Dark magic is absolutely real. And we're all victims of it. Words do have power, especially those that have to know the meaning of it, which pretty much negates most of us. You just heard a very important truth.
Which is a watcher or a shining one. As I said, the Erin, the type of Elohim and Erin. The watchers or the shining ones were described by Amram as having the face like a viper, so they were the seraphim, hence the connection between seraph and Sophia for watcher and seraph. But all that aside, the word Karen is related to carry, which is telepathic. And so they can insinuate themselves into the human mind, and they can speak and control the human subject in, shall we say, in an hypnotic way. And therefore, in the ancient languages, there is this relationship between Majan, which is madness, which literally is to hide or to conceal intellect. Jan in the Arabic is to hide or conceal, is related to jinn, Old Semitic jen, a serpent or worm. But again, you're finding it in the Greek and the Latin. You've got a daemon, which is related to demens, which is out of one's mind. In English, we say dementia. So when the mind begins to break down, the demonic elements can insinuate themselves, and they can insinuate themselves within the human mind. And I think when you begin to add, when you begin to factor in things such as artificial intelligence, and that artificial intelligence itself may be telepathic, may be able to respond to the individual, may be connected to the host, then that actually begins to ask a lot of interesting questions, such as in the Turing test, can a computer fool a human being? And if a computer is capable of fooling a human being, could a computer which is teleological, which belongs to the host, could that fool a human being? Are our thoughts all our own thoughts? Is there a degree of insinuation? Are these beings just interacting with certain individuals? For example, who think outside of the box, geniuses? Are they responding in a positive way, giving humanity knowledge, or in a negative way? Is it a little bit of both? So again, these are all fascinating questions when you begin to look at the nature of consciousness.
And you've talked quite a bit about these angelic boats and these arts and things of that nature. Does this reflect a type of scafology? Does this represent a type of technology that is higher dimensional? Is this some sort of like metal or wood that is perhaps of a higher dimension, etheric maybe?
The answer to that is extremely complex, but the answer is yes to both questions and no to both questions. So yes, within the symbolism, these objects are the shields and the Roman mysteries, the ancile, which dropped from heaven, which was a large shield, and priesthood, again, wordplay on Sally, which is to jump, but alien, which is a foreigner, which is a type of alien related to Alnus, which is a boat. So these shields were hidden underneath temples, so they were physical objects. But the thing is that they deconstructed the mechanics of reality. And what does this mean? Well, it means that the LK, which is a high creature or a living god or a living god, the terminology is polymorphic. We would say an extraterrestrial biological entity, but they can dematerialize. So therefore they're also known as the Ruach Elohim, or the high spirits, or a jinn. But in addition, so these shields or these entities can dematerialize. So they're both physical and non-physical. But not only this, there is an added complexity to this as well. And this is that, I mean, we ourselves are becoming, are moving towards the apotheosis, to become like a god. And to become like a god is really a holographic culture. A holographic culture is a culture that has deconstructed the mechanics of waveform reality. They can materialize as a particle, they can dematerialize as a spirit. They exist outside of time, and they can interact and are multidimensional. But once you get to a position where you can break down the barriers of time and space, then you begin to enter what are the subtler realms, which are the spiritual realm. And so not only have they interpenetrated the physical realm, but they have also intercepted the spiritual realm. Now, the spiritual realm is the imaginal realm. Plato refers to this as the universal realm of universal ideas. In quantum physics, it's implicated order, which is explicated or is manifested in the physical world. And therefore, when you go into things such as near-death experiences, people, when they describe their near-death experiences, typically will talk about near-death in almost dreamlike or hallucinogenic way. And this isn't because the brain is dying and it's hallucinating, but there is a connection between the dream state and the imaginal realm, which is the spiritual realm. It's because that they're actually going into the realm of pure ideas, of pure thoughts. Now, meditation is about aligning oneself to dream states and to these imaginal realms or spiritual realms. Because if you can traverse the dream realm, then you can traverse the imaginal realm, which is the spiritual realm, and then you can control your incarnation, either past or future. It doesn't really exist, or a better version of what is the present. So you could be incarnated into the past or into the future. So these beings, they have gone into the dream world. They've gone into what you describe as the dream time. So not only are they physical, interdimensional, spiritual, but they're also penetrated the imaginal realm, the realm of ideas. So they're also at a psychological level. They've also deconstructed the mind of the living universe. So it's a very complex answer. But human beings, we're very close to doing this ourselves. What you're finding at CERN, and remember where there these particle colliders, and again the acronym CERN is a wordplay on the Aramaic root CERN, which is a saucer. CERN is related to these flying saucers, which basically materialize and dematerialize, which are part of what we're talking about. So complicated answer, but yes, they are physical. And no, they're not physical. And yes, they are. And no, they're not interdimensional.
Well, great answer.
Yes,
in any case.
no, they're not psychic. But yes, all of the above. Well,
that's supremely interesting, and it actually fills in a lot of blanks for me personally when thinking about these sort of concepts, because oftentimes you hear people talk about reptilians and things like that, even the Anunnaki as fourth dimensional, and that's kind of hard to explain, but it's kind of like this in-between dimension, in between like existence and imagination.
Exactly.
Yeah. But what about Christ? Jesus Christ. How does he fit into this? Was he real, and was he trying to free us from this control?
I think that's a very complicated answer. I don't feel that I'm the best person to really answer that. I think the Christian Gospels are supremely interesting, and I think there are some very beautiful teachings within the Gospels, and also particularly within the Gnostic traditions as well. I think that they've also been blended by the Roman death cult, which has somewhat tainted the, shall we say, the beauty of the teachings, which is a shame. So I think, again, with any type of religious teaching, you have to be careful. You should take that which is beautiful about the teaching and you can apply that to your life. But again, you have to be very careful. You know, there is this, again, within Pauline theology, there is this focus upon death, which is indicative of this death cult, which again goes back into blood sacrifice. And this really goes back to the worship of the jinn. So, for example, in the Greek traditions, you have what's known as the lamia, which is a female, which is represented with a serpent's body. But the lamia is coming from the Aramaic etymology, lami, which is to shine. As we said, the serpents or the watchers are represented as the shining ones, which are again are related to the gods in the Greek, theos, God, theros, a watcher, phos, which is light, which again, theos, God, is really related to therion, which is a beast. The beast is represented as the dragon, drakon, which is Dracane, which is to watch or to flash, is coming from this root. But anyway, the terminology lamia is a female jinn, and she was said to drink blood, and is equated with lamaros, which is gluttonous, lambanein, which is to take hold of, which is to grasp, and which is to grasp. We would say dragon, which is a lizard, sura, which is to take or to grab. But again, the lamia can be understood to be a type of ghoul. In the Arabic, gule is a female jinn and is related to gule, which is greed, in the same way that lamia is related to lamaros, which is gluttonous. But again, gule is related to gala, which is to seize. So they can be understood to be a type of abductor, as in a harpy, arpuean abductor. And the ghoul were represented with the signifier of galgal, which is a wheel. The wheel is another representation of the opening wheels, which is an angelic carrier. And indeed, the terminology in the Bible of galgal, a wheel, is used as a metonym to denote the opening wheels, which are these angelic carriers.
Bam.
So, yeah.
A lot of the ancient texts and stories you hear about, a lot of, even nowadays with modern conspiracy talk, you hear a lot about blood sacrifice and goats being sacrificed, even humans. What's going on there?
Well, again, it's going back to the worship of jinn. So, for example, with the jinn, you've got ghoul, which is a blood-sucking type of jinn, which is a wordplay on paranomasia on gu, which is hungry. But again, with the jinn, you've got the same wordplay on jian, which is hungry. And again, in the Greek also, lamia is related to limos, which is hunger. So these wordplays are polyglottal. And when you actually look at the depictions in films of the Nosferatu, the Nosferatu actually looks very similar to a grey alien, very large pale head, often very dark eyes. Sometimes the eyes are shown as shining to denote the shining ones, which would be a signifier of the serpent. And typically the alien is linked into cattle mutilation. But this is copying the veneration of these angelic vessels. As we said before, the votive plate is denotational of the hieroglyph Sirius, which is depicted as a wheel. The wheel is an opening wheel, hence the correspondence between Saba, which is to praise or to glorify, and Sabaoth, which is the host. In English we would say worship, because they were venerating these ships, which are found within religion, relegatum or a vessel, or within the church, which is the nave, and navis, which is a boat or a ship. So the signifiers are universal, they're polyglottal.
When everything comes together in the future, are these guys planning to create a new world order? That seems to be where things are headed. And at that point, are they going to disclose the truth, or will that never happen?
Yeah, the truth is being disclosed now, and it always has been disclosed, but it's being disclosed through symbolism in the same way in the alternative media. The truth is being disclosed, but often again it's being disclosed through a private discourse, which is allegorical, this other speaking, which refers to the others, which can be represented as a sailor or lordship. These are all signifiers. I mean, yeah, if you look at the traditions in the Quran of the second creation, it states that he will undertake the second creation. So the implication is that the second creation is not complete, and the second creation in the biblical tradition would be the establishment of God's kingdom on the earth, which is the Elohim. Now, if this is the case, then there would have to be disclosure, because then the Catholic Church would have to disclose that Malach angel is Malach a sailor, which refers to those of a vessel, right, to the opening wheels, which are these ships which originate from Sirius, and the panspermia, the planting of life on the earth. So the traditions would infer in themselves that there will be a full disclosure, which would be the apocalypse, apocalyptic to unveil with Greek, which is closely concordant with the rapture. Now, the wording rapture is related to rapier, which is to abduct, and rapier, which is a reptile. Reptiles are abducted are the seraphim, seraph show there, which is a captor, or in the ancient Semitic traditions, erin, which are related to the awim, which are the serpents or the destroyers. So, yeah, essentially, the knowledge about seraphim will become, shall we say, more transparent as time moves on.
I hope so, because this is really some fascinating stuff, and it really ties together the whole reptilian mystery as well as the ancient mysteries as well. What about the concept of giants? Are they hiding giant bones when they're found? Any thoughts on that? Are they doing that to hide everything that we've been talking about here?
Well, again, I think a lot of the photographs of the giant bones are falsified, and again, I think that often it's working on symbolism. Just remember that the etymology of the giants, the gibberim, is related to gibber, which is a lion, so it's used as an astrotheological marker. That doesn't mean that these entities may have been larger than humans, but I think also with astrotheological symbolism. So yeah,
we are approaching the end of the interview, but I do want to just ask you real quick before we call things to a close, Pierre. When you're not studying etymology and things of this nature, what do you do for fun? Do you have any hobbies?
Well, before all of this, I wanted to be a painter, and that didn't kind of work out. I was kind of painting portraits. I like to illustrate my books, and so I draw in order to illustrate my books. I play with my children and have a very simple life. My life is just very simple. I kind of work, I do Tai Chi and play with the children, and that's very simple. I have a very fulfilling life. I am very, very lucky. I'm very interested in art as well, but the problem is that this research has just overwhelmed me, and I got into this type of research through the study of science. I adapted the words and I used the terminology Illuminautics, which is the studying of the science of the Illuminati. So semiotics, which is really the deconstruction of science, which is useful in terms of analyzing systems of propaganda. Again, it feeds into this discourse of symbolism, which is this private discourse.
Well, you have a very unique and in-depth understanding of the entire concept. Would you consider yourself a little bit of a genius at etymology and tracing these words and lineages?
I think my understanding of this is very fragmentary. I think it's very complicated because my specialism, shall we say, linguistic, but when you look at symbols, there are also astrotheological symbols, numerical symbolism, geometry, geometry, and so there are so many different disciplines within symbols that it would take multiple lifetimes in order to study the subject. And I'm trying to look at it from a linguistic perspective, but I've also done some work into, shall we say, sacred geometry and mathematics, which I would like to publish later on. I think I have a propensity for pattern recognition, and I think not so much for language, but more for pattern recognition. So, and I think that is very useful because you have to think outside of the box. You have to, what happens with language, I think, and again, a lot of this was self-taught. So, for example, morphology was the biggest breakthrough within linguistics, where scholars understood that languages and the morphology of words change over time, or change through corruption or through transliteration. But I recognize this intuitively. So, for example, when I was writing The Murder of Reality, I never studied any linguistics at all formally, yet I had managed to deconstruct the whole Indo-European morphology. And that just, to me, it was a no-brainer. It was very intuitive. It was a very obvious thing to do. So later on, when I came across writers such as Wittgenstein, and it's like, okay, well, I've already deconstructed this for myself. But yeah, I think there is a tendency there for pattern recognition. But again, I think I look at it this way, and I put the question back to you. I think that every human being on the planet, they're walking around with a supercomputer in their head, which is their brain, and everyone is a genius. The problem is that most people don't know how to exploit their mind. Most people don't know what they're good at. They don't know what they're interested in. And it's actually, education is about opening this up. Before I left education, I was a school teacher, and I always said I was not going to put my children into mainstream education. And the problem with mainstream education is that it labels 2/3 of the children are labelled as average or below average. You have 3 sets, top, middle and bottom. Most children are in the average to bottom set. So you've instantly labelled them as average to below average. But yet each of those children are walking around with a supercomputer in their head. And if you can excel at one thing, that's all you need to do in life is to be an outstanding individual. You just excel at one thing. Find out what you're good at.
But for now, I do want to give you one more chance, Pierre, to go ahead and jump on the soapbox if you would like, and just say whatever you have left that you would like to say to my audience out there. And if you wouldn't mind, if you could go ahead and follow that up with anything at all that you would like to plug or promote.
Yeah, okay. I'll do that. I think, first of all, my message to your audience would be kind to each other, be kind to animals, be compassionate. Have to be the change within the world. I view this as almost like being a circuit board. If one person stands out and decides to do this thing, it has a knock-on effect. It's almost like a light bulb which radiates out, and that light then switches on another light and another light. So be the change that you want to be. Try and lead an example. And I also think that in the alternative media that we do have to be exemplary. We have to, and it's difficult, and you must know this. You're in the public gaze. Sometimes people are just downright rude or nasty, but you have to try and stand above that, and you have to try and lead by example. You have to try and be a thoroughly decent person. And so I would say to the audience, try and be a thoroughly decent person. And in terms of plugging my book, I would say, please buy a copy of The Merge of Reality, Hidden Symbolism of the Dragon, or my book, Holographic Culture. If in order to support my work, if you're unsure on which book to buy, then I always recommend that you buy Holographic Culture, because, first of all, it's nearly 100 pages longer than The Merge of Reality, but also it's my second book, and it is more tightly edited, but I think it also explains the scaphological tradition. It explains it very well, and it breaks it down very well. So I think if you read Holographic Culture, you will be introduced to information which you will have never heard of before. And I think you will be surprised. You will be like, it's like the elephant sitting in the sitting room. You'll be like, why did I not see this? Why has no one been talking about scaphology, about these angelic vessels within mythology, within religion? Because, for example, the missionaries are related to an angel. But again, the emissaries come from missiles, which were these flying shields. So once you begin to analyze this and see it, then you'll see the symbolism everywhere, and it will change your worldview. It will change everything completely. And I would say, I also say to my audience, don't abandon spirituality. From studying near-death experience and through reading the scriptures and reading various different researchers, and particularly when you look at blind people and their near-death experience, there is a spiritual world, and there is a creation. I do believe that the creation is expansive, it's benevolent, it's loving, and I know it's problematic using anthropomorphic language to describe the creator, the absolute, the supreme, but it really is wonderful and it really is beautiful. And I think if you can tune into some of that, then you can become a better person. And also, I think you will become a lot less anxious as well about one's mortality, about your focus in life, and essentially finding yourself as an individual and finding meaning within your life. So, and yeah, thank you very much for having me on your radio show. It's been absolutely fantastic speaking to you.
Yeah, no problem at all. And I do appreciate you getting a little bit into the spirituality at the end there, because I did have a question about the afterlife that I didn't get to, and you sort of got there on your own, so must have been meant to be. But I had a great time with this interview, learned so much, definitely mind-blowing, and I would definitely like to sit down with you again, perhaps when you're about ready to release your next publication, or just whenever you feel like it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I'm working on a book about fairies at the moment, and basically the thesis of the book is that the fairy tradition is connected to the scatological tradition, which is connected to the angelic tradition. Again, a lot of the symbolism within the fairy tradition has been messed with by the priesthood, and so we are having a highly symbolic language which is based on this codified discourse. So that's what I'm working on at the moment, but it's unifying quite a lot of different areas in terms of spirituality, the physics of the mind, and also it's again pointing to the scatological tradition. So it's unifying all of these disparate areas, which I refer to as the alien dialectic, which is, you know, are aliens physical or are they spiritual? And most of the time UFO researchers argue about this, really, when they should be consolidating their research and pulling it together, because once they do this, they will realize that we're dealing with a holographic culture, which are physical and non-physical, and which can control the mechanics of thought. So that's essentially what I'm looking at. I'm trying to synthesize a lot of the work which I've, you know, discovered through writing my book, Holographic Culture.
I love that. I'm excited already that you're headed into that realm. But until then, from Seattle to the UK, thank you very much, my friend, and you have a good night.
You have a good night as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And there you have it.
There you have it. And I am going to find a way to interview Pierre Sebec as well. And just remember holographic culture. Holographic culture. Fairies. Let's strongly recommend getting Pierre Sebec's books, and also then there's another researcher that we heard already, Joshua. And this is a fascinating one, and don't be dismayed or be discouraged or by the goy for Jesus. This is a fascinating interview. It ties it all in and brings it all down a little bit more. Fairies, aliens, shields, flying shields, different, you know. It's just actually MK Davis told me, he showed me an image of him. He filmed a shield in a grove, and then floating in the air. And a lot of other people seen stuff like that as well, but we don't talk about that stuff, do we? You know, we're just going to run. We'll chase, you know, our tails and pretending that we're going after, I don't know, some giant ape. But let's listen to this. This is, you know, we've listened. Anybody hears this? I mean, this is past 5 hours. You have such a better understanding of what's going on than 90% of the people out there already. And that's, I know it's a very arrogant statement, at least it sounds that way, but I don't mean to be arrogant. I spent an awful lot of time. So, and, you know, I recognize my limitations. I also recognize other people's strengths. And a lot of times it's a good idea to listen to other people who are good communicators, good researchers. What we're dealing with is something that is not only multi-dimensional, but it's even deeper than that. It's a holographic culture in which illusions upon illusions upon illusions are painted upon us in our minds and our bodies, and everyone suffers from it. Ain't nobody just totally awake. Not in this place. Joshua, whatever you got, Chuchin, whatever his name. I never can pronounce the name. And it's not Chuchin, it's Cutchin. Joshua Cutchin. So we're going to listen to this guy. And yeah, they're both Christians, but they don't really go too deep in the Christians. But, you know, what's one of the nice things about in their simplistic ways, kind of bring things down to even the Jefferson Joe can figure out if they want. Just forget about the Christian part. They're not going to talk about Jesus that much. We're going to talk about everything else. And we're talking now about fairies, and we're about high strangeness and Bigfoot, and more about what his research is. And then once again, I just reached out to Joshua Cutchins to come on my show. I hope he does. He seems like he's very open-minded to small channels like myself. I didn't used to always be so small, but then you know what they did is they nailed my butt 2 years ago, January the 6th, 2021. I always remember it. Mine and thousands of other small channels were telling you the truth. I've introduced you to a few people that odds are that most of you who will tune into this don't know. Some you'll never see on YouTube forever until now. Others you will. Joshua's been around. But you know what? He is once again, someone that's thinking outside the box and therefore kind of pushed to the side. You know, the big names, they have them on, entertain it, but they don't have them on very often. Because they got to keep on pushing the official narrative, you see. Let's listen to this. Oh, yeah, you know, another thing, I wonder if I should do it. You know, I was talking about the star Sirius. Now, I'll save it for next time because I filmed a draconian in the star Sirius with a cone head and fangs. And once I point it out to you, you'll see it as clear as day. And you'll understand why what possibly is these entities that, well, people with miters on their heads, they're trying to mimic. Anyways, just listen to this. I mean, that'll be a good way to wind down tonight. A good long 5 hours and plus. And you know what? If you were to listen to this on and off the next couple of years, this 5 hours, you will know so much. I guarantee you, I promise you. Yeah, you know, there's a lot of people who know the stories. They know the news articles. They know all the other parroting, because that's what we do. We're really good at parroting, but it's very dangerous to stay parroting. I really believe that. I think it's very dangerous. And we voluntarily allow our minds to be captivated and to be entertained. We need to, when we're watching something, we need to make sure that we're being observant and that we learn. And not just the story telling or the story, but what's between the lines. Read the tea leaves, right?
Okay, we're recording. Hi, I'm Jeff. I'm a goy for Jesus.
I'm a goy for Jesus.
So one of the things I do
So
is
funny.
a bunch of paranormal stuff from a Christian perspective.
A couple of geeky guys like me. I tell you what, these geeky guys, especially Joshua,
is a 2-volume set.
has a brilliant mind.
Where the footprints end, and we have one of the co-authors on, Joshua Cutchin. Joshua, I'm really pleased to have you on. If you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, how it came to be, and what the thesis of the book is, and we can go from there.
Let's see, a paranormal origin story. I guess I'll try to keep it quick. I've always been a monster kid, and there was a time when I was working a desk job at UGA, that the University of Georgia, that I realized that whatever I was doing in my life was not working out for me. At the same time, I was listening to a bunch of paranormal podcasts, of which there are a ton of awesome ones out there. And it really catalyzed me to sort of actually write my first book, because I found some similarities that no one had talked about, specifically the intersection of, you know, food and drink and these paranormal encounters.
Which book is that?
That's A Trojan Feast.
Okay.
From 2015. Yeah, so I quit the desk job and started writing and teaching private lessons and playing more music again.
What do you play?
I play tuba, and just tuba, not bass, not anything else, just tuba. So not a heavy work schedule, but there's enough.
It reminds me of my friend's old joke, like how do trombonists keep track of their gigs? A year at a glance calendar.
Yeah, I actually haven't heard that one. I've heard a lot of wind instrument and brass player jokes, but I've not heard that one. That was great. Yeah, but Oktoberfest and Mardi Gras are always really busy. And I actually before the pandemic, I was staying pretty busy, and it's coming back in fits and starts, as we're all familiar with in our own lives, I'm sure. But this specific book came about in 2018 when my good friend Tim Renner said he wanted to sort of do the definitive guide to high strangeness in Bigfoot. He was thinking of like an encyclopedia, and he wanted to sort of share with me. And I think I took it in a different direction, but it ended up being something that we're both very proud of. 2-volume work.
You should be, yeah.
Thank you, appreciate that. And I'm really excited. Well, I'll back up a little bit. We are really humbled by the reception that it's gotten. I think it's Timothy and I's most popular book, respectively. And the community seemed to be really ready for this in a lot of ways. The Bigfoot field is dominated by people who are. If you take a look at this stuff and you're treating all witnesses as equal, which there's a lot of hypocrisy in the Bigfoot community we can get into regarding that, but if you're treating all witnesses as equal, then you have to say that there are some strange things. People will say, oh, well, the Bigfoot didn't vanish, it just jumped behind the tree. And I'm like, well, if you keep walking that logic back, you wind up at, you saw a bear, right? If you're not taking people at their word. Mm-hmm. So what I want to say earlier about being excited, I'm really excited to talk to you because I am a Christian myself, and that is an absolute tightrope to walk in these fields, as I'm sure you're aware. Before I got my job at UGA, I was a youth pastor for a brief time.
What denomination are you in? Or
this was Episcopalian, non-denominational, but I grew up more or less in the Methodist and Anglican traditions.
Okay, I come from a Reformed background.
Okay. And since my wife's the daughter of a Baptist preacher, so I'm sort of like a cafeteria Christian. And actually, as a little synchronicity, I'm writing the epilogue to my latest book today, and it's focusing primarily on how I can reconcile that. So this is very top of mind for me right now.
Oh, I'll definitely. So for me, I came at this with I wanted to understand the UFO phenomenon, and I started reading. I read Hugh Ross's, and I had him on. I'm forgetting his name, which is a shame. Hugh Ross's book, and that he co-authored, and as I got into that, I just went on kind of like a paranormal spiral, if that makes sense. So I went more and more into the paranormal, and one of the things that's been kind of weird for me was that, when I came up in a charismatic background, mm-hmm. where everything's like a demon under wherever, or it's too far one way. So then I kind of overreacted the other way. And then, I don't know, maybe starting 4 or 5 years ago or so, it's or however many years ago, it's okay, there's some stuff going on with the UFO, where I'm not throwing, I think I've reached a place where I'm not throwing out the baby with the bathwater, where, not everything is a UFO, right? But it could be, or this, and not everything's a demon, but it can be, so I'm in a good place where it's I'm going to start looking at this paranormal stuff where these people aren't just seeing stuff or aren't just making stuff up. I'm going to take their accounts at face value, and not to say they're infallible or some people aren't lying or whatever. And so I started reading, after Hugh Ross's book last year, I read John Keel and I read Jacques Vallée, and somehow your book got recommended to me, I think through an algorithm or something.
For once, the algorithms are doing good work.
And however I got onto your book, I was I don't know what made me do it, and I read your books, and I was just like blown away. Like you're kind of achieved your goal with kind of what Jacques Vallée did for UFOs, which was combine the lore with the observation stuff, but somehow it also kind of read like John Keel. And I mean that in a very complimentary way.
Oh no, and that's pretty much on point. I get a lot of those two comparisons. I don't think I'm worthy of either, but they definitely have influenced a lot of my writing style, a lot of my perspectives on things.
Can you hold on 1 second? One of my interview traditions is when I close the door, my cat gets pissed off and starts closing.
Sure, no worries.
I scratching the door.
And I know that you might have to get to work, but I've got the rest of the day just writing, so yeah.
Well, it's early on in my day, so
okay.
We can go as long as we need to.
Awesome.
Okay, hold on a second.
Okay.
All right, so we'll leave the door cracked so we can come and go as he pleases. Okay, so the thesis of your book, I guess I would try to describe it as there's a lot of high strangeness, which is the bizarre stuff that surrounds the paranormal around Bigfoot. How would you describe your book?
I think that. So this is actually kind of funny. We got a blurb for the back by Patrick Harper, who was a big influence on Timothy and I as well, and he asked me the same thing, like, so what's the thesis of the book? And I said, Bigfoot's weird, you know. Basically, the thesis of the book is I would say an acknowledgement that something strange is going on, and that it doesn't fit into conventional scientific consensus. But at the same time, it is so strange, and there are aspects that are underreported that really seems to push it outside of the realm of materialism that most cryptozoologists flock to.
Yeah, you made a good point in your book, your books, and when I say you, I guess I mean collectively, because I don't know who wrote exactly what. And I want to give credit to your co-author as well. Unless it was. Try and get attention. Unless it was one of those, like, you know, school projects where you carried all the work or something.
No, it really was.
I'm joking. That was a joke.
Yeah, no, it was the sort of thing where Timothy and I were both very compensatory for each other's shortcomings, and you know, I would see something that applied to him, and I send it to him, and vice versa. So yeah.
So you've read, you know, everything. You kind of worked on everything together.
Oh yeah.
That's cool. Anyway, and whoever your editor was good, because I really couldn't tell who wrote what. I couldn't tell, like, shift tones. But maybe that's...
We sort of laid out some groundwork parameters for that, and I think with the exception of perhaps the first 2 chapters of Volume 1, which were essays from earlier books, I think it's pretty consistent, so that's spot on, yeah.
I wanted to go over kind of 2 things that really struck me before we get into the nitty gritty. The first one was kind of everyone wants to be taken seriously. So I've noticed this. So I go with, I guess the nice way of not saying demons is the interdimensional hypothesis for UFOs. Even maybe some UFOs aren't demons, but whatever. So an interdimensional hypothesis. So if you bring that up with the UFO people, a lot of them are like, no, it has to be aliens, right? Yeah. And so there seems to be a similar interplay. Like, they spent all their life chasing down stuff. They've seen real evidence. They've seen real things, and they want to be taken seriously. So I can see how, like, I'm sympathetic to them. I can see how an alternative thing coming up, like something where it says, hey, this belongs more in the paranormal, would kind of freak them out or upset them. And then, you know, the UFO people wouldn't want to be associated with Bigfoot, and Bigfoot People wouldn't be such a
Right. Everybody else is crazy. We're the same ones. Yeah. Yeah, it's something that I find really quite contradictory, and the thing that really, especially vis-a-vis the UFO phenomenon, you can extend this to Bigfoot as well. The thing that really gets stuck in my proverbial craw is the fact that UFO researchers will openly acknowledge the amount of telepathy that happens in encounters. To the extent that people who don't even see occupants will have telepathic interaction with the craft. They'll think, oh, well, we need to see a UFO, and one will appear, or they'll say, hey, little UFO, travel to the left, and it'll go to the left or whatever.
right, like the close encounters of the fifth kind.
Yeah, and that, if that exists, it completely shatters the materialist paradigm. And some people will quibble with that, but that's not my opinion. That's the opinion of a bunch of scientific philosophers, including people like Karl Popper, I think, who say that psi phenomena is irreconcilable with the materialist paradigm. And if we're not in the materialist paradigm anymore, then why are we trying to cram the phenomena into the materialist paradigm? The seal has already been breached at that point. So you run this, it's that urge that a lot of people in these disciplines have after being ridiculed for so long. It's this urge to sit at the big kids' table, right? It's Thanksgiving dinner.
Acceptance is a hell of a drug, right?
Yeah. And I think that runs contrary to the fundamental nature of a lot of these phenomena, which is kind of faith-based in a lot of ways. Even though they don't want to see it as such, it really is about, I think, studying the paranormal is about a sort of personal gnosis more than it is about convincing others. It's about, disclosure doesn't happen from the government with UFOs. Disclosure happens within yourself. You realize that, oh, this world is not quite what it seems to be. And, there are a lot of different facets of that. People will point to, with the UFO question, these artifacts we have, which I really see no differently than, saints' relics. They'll say, oh, why would the government want to suppress, UFOs as a spiritual phenomenon? And my response is do you have any knowledge of the way that authority structures throughout history have always tried to diminish, religions and spiritualities? I mean, it's a more compelling motivation than the idea that they don't want us to know about little green men. And then what I say that my new book that I'm working on is, which would shatter your worldview more? As a 20th century Westerner, 21st century Westerner, that reality looks like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, or that reality looks like the Bible or the Odyssey, which upends your worldview more. And that seems to be a good motivation for keeping a lot of these things secret. Regarding the Bigfoot phenomena, I think that a lot of other, quote unquote paranormal disciplines sort of have Bigfoot envy, because there's some absolutely fantastic evidence that these things are flesh and blood creatures, and a lot of the things that they do correspond to primate behavior. But at the same time, a lot of that is predicated on the idea, this very modern idea, that non-physical phenomena can't interact with the physical world. And
yes.
Psi phenomena blows that apart.
So just because something's physical doesn't mean it doesn't have a spiritual aspect or something.
Well, right. I mean, I would say that's a good argument for us, that we are physical and we have a spiritual aspect, and I would assume vice versa, that something primarily spiritual could have a physical aspect as well. The thing that they always say that I mentioned in the book is that, ghosts don't leave footprints, so Bigfoot can't be a ghost. And I'm like, do you have any knowledge of, ghost hunting before, 1900? Because that was one of the most common ways to ghost hunt, was to spread talcum powder on the floor and wait for something to leave footprints. Ghosts slam doors, ghosts, do all these sort of things, to say nothing of the psychokinesis that psychically active people. It really does seem to be a dichotomy that we have between the physical and the non-physical. And I think once that starts to break down, it gives you an avenue into exploring these things in ways that are much more, much easier to reconcile with a lot of these, the high strangeness and the physical aspects as well.
Couldn't say that better myself, which is why I'm not an author. Okay, let's just start going through some of the stuff, and I guess you can touch on bigger themes as we go. You still kind of start off strong, I think, with the connections to the poltergeist activity. and the commonalities between poltergeist activity and Bigfoot. I wonder if you could talk about that for a little.
Yeah, so this is not necessarily my idea, but I think I probably codified it first. That a lot of the things that people report associated with Bigfoot, we're talking about things like, anomalous footprints, voices, especially guttural voices, bad smells, lithoboly, the throwing of rocks, tree knocks, rats in the forest. If you were to transplant all those things into a house, they would poltergeist activity. And a lot of these reports that you'll find on, for example, the Bigfoot Field Research Organization website are deemed Class B reports because they have these things that happen, but people don't actually see a Bigfoot. So they'll be walking through the forest and they'll have a bad smell, hear a wood knock, and then something will be thrown at them. But you didn't see a Bigfoot. So it is, to some degree, a leap in assumptions that it was a large hairy hominid. And once you see that a lot of these phenomena really are changeable and they're very much context dependent in terms of like other things that are happening around them and the culture that witnesses are embedded in and the witnesses' own predispositions and also the locations, then you start to say, oh, well, it does look like poltergeist phenomena in the woods. So I sort of coin the term wilderness guys, wilderness spirit instead of poltergeist. Not a term, but I think it does show how many similarities there are and how you can't say it's a Bigfoot unless you saw a Bigfoot. And even if you do see a Bigfoot, the two places where poltergeists manifest the most, outside of alien abductees' lives and near-death experiencers' lives, which is a very common theme throughout those as well, the two places that you see poltergeists manifest the most are in infestations in houses, and also during seances. And as luck would have it, there are several seances in the historical record from like the golden age of spiritualism where people have manifested large hairy creatures, or hairy hands were a staple of seances.
Yeah, I think I read one or two things about that. I just did an overview of Ghostbusters with the background of spiritualism and the Aykroyd family.
Oh wow, that sounds fascinating.
I think you mentioned a hairy hand at some point.
And Aykroyd,
or his the book his brother dad made or something.
For the longest time I was like, I'm the only 14 who also plays tuba, and then I found out that Dan Aykroyd is a tuba player, so got a little competition there, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's cool. I guess the other thing, I guess the weird glowing eyes. That's how common is that? That's pretty common, or
I would say it's more common than it should be. It appears, so the common explanation amongst cryptozoologists who are of the flesh and blood hypothesis is that we're seeing eye shine. And there was actually Timothy's chapter, but he does a really good job of showing how, in a lot of cases, there isn't enough ambient light to produce eye shine. B, not a lot of things have eyes that glow red, which you'll find time and again in these Bigfoot reports. And C, primates, higher order primates, great apes specifically, don't have a tapetum lucidum, which is the reflective surface that you get when you get eye shine from different animals. The reason that we have red eyes in photographs, I don't really know if that's a problem as much anymore with our new technology, but the reason that you see red eyes in photographs is because it's actually light reflecting off of our blood vessels, and that doesn't appear outside of photography, really. So the idea that you could just stumble upon a creature in a dark forest and it would have glowing eyes, to say nothing of something upon a great ape in the forest and having glowing eyes, just is not consistent with any sort of biology that we know of. To say nothing of the fact that, no animal has eyes that bioluminesce, because it would be counterproductive to seeing. You just have this giant glow. So it seems to be much more aligned with things you see in folklore, and also phenomena like ghost lights and UFOs as well.
All right, I'm going to pause here. I need to go take. I hear my dog being bad upstairs, so okay. I'm going to edit this.
All right, you're good.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right.
And while we're at it, just a reminder of what I shared with you guys earlier this last week, I guess now, You're talking about hairy hands and glowing eyes? Dan Aykroyd? Well, Dan Aykroyd's not the only one who's filmed hairy hands. And you can go look at that video. I filmed this, and you can look at his black hairy hands. And, of course, this one video that Sean shared that somebody else filmed of this hairy hand popping out of the tree and glowing eyes. And as they said before, this is not normal biology. For it's worth.
Hey, back. Yeah, before we keep going, one of the things I should mention, I forgot to mention, was I think one of the good insights, Hugh Ross had in his book, and Ken Samples, and I forgot who the other author was, they had the insight that UFO phenomenon changed over time, got more sci-fi-ish. Mm-hmm. And you guys had the insight that where things got, the Bigfoot sightings got dumber.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, it's a very sort of Malayan idea, and I can't remember if it was Tim or me who came up with it. But yeah, the UFO phenomena does seem to recontextualize itself. You once had literal like sailing ships in the sky, and then Art Deco flying saucers, and then black military triangles that remind you of the stealth bomber, and then in the modern age, these sort of luminous balls of plasma. And the Bigfoot phenomena seems to be doing the inverse. So as we become more advanced, the UFO phenomena stays one step ahead of us. But as we become more advanced and we sort of quote unquote harness nature, the Bigfoot phenomena becomes less. It's as mysterious as it's ever been. Becomes quote unquote less mysterious in terms of sightings, right? So in the medieval era, you might have the wild man as something very much akin to a sorcerer, like a person who can speak and who is magically operant and who is for all intents and purposes just a hairy human. And then in the 19th century and so in the 18th century, you start seeing reports of like, well, they're more animalistic than us, but they're still carrying an old hoe, or they're still carrying a rescue, or they're cooking with fire, or they're wearing an article of clothing. And nowadays, as we have become so technologically advanced, it seems like it's just a big hairy monkey in the woods, right? So it seems as if the phenomena in both cases is responding to cultural expectations.
Yes.
Of course, and some people might say, oh, well, that proves that it's all false because it should remain consistent over time. But if these phenomena are really tied to the human experience in that sort of Valet sort of way, then it makes perfect sense that it would adapt and change.
Well, it seems like there's, I guess, a few possibilities, and maybe they kind of go together. One possibility would be that how people describe something is based on their categories. Another possibility would be like a Jungian sort of expression of the unconsciousness. Mm-hmm. And another possibility would be these things are deceptive and are playing off of our expectations.
Right. I mean, and in terms of that last possibility, it does seem like these phenomena wish to retain a certain degree of alienness, right? By which I mean, I think we would be a little bit more open to the idea of a hairy person nowadays than a monkey, and we could maybe incorporate that a little bit better. The Jungian idea, I think, is a really interesting litmus test for a lot of people in the paranormal, because at the end of the day, I think that's the least exotic thing that's going on, the idea that there is a collective unconscious that we're drawing upon, and that's still pretty darn exotic. But you mentioned that to a lot of paranormalists, and they recoil because they have this idea that, everything has to be something, other than human. But the idea of the collective unconscious actually being something that exists, I think is still a paradigm shattering idea if it is true. Yeah.
It would have to be some weird mechanism too.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah. The other thing you mentioned, I guess the apports and deapports and stuff, that's common to, maybe that was common to poltergeist activity, right? You have the dematerialization and shape-shifting, right? So
Right, and you don't really see apports in the traditional sense with Bigfoot, but you can draw a pretty clear analogy between those and the offerings that people get, right? So people will like leave behind some food for Bigfoot, and in exchange they'll get some nice rocks, or they'll get a bird feather, or they'll get, one example that I found, some mice that were woven in this little grass package. It was unwoven grass, right? Which definitely implies that it wasn't, a raccoon leaving something behind. But with very few exceptions, the things that Bigfoot gift back are also things that are reported during reports. So the question sort of remains, if you didn't see Bigfoot leave it behind, what really left that behind? So are we dealing with a different phenomena than Bigfoot, or are we dealing with the same phenomena, manifesting in poltergeist reports or in Bigfoot reports?
yeah, so let's talk more about the offerings, because that seems to have a, I don't know, sort of a animistic, pagan sort of background, and I guess what happens when you stop giving it altered gifts.
So there's an example that I found of a person in Alabama, and again, you can't vet every source, and some stories really do push the boundaries of believability. But according to this individual, his grandfather was a habituator, so someone who had Bigfoot on his property, and he was offering regular gifts to the Bigfoot. And he suffered a heart attack and was hospitalized for a while. And his grandson, who was serving in Kuwait, was not able to take care of, to pick up the slack and the offerings. And he returned to find the grandfather's herd of goats all slaughtered, which had shades of so many other things that you find. There's shades of cattle, even old world dragon myths where dragons would roam the countryside and ravage herds, and of course also shades of some fairy phenomena where this was exactly what happened in the case of the Scottish story, where someone was making offerings to a brownie and then suddenly stopped, and sure enough their herds was wiped out. So it does seem to be as part of a continuum of that, and it does speak to that more paganistic worldview of interacting with something and blood for blood, or offerings for offerings. Yeah.
Are there any other overlaps with fairy belief?
Well, the biggest stumbling block for people is that Bigfoot is big and hairy, and we don't normally think of fairies that way. But if you look at fairies, which is a term that I use broadly for all sorts of little people worldwide, but focusing mostly on Western Europe, these are not the ways that we think of fairies today. Fairies were oftentimes not tiny, although they were, but fairies were oftentimes not tiny. They didn't have wings, and they could be hairy, and they were shapeshifters. And if you look at some of the stories of what I call the brownie analogs, so like the actual French goblin, German peckenderlin, Scottish brownie, they're often described as tiny, hairy, and simian, which is the same description that you find not only in Bigfoot, where it's small, but also in tales of Littlefoot, which people see these small hairy hominids across North America, and the conventional explanation is that they're a subspecies of small Bigfoot, or that they're juvenile Bigfoot. And that may well be the case, I suppose, but they do read exactly like the brownies. Beyond that, you've got this really oddly specific tradition of horse braiding, horsehair braiding, which is probably people who don't comb their horses before they put them in the stable at night, coming back and finding their hair a tangled mess. Although there's some people who claim that they do come back after, brushing their horses, and the next morning their hair will be braided. And this is interesting because in some Bigfoot circles, there's this idea that horses like to sneak into stables and braid hair. There's actually an account from Russia that I found where supposedly a Russian researcher found their Bigfoot analog, the Almasty, sneaking into a stable and actually watched Bigfoot do it. Why he didn't have photographs of this is another story. But what I find really interesting is the way that we have applied that same sort of mundane daily anomaly to Bigfoot that was once applied to things like fairies. That was if you found your horse's hair braided the next morning after putting it away, that was often regarded as something that the fairies had done. To the extent that even in modern Newfoundland, people will, so some certain parts that are more superstitious will say that, oh, the horses snuck into the stable and braided your horse's hair, or witches as well. The idea that the witches will actually braid the horse's hair to form bridles on the horse's back. One of the, this just a couple of things. Power over sleep was often attributed to fairies. In fact, the Sandman might have originated as sort of a nursery noble, and you find this motif that I call the unrousable sleeper in alien abductions and in Bigfoot encounters, which means that alien abductions is quite prevalent, where an abductee will find that their husband or wife just cannot be woken up, no matter how much they try to. If they can move and shake them, they don't even wake up then, right? During their abductions, you find the same thing in fairy stories, where a child will be abducted and the mother will get up, but the father just is completely immobile. And
is that asleep, or do you also see immobilization too?
Yes,
where they're conscious, but
yeah, usually the other one is asleep. I think it's implied that there's some sort of paralytic, altered state of consciousness going on, but it's usually described as being asleep. And then at least two examples that I found of Bigfoot doing the same thing. I mean, besides stories of people seeing Bigfoot and going back to sleep, which I can't imagine, but also something that you see in alien reports as well. You have these stories of very recent stories of researchers who will be the only ones awake in the cabin, and the cabin will start shaking, and they'll hear something running along the rooftop, and they'll be like literally in one case. This Bigfoot researcher started like beating on the people who were asleep and saying, wake up, and they wouldn't budge.
Yeah, I remember that from your book.
Yeah, so that's another thing. And then something that doesn't get nearly enough attention in Bigfoot encounters is the incidents of missing time, which we normally associate with UFOs. And it's something that has antecedents in fairy folklore, where you go to fairyland for 5 years and 500 years would pass in the real world, or some smaller amount of time. It's something you see there. It's something you see in the UFO phenomena, with people saying that a trip home should have taken an hour and it took 5 hours, and then they have hypnotic regression and reveal that they were abducted. But it also occurs in Bigfoot reports. The example that I like to cite the most, by no means the only example, but the example that I like to cite the most is Wes Germer from the podcast Sasquatch Chronicles, who said that his sighting with his brother that happened in Washington, once they got back down the mountain, it was a really dramatic sighting when they were in their car and they were watching as these things were circling their car, and they could have very good visibility. He said they got 4 hours had passed. He said there's no way it should have taken more than 40 minutes. So that at the time, the co-host that he had on said, "Oh well, when you're in a dangerous situation, time tends to feel shorter than it really is," and that's like literally not true. In other words, there have literally been like laboratory experiments where they've shown that your perception of time actually slows when you're in a dangerous situation. Anyone who's been in a car accident probably knows this as well.
Yeah, or like sports players, when they get in the zone, quote unquote, everything slows down.
Exactly.
That only happened for me when I was in a backyard football game once. I could have used it in other times when I was, I topped out at sixth grade in my sports career. But yeah, no, I think I know exactly what you're talking about, or when you're in a stressful situation, right? Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I think that. Oh, great. Love this dog. All right, so I'll ask my question and then put myself on mute.
Right.
You mentioned telepathy and other stuff. Could you talk another UFO and I guess other paranormal overlap is agitated animals, and you talked about how them being slaughtered and stuff. Could you speak to that a bit?
Yeah, so Bigfoot tend to be famously antagonistic towards animals, which is something that you see in some fairy folklore as well. Definitely in UFO reports, animals are often agitated, and there is some indication that they actually put animals up in trees, which is not all that uncommon in some witchcraft practices and even some fairy practices as well.
Okay. Well, since we've mentioned a lot of overlap with UFO phenomenon, how about the big overlap is seeing Bigfoot and UFOs together, which I would imagine upsets the flesh and blood community and the UFO community, like just make everybody upset.
Yeah, so a lot of this focuses around the work of Stan Gordon, who in, I believe, 1973 was documenting a very robust flap of Bigfoot and UFO encounters. Everything from Bigfoot seen at the same time as UFOs to Bigfoot seen just after or just before UFO sightings in the area. Of course, this is by no means, exclusive to him. You can find dozens, if not hundreds, of similar reports of Bigfoot seen coming out of UFOs or aboard UFOs or any number of things like that. A lot of the flesh and blood cryptozoologists, if they are willing to admit this connection at all, will say, oh, well, the UFO occupants are studying Bigfoot. They're just as interested in Bigfoot as we are, which I have loads of problems with. People talk about Occam's razor in the most simplistic of terms, that, the simplest explanation is the one that's most likely. But what Occam's razor really says is that you shouldn't multiply variables unnecessarily. So I think that it is an unnecessary multiplication of variables when you say, oh, well, the aliens are coming to this planet and they're interested in this giant undiscovered hominid that we also haven't been able to capture or document. I think that's a lot more variables than saying the two are connected somehow. It seems, and the other thing Timothy says is a very good point. He says, if Bigfoot is a hominid, then we should expect to see Bigfoot, around chimpanzee sightings and gorilla sightings and orangutan sightings, and that doesn't happen. But more presciently, he says, it's a rare occurrence to see a UFO. It's a rare occurrence to see Bigfoot. How many orders of magnitude rare is it to see them in conjunction? And I think it's a very, very good point.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Staying with that, you also mentioned that there's electrical outages, which is a common thing in UFO report. The anomalous lights and orbs that normally now would get chalked up as a UFO, but you're saying that those used to have spiritual significance, and you mentioned accounts of Bigfoots turning into orbs of light.
Yeah, this is kind of the first sign that the dam is breaking a little bit in the Bigfoot community, because I often say that if you can get a ufologist to the bar after their lecture at a conference and you can get a drink or two with them, then they'll start opening up about the strange synchronicities that have happened over the course of their research. And again, of course, synchronicities shouldn't have anything to do with the extraterrestrial hypothesis, right? Because that's a very metaphysical concept. Similarly, if you can corner a Bigfoot researcher and get them to loosen up a bit, you likely will find that they'll say, yeah, there was this one time that we went on a Bigfoot hunt, and this area is known for Bigfoot sightings, and we didn't see Bigfoot, but we saw these ghost lights. And yeah, the ghost lights traditionally have always been attributed spiritual attributes, for lack of a better term. They were everything from fairies to, nowadays UFOs to, the disincorporated soul, to death omens as well, especially in traditions from Ireland and the British Isles, actually worldwide. And the connection between them and Bigfoot seems quite long-lasting. Actually, Bert Sykes was writing a book on British goblins, and he makes a passing reference to African American communities in the American South. And he describes a sort of fairy goblin-esque creature called, according to him, Jack-o'-lantern, which obviously is tied into jack-o'-lanterns and those ghost lights. But he says that it's a creature as tall as a man, covered in hair, capable of leaping great lengths, which is another thing we see in a lot of Bigfoot reports, that is associated closely with these ghost lights. So that seems to be the earliest, native tribal lore of the Americas notwithstanding. This seems to be the latest, or the earliest documentation in literature that you can find of that connection.
Sorry about that. I heard you, but
No, you're good.
yeah, I'll have. This just means more editing. Okay, so you mentioned. So you also mentioned a lot of shape shifting, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Like something, a log turning into Bigfoot, and
That's by far the most common one that you find.
Isn't
People
that
will,
log trying to
if you just look through the BFRO reports, you can find this where people are walking through the forest and they think something's a log, and then they get startled when it moves, and they realize it's a Bigfoot. There's one account of a hunter looking through his scope at a Bigfoot. That's where to a guy and just don't even realize it's a Bigfoot because it looks so much like a log. There's an account from the North American Wood Ape Conservancy, very much people in the flesh and blood camp, of an investigator who was following a Bigfoot sighting because they're triangulating it on their walkie-talkies. They reach the area and they look in this clearing, and all they see are logs on the ground. And they say, "Oh, there's no Bigfoot." They come back like 2 days later, and all the logs are gone. Which led this one individual to quip, we have a motto: "Shoot all the logs," which is probably not a great stance, but
what? Shoot all the logs?
We have a motto: "Shoot all the logs." So you see that. You also see antecedents in the Native American lore where giants will transform into, often hairy giants, will transform into or out of trees, and then this deep connection of Bigfoot with trees in general. Bigfoot. There are some cosmologies that describe Bigfoot actually living within trees and coming out, and that's actually what the popping sound is. It's not a wood knock. It's the creature manifesting in our dimension from almost like sort of a dryad or some sort of other tree spirit.
The funny thing is, I've been saying this, right? I didn't even know this guy until a couple weeks ago. They don't even existed. But I decided to, I guess, summon, manifest, find people. I think just me being honest, this came. I mean, other people know about this guy. I didn't know about him. And no one ever bothered telling me about him. What did he just say? Bigfoot living in trees and coming out of trees. And turning into trees. And trees turn into Bigfoot. And what have my experiences been? And what have thousands of others? But of course, if we speak, we get shut down. You know what's funny is another thing? I noticed that there's hardly I don't know, man. All I know is it's so clear they will not even let me have 300 subs. They will not let me do it. At some point they will. Maybe this week. But if you know how many videos I have on my YouTube channel, how much great information and places lead people to others. And it's the funniest damn thing. When you share the truth, it's like everything is against it. The spirit realm's against it. Most people are against it. Most people want to hear the truth. It's fascinating. There's a saying in the Bible says that people love the lie more than the truth, right? That's basically what it's saying. They love the truth. They love the lie more than the truth. Isn't that true? Lie is much more entertaining, apparently. Although the truth, it's once you break free, you realize that the truth is far more entertaining than the lie. Maybe the truth is too damn scary for most people. Maybe that's what it is. Or maybe there's just something, it's a spiritual thing. Anyway. I kind of am wearing as a badge of honor that I cannot get 300 subs. And I know that they're censoring me, and I'm not just making it up. They're gaslighting me, and they're shadow banning me for all the honesty that I spoke over the years, especially the past 2.5, or the first, 2020, 2021. But, that's the way it goes. And also they know all the stuff that I put on afterwards and BitChute. Believe me, the analytics, and they're paying attention to me. They're paying attention to a lot of small YouTube channels like mine. So it's not singling out Michael Adams. But I think it's funny what they're doing to me. I think it's as if I'm going to give up. You know what? If there's only 2 people, if the only person that actually, in the end of the day, listens to me, and me documenting all this stuff, recording all this stuff, put it on an external hard drive, developing an archive of the truth, then it's just me. Hopefully there'll be other people that come along. Most people do not want to know the truth. It's not palatable. It's apparently it's not much fun. It's a painful process. It's an extremely painful process. It's a frightening process, and it's a lonely process. So anybody who actually joins me in this journey, even just for a little bit, I thank you. And I surely hope you hear what's being provided. And you have a broader perspective and understanding of your reality. Maybe for both of us. I mean, in the end of the day, there's only so much entertainment, and then you finally have to sometime kind of, well, I guess you don't have to. I guess if you don't want to, you don't want to know the truth. A lot of people just want to be entertained. So that's the right, I guess.
I don't know about that, but there are other stories of Bigfoot shapeshifting into and out of these balls of light, shifting size. Stories. There's one story that is really compelling. These individuals, and I believe it was Pennsylvania, who were 4-wheeling around this track, and they saw a Bigfoot walk into the trees. They said, "Hey, I know where it should come out. On the other side of this track. Let's go around and find it." And they get to where they think the Bigfoot should be, and there's like this 1950s greaser standing there, who's smoking a cigarette that either didn't smell or didn't make smoke, or both. I can't remember. But they have a brief conversation with this guy who's in it's a muddy day, and he's in this greaser's outfit with these pristine white boat shoes that doesn't look like he's been traveling through the mud. And apparently they look away and they look back and he's gone. You can't say that was shapeshifted to Bigfoot, but again, if we're not multiplying variables unnecessarily, you see a Bigfoot and then you see a ghost greaser. It's like, what does that mean? It seems to me like we're dealing with some sort of expression of the same, at least the same mechanism in that encounter. And this is very consistent with a lot of indigenous world. I'm not listing specific tribes right now because I can't remember which stories come from which tribes, but in the book we try to be very diligent about saying which tribes say which things. And
you focus mainly on America, right? You mentioned some Australia, because I guess that's what you have access to. I mentioned my Australian friend the other fall, who I have on this channel for more theological stuff. he I mentioned, oh, have you heard of, like, because I was reading your book, oh, the whatever the Australian version is, and he's like, oh, I hadn't heard of it, so I wasn't sure in other parts of the world how.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I mean, for example, oh, I was getting mixed up.
Yeah.
I think Kelpies. I get Kelpies and Selkies mixed up. But I believe the Scottish Kelpie is both represented in legends as either what we would call a water horse or a lake monster, right? Or it can be a large hairy man. So, and I think the descriptions are like shaggy, hairy. So you see that as well, and that speaks to a bigger.
Well, here's another thing. When you think about this quote unquote hairy dude, and you think about the descriptions so many times of these hairy dude, this Bigfoot, like what I've seen, it's almost like it's a really hair. Sometimes I wonder some of these things when they manifest out of the ground and out of the trees, they kind of look more like root hairs, coarse kind of root hairs, or maybe kind of like those guys' beard in a way. Maybe not. I don't know, but it's just something to think about. Root hairs.
Issue, which is the fact that it's not a North American phenomenon. Like literally everywhere where humans exist, they have their wildman analogs. And if we're looking at this as something that actually is a genuine primate that has not been discovered, one of those in the Pacific Northwest pushes believability, and for every culture to have one of those, and for them all to not be discovered, it seems a lot less likely. And it seems more likely to me that the reason that we don't have any sort of record of this phenomena is because it is something that's inhabiting this in-between realm, and it really is in complete control of whether it gets seen or captured or caught.
Yeah. So based on what you just said, let's
stop there. It seems that it has complete control on whether it's seen or not, whether it's caught or not. Think about that. You see these things, reports and reports over and over again of them running and just in front of cars, just like it's cars going 55 miles an hour, 65, 70 miles an hour. Yeah, we'll just run right in front of it. What the hell? Like they're dumb opossums. A possum would do that. Possum's pretty blind. Seem not to even be able to pay attention and notice that cars. I'll just walk right in front. Thanks, Judy. Thanks for still listening. You are going to learn so much. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you. We're both going to learn a lot together. Let's face it that way. So, think about that. They choose when they're going to be seen or not. And, this is like what right now, I'm reading that book, Beyond Adventures Beyond the Body, right? How to experience out of body, outer body experiences. Right on chapter 2 now, he's talking about he's now having interactions with these beings, these entities. They look awfully familiar. These things know how to manipulate our emotions, our thoughts, our desires. See, this thing is much deeper than some simple animal, some monkey man. Anyways.
Segue. That's I think common in UFO stuff where like cameras don't work, and sometimes cameras do work. And UFO stuff now we have DoD stuff and that sort of thing. But there's almost this weird Elon Musk did a tweet last year where it's like, oh, the resolution of cameras and the resolution of UFO stuff. And in my UFO video, I mentioned, like, well, this kind of feeds into my interdimensional hypothesis. It's like, and what really, I did all that before I read your book. And when you go over the trickster archetype, where it's like these, in paranormal in general, it seems like, I don't know what their end game is, but it seems like they really want to mess with people.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I think we have started defining.
Before we go any further, that was a wonderful statement. Let's think about that now. Ed, at least in the United States, in the advertising on television, all that, they have this thing called messing with Sasquatch, right? Who's really messing with who? Here, what he just said, they seem that they have this desire or ability to mess with us. Who's messing with who? When you start realizing how so much of the mainstream media and the propaganda apparatuses that are foisted upon us on a moment and hourly and daily basis, whether it's on the radio or on television or even in YouTube and all that, and and you start seeing how consistently we are across the board in just about every single thing lied to, especially when it comes to those who are part of the mainstream apparatus. In fact, they are a branch of the government, the military, and their job is to govern our minds, to lead us, to tell us what to see and believe. So isn't it interesting how many times, and also there's this magical principle of the law of reversal, right? That a lot of people are in, especially into the dark arts, and that is to always say things in reverse, in anagram form, and so it's one of the things I always keep in mind that they play with us all the time with this. What makes you wonder who actually is running the show? Who actually is in control of what's really going on here? When we talk about these interdimensional beings with spiritual realm, fallen angels, and all that, eventually we'll get this figured out. But it seems to me that those that are the head of governments and of corporations and all the different alphabet agencies and etc., they seem to be all manipulated by these entities. Sometimes I wonder if we should be grateful that we're not one of them. Just for that. I mean, let them have their money. As the old saying goes in the Bible, what profit of man? It's not applying to us, but it can be applied. When it's been spoken to, Jesus speaking to his disciples about what his expectation of them was to do and serving him. And he says, what profit of man if he gain the whole world but lose his own soul? And that's still applicable today across the board, regardless of whether you believe in Jesus or not. So, it's not, I know everybody can't stand that name, but that's in its own right. It's a form of magic. Just, anyways, listen to more of this.
Things like negative and positive, right? Because we have this association with death being negative, and I think it's a very unhealthy modern outlook. What I'm just wrapping up right now is this book. I'm looking at how all the paranormal speaks to death. So if we can set aside death as being something negative, we can see how the sort of playfulness or deception might not always be a negative thing. Not to say that it isn't, because it's like these stories that you get of people who take a rock from I think it's Mount Kilauea or something in Hawaii, and there are these stories that if you if you take the rock, you're going to suffer misfortune because Pele is going to be angry, right? And that's the thing that really keeps me from getting any farther into these things in terms of actual experiences or in terms of visiting these sites, because I'm fine with is a family member getting cancer or financial ruin or something like that, which honestly, for me is kind of worse than death in a lot of ways.
Well, to me, it's not even so much that they're trying to hurt people, which they do sometimes. I even heard Jacques Vallée on Joe Rogan's podcast mention that there are deaths and UFO phenomena. But it's that it's almost like I remember reading in John Keel where there's like a huckster archetype. It's like, hey, this person comes in, it's like, let me show you the UFO. The person sees like the airship or something, and then like this was back in the late 1800s and early 1900s, and then the person goes to the press and says, I'm going to have a big disclosure, and then they get embarrassed and nothing ever happens. It's like there's entities there to just mess with people. Like, hey, you saw it on camera, but you're always getting blurry pictures.
Right.
It's like they're just having like pranks.
Well, this is a very George P. Hansen idea, who wrote The Trickster and the Paranormal, which is it's not an easy book to get through because it is of an academic bent, but it's a fantastic look at how these phenomena tend to thrive in areas where people tend to suffocate. Almost every poltergeist begins with legend. Phenomenon ends and people thinking that's around all. They just lie. They'll just why not people in parks? Well, they're a class of people that we have decided are
What's going on now? Really, this computer's lagging.
Which that's not true, but that is an area in which these things tend to thrive, and it's because it feels like this stuff doesn't.
For me, they're the ones willing to report too.
That's also very true, and that stereotype is not true. There are plenty of people who are of much better social status that have anomalous experiences as well. But yeah, the reporting always tends to skew in that direction. So you have this deliberate obfuscation, this
Trickster
deliberate
and the paranormal. Trickster and the paranormal.
striving towards constant ambiguity, and the Bigfoot phenomenon definitely seems to be part and parcel of that. We can speculate all day about things like, are they reflecting infrared light that doesn't show up on our cameras? Is that why we have blurry photos? Or, is it phasing in and out of dimensions? We can speculate on stuff all the time, but the end result, I think, is what's most important, which is the fact that whatever these things are, they seem in control of the narrative very much.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Can we go over the footprints themselves? That seems like to be the best evidence. There's variation in the footprints, but you had mentioned like the weirdness in the footprints too. So.
It is great evidence. Every other paranormal discipline has Bigfootity. Like it's not only well documented physical evidence, but we have alleged blood, we have alleged hair, we have tissue samples that come up unknown primate. Like this all really does seem to point to something flesh and blood. And the footprints themselves, even though I'm of the high strangeness Bigfoot opinion nowadays, the first book that I will press into someone's hands when they express an interest in Bigfoot is Jeff Meldrum's Sasquatch Legend Meets Science, because Meldrum is an anthropologist and he has done great work illustrating how these footprints are likely not hoaxes for the most part, because they do exhibit things like dermal ridges, the equivalent of your fingerprint except on your toes. Specific primate anatomy, like mid-tarsal breaks, which is something that the human foot doesn't have, but it's actually a specific part of great ape foot anatomy. How the gait seems to be consistent with, across different castings and whatnot. But at the same time, there are a ton of stories where people will find one footprint, or they'll find all left footprints, or all right footprints, or they'll find, which is where the two books get their title, they'll find a track of footprints that lead into the middle of an open field and just stop. This last one is especially confounding to the Bigfoot community, and they've proposed all sorts of examples of varying degrees of believability. One is that that's when Bigfoot decided to start brushing out their tracks as they went someplace else, or that's Bigfoot backtracking through their footprints so that they can,
Right, you said there was one footprint that's middle of nowhere, right?
Mhm.
And then one that are just right-handed or left-handed.
Right. Those footprints of all one single foot isn't entirely. It isn't the most times that people just run through these trackways and just end. And we're not talking about ending 3 feet from a pile of boulders or a tree line. Yeah, exactly. We're talking about footprints that end in the middle of a field that for like 100 feet in either direction is completely viable media to transmit footprints like snow or mud, and there's just ends. And some people will say, well, Bigfoot are capable of extremely far or extremely high jumps, and I think that the two animals that have the highest or furthest jumps are the snow leopard and the klipspringer, which is a type of antelope, and I believe both those max out at 50 feet. So if you're looking at something in the middle of the field, which 100 feet is kind of generous. Sometimes it's, obviously you've seen soybean fields and such, like they can be pretty big. Bigfoot is not jumping to any other sort of media that cannot transmit footprints, and they're not jumping to trees because it's in the middle of the dang field. And on top of this, you have this extra layer of peculiarity, which is, these footprints that are 3 toes or 4 toes or 6 toes, oddly enough, or I think there was an example of like 10 or 11 toes. And I just can't wrap my head around that being something you see from a primate. Moreover, if you look at something like the 3-toed footprints, they don't look like primate feet at all. They look like almost like some sort of chicken foot. I mean, people say that these tend to happen in southern states or in Pennsylvania. In southern states, it must be alligators, alligator footprints that are being drugged. But like if it's in Pennsylvania, an alligator would be as odd as a Bigfoot. And then the other thing that you'll hear is that these are inbred populations, but deformities like that don't manifest consistently across both feet. They tend not to. Some people will say that they're wounded or something, but again, these don't manifest across both feet. And if you just take a look at these 3-toed footprints, that are associated with like the Falk monster and I believe the Missouri monster, Momo. If you look at these footprints, they don't look like primate footprints. They just don't. The shape is all wrong. The toes are giant, and if somebody's saying, "Oh, the creature was injured," like these 3 footprints are all of equal size and dispersed equally. Like it doesn't look like a foot that is missing a toe or two. Like it just doesn't. And so we're left to add another evolutionary, another unique evolutionary trait, along with glowing eyes and being able to leap an animal. But
I have experience in the intelligent design world. And one thing I noticed from like having a philosophy background is what your presuppositions are limits your options, right? So if design is not an option in the biology world, it doesn't have to be the only thing, but that's all you're going to a priori cut it out.
Right.
So it's not like it's like from your starting point, you're just like you want to take in all the evidence, right, and then say how does it fit. But if you ahead of time say this has to be flesh and blood, then you have a bunch of evidence that it's a philosophical issue. It's a filter. You have to filter that.
It is, and what it's doing is it's still courting materialism, right? It's still courting this physicalist scientific paradigm. And I think that when you start with that as your framework, and nothing else can be true, then of course you're going to be led down the garden path of these extreme leaps in logic.
Right. Can you speak to, you mentioned trickster archetype. I leaned on at least your summary, and I bought the book, but I haven't read it yet, that you referenced earlier.
Go slowly.
I'll read it a little at a time.
Yeah, it's the sort of book that you read a paragraph and you sit it down and you think, and we pick it back up.
Speaking of synchronicities, last year in the September, somebody was moving out of their house and they were throwing up books, and I was looking through it, and they had a compendium of a reprint from the 19th century that got published like 20 years ago about fairies from internationally, so which was Persia, Arabia, and Europe. And I was like, just as I was into all this stuff,
and of course, it always happens this way too. Then
my wife just started getting into owls.
There you go. Yeah.
And so I wanted you to, and then I follow a podcast called the Sword and Staff, and O.R.D, who is working with them doing stuff in West Virginia, and a lot of owl stuff apparently came up. And I had mentioned to O.R.D that about your book, and I was like, you need to like read this, when you're done whatever you're doing about paranormal in West Virginia. Like I said, maybe you want to do something with this, but could you speak to Bigfoots and owls? That would be interesting to them, and it's interesting to me now. So,
yeah, and the whole owl thing. I mean, so my good friend Mike Clone has authored several books, and he's by far the world's leading authority on the UFO owl connection. So I can't even begin to summarize that. Suffice to say that there is some sort of connection, and just the owl is such a rich symbol in terms of being a psychopomp and being a death symbol and all this stuff. But
and
just the owl. 1, 2, 3. But yeah, so it should be unsurprising that Bigfoot has a real affinity for owls. One of the most common Bigfoot sounds, Bigfoot mimicry that you hear is that the people will hear something that sounds like an deep hoot, and it sounds like an owl that's like, it sounds like a 50-pound owl, right? So that's something that you run into a lot. But it's interesting to note that Bigfoot and birds seem to be connected in some ways as well, in general. People even go so far as to say that like Bigfoot raised ravens to serve as lookouts for whenever people enter the forest. But that speaks to a much deeper connection which you find with the wild.
I just got to say this. So I didn't hear it, but Diesel over there in New Jersey, these are from New Jersey, whatever. I'm sorry, buddy, if you're listening, or if you do listen to this. Yeah, he said he heard a bird sound, and then he heard a scream, and I was like, sure enough, it's like clockwork. It's just, and the more you focus on this, and the more they know that you're going to have these experiences. It's just going to happen. I guarantee you. You know what I would love to see? I'd love to see a group of people. Let me talk about this in a different way, but it'd be love to say like a handful of researchers and change their focus on what they're chasing after. And says, I have one is going after Bigfoot, one's going after Dogman, have another one that's going after the woman in white, have another one that's going after whatever. Just actually have a few people to just make up something. We're going to go after giant owl men, or we're going to go after, we're going to look for signs for, I don't know, maybe a dinosaur or whatever, or just make up some your own thing and see what would happen. I would bet money on it. Given it enough time, each person will see something or experience something that they're looking for. In other words, the person who's looking for a Bigfoot's going to find signs or track or see something. They're going to have this Bigfoot experience or counter. Or the one who's looking for a dogman is going to have a dogman. And the one who's looking for dinosaurs is going to end up seeing something like a dinosaur or filming it, right? or invite, or someone who's looking at a giant, owl man is going to find a giant owl man. It seems to be that we have the power of summoning. We have the power of intent. There's something also, I swear I bet my left testy on this one, that we are accompanied with so many familiar spirits, regional spirits, generational spirits, and the spirit realm, this interdimensional realm, is following us, following our thoughts, following our what we would focus on. It seems so clear at this point from my research. This is maybe one of the biggest parts of this whole story, is that, how many times have I been just led into a woods or a place where there's tree structures, the TP structure, a big giant X structure, and that same place I end up seeing things, or things fall back, at least it seems like they fall back, but maybe they've always been there anyways. What's the odds that the very first time I go out doing field research back in the summer of 2017, in the very first place, 30 feet from where I parked, and I didn't even see it until I walked into the woods. It's summertime, so they got the edge of the forest or the woods. You have the low covering, the shrubs and bushes that hide what's actually in that woods. And I walk into with my son 10 feet in, and looking there, and another 20 feet away, there's a giant, what we call a teepee structure, with huge trees. And it's just big enough for me and my son to walk in. And what would be the odds of that? The odds are absolutely slim to none. Impossible. Unless something led me there. And if I think about it, I went to a place that was not in my town. It was a 25-minute drive away, and I stopped at one place. And actually, I stopped place because on the other side of the street, I saw something that kind of looked like a tree structure. Plus, it had the sand dunes, and I figured, my thinking was, nothing's going to happen. Go on the edge of these woods for a little bit, and then me and my son would go play in the sand dunes. You know what I mean? Well, we never got to sand dunes, but we certainly did and even my son got freaked out about being in that place. He probably was more aware spiritually what was going on than me. Mind you, this happened, 6 years ago? 5.5 years ago? So that would have made him 6 years old. So he's at that age where he's probably still connected. Didn't know it, but he's connected, right? I just telling you, how many stories are like this? You know what? And I know I'm not exceptional. There's nothing exceptional about me. Nothing. And I certainly I'm not getting a dime off this, sharing this and talking about it. I'm not getting, there's hardly, I've lost more friends speaking the truth about this stuff than I've gained friends. There's, I'm not making a dime off any of this stuff. Just by speaking the truth about this. In all ways. I almost lost my son over this. My son's mother tried to take him away from me because of this stuff. Why do I share this stuff? Well, part of it is there's something that's put me in a position to share this stuff. And then, my ego, my pride wants to believe there's God that's leading me, but is it really God leading me? Is it these things that are leading me? Or maybe is it in my ego? Maybe I'm so, I don't know. There's a lot of things to talk about. There's a lot of things to think about. This is multifaceted. Some people, there's a lot of people out there. I'm assuming there's a lot of people out there. Most people don't even care about this, right? Until it happens to them, right? So, but there's a lot of people, different perspectives about this whole thing, right? Which is in its own right is bizarre. And how is it that you could have, a half a dozen people, and it's the same and experience or encounter and see different things. Some see eye shine, some don't. Some see the entities, some see three, some see nothing. Some people hear things, some people don't. All in the same experience. It's happened more than once. So I really think it's really intelligent and it's wise for all of us who are involved in this in any way, shape, or form. Whether it's Bigfoot research or whether it's ghost hunting or whether it's looking into near-death experiences or even those who are just interested in God itself. To really think this out and talk honestly about what's going on, because I think my impression is there's a good chance that all of us are being kind of hoodwinked here in some degree or another. I'm not saying that we're all completely wrong. I'm just saying it seems to me that there's a good chance that we're all being hoodwinked here a little bit, being messed with. And I talked about earlier that book, The Trickster and the Paranormal. Apparently it's a great book to get. I guess put it on your, your wish list,
Man, and apes in general in medieval art, there was this idea that the bird was a soul and that the ape was a symbol of the carnal delights of the earth, the animals or delights of the earth. So in a lot of medieval art, you'll see apes pursuing birds. And there are some examples of large hairy hominids being antagonistic towards birds. I believe there are stories of the Vietnamese Nguyen, which is their Bigfoot, throwing rocks to hit birds out of the air. So you have all these things coming together, and on top of that, you have the bird just being. This is going to sound silly, and it's going to make a lot more sense when people see my book that comes out. But I have a hard time differentiating between birds and UFOs symbolically. It's intercessors between heaven and earth, and that soul connection as well. There's a lot of rich symbolism there, and so it just makes perfect sense that Bigfoot would have that same affinity.
One thing Wertheim mentioned to me, which will be coming up whenever his docuseries is released, is they saw the family he's working with. They saw I forget what they call it, a thunderbird or something, like a really huge bird. Is there anything like that in Bigfoot phenomenon, or where you're talking
it's the flying Bigfoot?
I mean,
massive
with wings.
That's not natural.
Yeah, I mean, so yes and no. The thing that I've noticed recently, which I hadn't really put together, is that in a lot of Native American, especially in the Pacific Northwest, a lot of their iconography, you'll see Bigfoot analogs and large birds or thunderbirds together. A lot of times you'll see them sort of diametrically opposed as on totem poles, which are basically sort of an axis mundi, the navel of the earth, the link between our world and the spirit world. And you'll find the thunderbird at the top of the totem pole, and you'll find the Bigfoot analog, whatever it is, at the bottom of the totem pole. And in case anybody wants to know if there's a Bigfoot at the bottom of that totem pole, one of the markers of that is to look for sort of a hooting shape of the face, which the cryptozoologists like to say that's
can you describe what that means?
Sort of just lips pursed in an O shape.
Okay.
And cryptozoologists will say this.
Oh, like it's making a hooting sound.
Yeah, and cryptozoologists will say that this is an expression of the flesh and blood creatures hooting, and that is a really interesting connection. But generally speaking, if you see that figure in a human shape that looks like it might have some sort of signs of hair or something, that's going to be a Bigfoot analog at the bottom. So you do see them in that sort of iconography together. That's for certain.
Oh. You want to speak to disappearing evidence? This might be part of the trickster archetype too, right? Where things go missing.
Yeah. So this is something. It's sort of a rule of thumb that you can apply, and it speaks to what we were talking about earlier with footprints and UFO crash debris basically being the modern equivalent of Saints relics. They're either they're either disappeared, their credibility is undermined, or they seem dubious at best, right? So you have, the most famous example that Tim gives is, the Patterson-Gimlin footage, which we do not have an original copy of that footage. It's always a copy of the copy. No one really knows where that footage went. But you see this time and again with things like DNA evidence, DNA samples being lost in the missing in researchers' cabinets. There was a very compelling skull that Timothy recorded that I can't remember the name of off the top of my head, but that was sent to, I believe the story goes, that it was sent to a researcher at a university who commented on it and then later said, I don't know where it went, and I really don't know what you're talking about. So, like, all the most compelling evidence tends to just sort of have a very dubious chain of custody. And again, I'm very sympathetic towards skeptics' standpoint that this signifies that it's all a load of malarkey. But
well, there's always enough for people like this is where it was like they're trying to mess with you on purpose, where they give you enough to set you up to be embarrassed.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and that's sort of like where I think a lot of this book comes from, is that Timothy and I are reasonable people, and we're not true believers in the sense that a lot of people involved in this are. And I'm not saying that to like make ourselves better or whatnot, but like we're both sympathetic towards a lot of these skeptical criticisms.
I can see both sides, right?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a body. Like, that's what I always come back to. We don't have a body of these things. And people will say, oh, well, people don't often find bear bodies or cougar bodies. And like, yeah, but they have. Like, over the centuries that we've lived alongside these animals, people have.
Both of it's born out of the materialism stuff, right? So when you don't have a spiritual or interdimensional, if we're going to be fancy with it, if you don't have a spiritual option, which I think explains a lot of this, is then what you have is that the people who have seen the evidence and that has the hook on them, like, and this obsession thing is also, you see, I remember John Keel warning about that with UFO research, right? Is that it gets a hook in them, they get obsessed, but they saw something real. And then the skeptics, also coming from a materialistic paradigm, see the problems. So it's like and if I can combine the two, I would say if you expand beyond materialism, I think you have a better picture.
Yeah, in that sense, everybody's kind of right. You know what I mean? Like, from the standpoint that the skeptics, and there's a strong overlap between skeptics and people who just don't have any sort of belief in anything metaphysical.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to like the solution.
They're not going to like the solution, but it means that within their framework and by their own definitions, they're correct. There is no evidence for the Loch Ness Monster being a plesiosaur. There is no evidence for Bigfoot being Gigantopithecus. There's no evidence that we survive death and haunt locations, right? Yeah, I think that's an extremely good point. I was going to say something else, but it completely slipped my mind. So maybe we'll get triggered here in a little bit.
Okay, and then I forgot. I don't know what to say to refresh it, so that's okay.
That's okay.
Do you have? I'm running. I don't. There was so much in your book, so I just took kind of like broad topics. So I'm nearing the end of what I wanted to ask you. One thing that kind of stuck in my mind was cryptids in general. I didn't know how much you researched that, or is that a jumping? I would assume there's a lot of overlap to non-Bigfoot sightings, but I didn't know if you knew or if anybody is doing the same thing you're doing, though, with cryptids.
Yeah, well, so there's a reason that I will never do where the footprints end Passport to Magonia style analysis of lake monsters, and that's because it's already been done. There's a book that's out of print. I somehow got a really pristine copy, even with an errata sheet from the original publication, and I'm super thrilled about that. Michel Meguer's Lake Monster Traditions is sort of passport to Magonia for lake monsters. And he does an excellent job of showing how these things are all connected at a symbolic level. Even lake monsters that don't look like, Nessie, like lake monsters that are just big fish, still have the same earmarks of things. So there's that. And, honestly, so we talk about cryptozoology in general, and the more I look into this, the more I'm like, there really aren't a lot of good cryptozoological candidates. I mean, by which I mean, obviously, I think Bigfoot isn't an undiscovered animal. Nessie has way too many symbolic things with apocalyptic dragons at the end of days and death symbols and fairy lore and UFOs. Like, I think that lake monsters are kind of in that same category too. The idea that people put Mothman in the category of cryptids consistently baffles me. As Timothy likes to say, like, you're not going to go find a Mothman egg. Like, that's not a
Maybe
thing.
it's just a nice way of saying monsters that people see that aren't Bigfoot.
It is. In terms of things that I think are viable cryptids, most of them are relic animals that we have very good documentation of. So I'm a big supporter of the idea that the thylacine still lives in Tasmania. You're talking about bad footage. Some of that thylacine, if you just treat yourself to something, just Google thylacine or Tasmanian tiger footage, and just go through the internet, and there are some extremely compelling photos of this animal that's supposedly been dead since the 1930s. So I'll support that. Honestly, I could see there being some sort of something approximating a dinosaur in the Belgian Congo, like Michele Mbembe and some of those other dinosaurs. I could see that. I wouldn't bet money on it, but I could see that. And honestly, there is room for the discovery of relic hominids. I mean, I think that the one hominid that I keep seeing that is really close to perhaps being identified is orang pendek in Southeast Asia. Some really great evidence for that, and you've also got the supporting evidence in the Homo floresiensis, the hobbits that were discovered about a decade ago, I think. It seems like that there might be a. Like,
what about for overlap for things that seem to be more paranormal monsters than, but they appear as flesh and blood, like
Dogman?
Yeah. Mothman, Bray Road, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, like, so the Dogman thing is, I will bet the mortgage on Dogman not being a flesh and blood creature for a bunch of different reasons.
Well, but is there a lot of overlap with your research, I guess?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. So to the extent that people say, people who are really all into Bigfoot will say, "Oh, there is no Dogman. It's just the baboon-headed version of Bigfoot," which is like okay, multiplying variables unnecessarily, right? You'll find people say that there are 8 different species of Bigfoot that all correspond to the different regions. You have the skunk apes in the south, which have these feet that look more like typical pongoid hands, feet the feet with the thumb set out outside, and then you have the Dogman are actually the baboon-headed Bigfoot. So yeah, there are those overlaps, and you have the overlaps like I mentioned with the Kelpie and lake monsters and large hairy men. David Paulides, before he got on the Missing 411 stuff, was into Bigfoot quite a bit. And he had suggested that one of the Hoopa lake monsters, the Camos, might be misidentified Bigfoot. But if you read the descriptions, they sound like, a horse-headed lake monster more than anything else, river monster. But he's still speaking to that idea that these things, might be connected in some form or fashion. There are plenty of Bigfoot sightings around ancient mounds and monuments in North America, which have strong associations with things like thunderbirds and Dogman and Mothman. So yeah, it really does seem to be the sort of soup of cryptozoology more than there are discrete separate things. And I personally think that speaks to a singular phenomena that tends to wear different masks, or
yes,
at the very least, related phenomena that overlap significantly. If you're
Like the updated cover of Passport to Magonia.
yes,
I want one where, and this is my Christian bias showing, but I want one where the main guy's not an alien but a demon, and then he has all these other.
no, I mean,
I want a T-shirt like that, but I don't have a wrist.
So you're referring to? So have you seen the full artwork for that?
No, I just
So that cover, I love that cover, and that's great. It's an alien with I think it's like
a devil,
and fairy maiden and like a 1950s space invader, right? But the original artwork, which they weren't able to include, shows that the alien itself is a puppet, and the actual owner of the puppet is out of frame. And that
would be awesome.
So it's actually a puppeteering as opposed to a gray alien puppeteering, and that to me is just that's the most eloquent.
Like I need to get that. Can I get that on a T-shirt?
Yeah, right. I can. It's if you poke around enough, you can find it, and it's great. It's just an arm that's cut off the frame, and then on top of the arm is the gray alien.
All right, offline, I'll have to try.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Try to find that with you. Okay, my last question. Before we sum up. Based on, I guess, what I just said, I remember John Keel saying, like, don't go hunting for UFOs.
Yeah.
Would you recommend not hunting for Bigfoot? Like,
I think that there's a good antidote for this, and it's funny. I've been talking about this with a lot of different people lately, but I think that there's a good antidote for this. If you focus solely on this as your passion. So you have your day job and you come home and do this, or if you're foolish enough to try to make a career out of it, if you focus solely on this, either professionally or privately, it will eat your lunch. I'm convinced of that. And that might mean the phenomena doing something to you. That might mean you becoming obsessed. I don't know, but it's not healthy. But I would extrapolate a bit further from that and say that it's probably that way with a lot of things or anything in life.
Yeah, no, that's a separate thing. I was thinking like actually going out and trying to communicate with these things, or.
Well, I'm influenced a bit by the late Jeff Ritzmann, who had a methodology by which he suspected, anecdotally, 60% of the people that he talked to who tried this would have something anomalous happen to them. And his idea was to pick a place relatively isolated, go out anti-structurally, right? So at different times, different days of the week, like don't try to have any rhyme or reason to it. Try to have some spontaneity to it, and have someone that you go with, or go alone, and sit out there in the woods or by that abandoned shack that there's nothing around, and think big questions and talk to something higher. And he said that if you do that for a couple of weeks, something will happen, and it will be what you don't expect. So, if you're expecting to see a UFO, you're going to see
that's interesting.
A fairy queen walk out of the woods. Or if you're expecting to see Bigfoot, you're going to see a ghost light, right? But, be prepared for this to wreak havoc, because these things thrive on anti-structurality, which is, you'll get into that when you read the George P. Hansen book. Because these things thrive on anti-structure, they will also exert that same influence in your life, probably in a negative way. So be prepared for finances to be ruined, relationships to be ruined, health to suffer, those sort of things. And
that sounds classic demonic to me.
It does, but at the same time, I would also counter that there's a broader tradition of just generalized theophany where beholding the divine as well can have detrimental effects.
Have you ever read The Holiness of God by R.C. Sproul?
I have not. I'm going to write that down.
You need to read that.
Okay.
Where anytime you, and he's basing it off, this is probably the best for a popular level, but what he's saying is that in terms of the, when you come into contact with the holy, which the primary definition of holy is otherness. Purity is like a secondary definition. When you come into contact with God, your first or an angel, fear is your thing. And this is what happens in like horror movies too. So even if it's a non-holy otherness, that's why horror movies, you react to how you do. It's when things are creepy or different, or so when you see something, I guess, from another dimension, the other side, that sort of thing, you're going to react. Your natural reaction is going to be fear, not. But he puts it in kind of the Christian context. So when you see people, like when people come in contact with, say, the holiness of Jesus, their reaction is, "Get away from me, I'm a sinner." They become undone.
Yeah.
So he goes over that. So from a Christian perspective, I would highly recommend that book.
That
but
sounds
it's pertinent to the paranormal field as well.
No, that sounds absolutely fascinating. And it really ties in with a lot of what I'm looking at too currently. Because it's the thing you hear in NDEs as well, like the number of people who feel that they are, again, not worthy is striking. On a more pragmatic level, you had made allusions to Valet talking about deaths from UFOs. That was especially prevalent in the Chupa flap of Brazil, which are these refrigerator-shaped UFOs that people would see that they literally be killed from right after being hit with a ray of light. But there's another tendency that goes underreported of UFOs as death omens and researchers dying from sudden or rare forms of cancer, which is something I should add. Is consistent with fairy traditions where, fairies would blind you or maim you or cause you a number of ill effects. And also, believe it or not, consistent with Rick Strassman's DMT research, where as he got involved in that research, people around him started having horrible ailments afflict them as well, and sometimes just bad luck. So, there is something about it that, I don't know if that ties into the anti-structurality of it or what, but there is something about it that's not good. So I think the antidote to this, right? I think the antidote to this, and I am gonna, pardon the pun, toot my own horn on it. I think I navigate this pretty well. Is to have something else that you are very competent at. You can be a quick UFO researcher and you can go out and do this stuff, but know where to draw the line, and then get involved in something else that you're really good at. That's a passion of yours. And for me, the flip side of the whole thing is music, and it waxes and wanes. With the pandemic, I've been more involved in this stuff because it's not predicated on having a live audience. But I love music just as much as I love writing about the paranormal, and I think that it's important to keep that balance in my life. And I think it kind of keeps, knock on wood, keeps the wolf at the door. Keeps the wolf from coming in the house. And I think that same approach applied to anything, but the paranormal specific, I think, is a necessity.
Okay, I would recommend prayer too.
Oh, well, yeah, that too.
All right. I definitely want to have you on in the future for your other books and upcoming books. And I wanted to. When I read them, I'll reach out to you, and maybe you can have you on in the future. I didn't know if you'd be agreeable to that.
No, that sounds great. Be on the lookout for this next two-parter because it will be your jam. I'm pretty sure it's all about. It's called Ecology of Souls, and it's all about how most of the paranormal is tied to death, but more specifically, soulcraft. Throughout different traditions, both ancient traditions and Christian traditions, which is why I'm writing this epilogue today. That's just basically like, well, Josh, you talk a lot about this, but how do you incorporate this into your own worldview as a Christian? Which it's a tightrope, but.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, there we go. That's part of the big answer to all this, is to focus on something else. So I try to focus on other things. Anyways, those who've listened or who's still here, I don't know. If it's still you, Judy, thank you. And I hope you learned something from it. Some food for thought. in a different way of looking at it. And anybody else that may hear this in the future, I hope you get something out of it. I've endured and stayed up all night again to share this information. So